Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the legendary Orochimaru with the mad scientist system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 141. The main reason the battle with Hanzo didn't turn into an all-out summon beast brawl was the poison of Hanzo's salamander, which could kill nearly anything that came close, including summoned beasts. Tsunade's antidote was specifically tailored for human use. She didn't have enough to safely treat massive creatures like Gamabunta, Katsuyu. So, the Sannin had to face Hanzo on their own. As for Orochimaru's snake, Yamada, it was one of Orochimaru's many unique creations. Watching the battle unfold, Jiraiya couldn't hide his astonishment. Despite his injuries, he was so caught up in what he just witnessed that he seemed to forget his own pain. He'd seen Orochimaru summon a snake, inject it with Tsunade's antidote, and then send it out with the Kusanagi sword for support. But the strangest part was when the snake vanished. Can snakes actually go invisible? Jiraiya muttered, bewildered. Tsunade looked equally stunned. She had seen the black snake before during their mission to the land of whirlpools, but she hadn't realized the extent of its abilities. The way it seemed to blend into its surroundings, disappear, then reappear, it was unlike anything she'd ever seen. Is this snake not only capable of speech but also has immobilization and camouflage techniques? She asked, incredulous. Orochimaru, noticing their expressions, gave a casual shrug. It's not invisibility. It's just color-changing camouflage. Color change? Like a chameleon? Jiraiya asked, catching on quickly. But the concept sounded ridiculous. Could a snake really adapt a chameleon's abilities? Are you serious? Tsunade asked, still doubtful, even though she'd seen it with her own eyes. Why would I lie? Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Yamada can change color, immobilize targets, use anesthetic venom, and even perform a basic earth release. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at him, speechless. Completely unbothered, Orochimaru continued his explanation, openly sharing details that he had kept even from Hiruzen and Danzo. Over the years, he had enhanced Yamada's abilities through careful experimentation. The snake's camouflage was inspired by chameleons, using chakra to blend into its surroundings. Unlike typical invisibility jutsu, Yamada camouflage was more effective, especially against those without special sensory abilities. When trained and enhanced with chakra, a snake can surpass a chameleon's natural camouflage ability, Orochimaru explained, still unfazed. For Yamada, changing colors is an active skill, consuming chakra. But it's useful when the right moment arises. In addition to camouflage, Yamada was enhanced with an anesthetic venom that could paralyze targets and a modified earth release technique, adapted specifically for a snake. Orochimaru had modeled this ability on Iwa's Earth Rock Fist, enabling Yamada to form high-density rock scales, laced with metallic minerals, for protection. This armor was the reason Hanzo's sickle failed to slice it in two earlier. Hanzo had assumed it was just an ordinary snake, so his strike had been casual. If he had known, the outcome might have been different. But for now, Yamada had survived and succeeded in its mission. Despite his cautious demeanor, Hanzo hadn't detected the snake's presence until it was too late. After all, snakes were cold-blooded, and their movements were subtle. Once in camouflage, Yamada was nearly impossible to spot without specialized sensory abilities. Even Hanzo was caught off guard, Orochimaru remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Meanwhile, Hanzo was being assisted by a handful of rain ninja, who were just as astonished as he was. Unbelievable, even Lord Hanzo. One of them whispered in shock. Who are these people? The once imposing demigod of the ninja world looked shaken, his mind still reeling from the battle. Stop here, Hanzo ordered suddenly, signaling his subordinates to halt. They gently lowered him under a large tree, where he took a seat, leaning back and staring into the rain, letting it wash over him. The immobilization jutsu had long worn off, but the mental weight of the battle still lingered. As he sat there, his thoughts drifted back to the bizarre encounter with Orochimaru's snake. After so many years of standing at the top, facing these three young shinobi had given him pause. These weren't ordinary opponents. They were extraordinary in ways he hadn't anticipated. The Sannin of Konoha. He murmured, almost to himself, as he closed his eyes and let the rain drip down his gas mask. On the other side of the battlefield, Konoha's forces had achieved a decisive victory. The ninja army celebrated, relieved that the intense battles were finally over. The officers issued orders to clean up the battlefield and prepare for the withdrawal from the Land of Rain. Narahakushu, Konoha's chief strategist, received word from Jiraiya's contact Frog about the outcome of the fight with Hanzo. When he read the message, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hanzo, defeated? And the three of them are unharmed? The news spread like wildfire through Konoha's ranks, and soon the entire army was abuzz with excitement. For many of the younger ninja, it was almost too incredible to believe. Did they really defeat Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world? That's amazing. Those three are unstoppable. They really are worthy of being Lord Hokage's students. In no time, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade became legends within the Konoha forces, their names spoken with awe and respect. Even the usually stoic Uchiha clan was moved by the news. Uchiha Soyama, the clan head, gathered his key members. He'd been keeping a close eye on the battlefield, and this turn of events had changed his calculations. Remember this, Soyama told his advisors. The strength of Orochimaru and Jiraiya cannot be underestimated. We need to observe them closely from now on. Especially Orochimaru, he added, frowning. If there's an opportunity, we should establish a relationship with him. But Orochimaru doesn't trust people easily, one advisor noted. Everyone has weaknesses, Soyama replied. Pay attention, observe, and one will always appear. We can't afford to let someone of his talent operate unchecked. No matter what, we Uchiha cannot be led by the nose. We must plan ahead. Yes. Chapter 142, the report of Konoha's victory over Hanzo reached the village early the next morning, delivered by a ninja hawk directly to the Hokage's office. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi, it seems your students have grown beyond anyone's expectations. Hamura Mitokado said with a pleased smile, sitting alongside Koharu Udatane. Yes, defeating Hanzo of the Hidden Rain. They're already formidable enough to stand on their own. Koharu agreed, nodding in approval. Hiruzen smiled humbly, clearly pleased. They've worked hard to reach this level. I just guided them. Their achievements are their own. The news of the Sannin's victories spread quickly through Konoha. In no time, the village was buzzing with pride, and Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade became heroes in the eyes of the villagers and aspiring young ninjas. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, the trio had set up a small camp under a natural rock shelter, taking a moment to rest and warm themselves around a fire. It really happened, Jiraiya muttered, breaking off a piece of the rationed biscuit in his hand and staring into the flames. We actually won. The village won. Tsunade, who was leaning comfortably against Orochimaru's lap, chuckled softly, still in disbelief herself. Honestly, it feels surreal. We actually defeated Hanzo, the legendary salamander of the Hidden Rain? The guy they call a demigod? Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, hard to wrap my head around it. He's practically a living legend. He fell silent, clearly lost in thought. Even during the battle, he had felt overwhelmed by Hanzo's power, and yet here they were, alive and victorious. The feeling was unreal. Orochimaru, however, remained unbothered. It's just Hanzo. Is there really a need to make such a fuss? Jiraiya's head snapped up, and he looked at Orochimaru, indignant. Just Hanzo? Do you even understand who he is? People revere him, Orochimaru. To be able to fight him is considered an honor. And to defeat him. And yet you won, Orochimaru cut in, brushing off Jiraiya's dramatics with a dismissive tone. Jiraiya blinked, taken aback, but then he sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. We won. He hesitated, then looked at Orochimaru. Though, if we're being honest, most of the credit probably goes to you, Orochimaru. The three of them had survived the poison only because of Tsunade's antidote, which had specifically targeted Hanzo's venom and allowed them to develop a temporary immunity. But the battle itself? That had been largely thanks to Orochimaru's quick thinking, the deadly Kusanagi sword, and his eerie black snake. Without Orochimaru's contributions, the outcome might have been very different. Don't put all the credit on me, Orochimaru said with a rare smile. This was a team effort. Tsunade, still resting against him, gave a warm smile as well. That's right. The three of us make a good team. Jiraiya groaned, feeling a pang as he looked at the two. Seeing the woman he cared for so comfortable with someone else, especially someone as closed off as Orochimaru, it hurt more than he wanted to admit. Yeah, you two are a team. I guess I'm just the third wheel, Jiraiya muttered with a half-hearted laugh. Haha, Jiraiya, you're so dramatic, Tsunade said, sitting up and about to tease him further, when suddenly she stopped, her eyes narrowing toward the shadows. Who's there? A small, hesitant voice answered. Can you spare us some food? From the shadows, a young boy with orange hair emerged, eyeing the ration biscuit in Jiraiya's hand hungrily. He looked frail, his face smudged with dirt, and his clothes torn from wandering. Behind him, two other children stepped out, a girl with blue hair and a boy with long red hair that partially obscured his face. Jiraiya's eyes softened as he looked at them. Kids? Where are your parents? The boy with orange hair, Yahiko, looked down, sadness darkening his face. They were killed in the war. Hearing this, Tsunade muttered, War orphans, how tragic. Jiraiya, moved by the children's plight, handed over his ration biscuit. Here, take this. You must be starving. The three children eagerly accepted the food, their eyes lighting up with gratitude. However, Orochimaru's gaze lingered on the red-haired boy, Nagato. His sharp, golden eyes focused on the faint glimpse of lavender ripples partially hidden by Nagato's hair. The Rinnegan. So it was true. The eyes that once belonged to the Sage of Six Paths had been passed down to this child. Orochimaru's mind whirred with thoughts. Here was the Rinnegan, right in front of him, an unimaginable opportunity to study the legendary dojutsu. With such power, he could uncover secrets that no one else could. Without hesitation, Orochimaru drew a kunai from his pouch, his intention clear. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Jiraiya asked, alarmed, noticing the gleam of the blade. Orochimaru's expression remained cold. I'm killing them. What? Jiraiya's face filled with shock and anger. Wait! They're just kids. Seeing the kunai in Orochimaru's hand, the three children backed away, fear evident in their eyes. Yahiko, the bravest of the three, stood in front of the others and asked, Why? Why would you kill us? We're just kids, we don't pose any threat to you. Orochimaru replied, his voice unfeeling, They're war orphans, Jiraiya. They won't survive out here on their own. If we don't kill them, they'll die slowly of starvation or be killed by others. I'm just saving them the suffering. Jiraiya stepped between Orochimaru and the children, his expression fierce. Even if that's true, it's not our place to make that decision. They're just kids. Show some humanity, Orochimaru. Humanity? Orochimaru muttered, almost to himself, his eyes narrowing. Did he even have that left in him? He could see the logic in Jiraiya's words, yet his mind kept drifting back to the Rinnegan. His curiosity was like a fire that couldn't be quenched, burning him with the need to understand these legendary eyes. But then again, killing children, even if for his research, seemed beneath him. With a sigh, Orochimaru slipped the kunai back into his pouch. Chapter 143. Orochimaru suddenly felt he was in over his head. In the original series, Orochimaru hadn't yet built his own village or even begun serious research when he encountered the three war orphans. Back then, he hadn't realized just how powerful Nagato's Rinnegan would become. His thoughts of killing them came simply from a sense of twisted mercy, the cold, practical mercy of a ninja. But now, things were different. He had been conducting research for a while now, and he'd already secretly established his own hidden village. If he could take in someone like Chana, Karen's mother, then why not these kids? He could study the renegade in depth while also undermining Uchiha Madara's plans, all without having to kill them. Why waste such a valuable opportunity? Thinking of this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile. His voice took on a hoarse, almost mocking tone as he said, "Jiraiya, don't be so tense. I was only joking with them." Joking? Jiraiya was dumbfounded, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Orochimaru chuckled. "Look at the kid with the long red hair. He's probably from the Uzumaki clan. Since he may have Uzumaki blood, why would I harm him?" Hearing this, Jiraiya turned and took a closer look, noticing Nagato's red hair for the first time. It hadn't occurred to him before, but now that Orochimaru mentioned it. If Nagato was an Uzumaki, then he was likely a distant relative of Tsunade, a descendant of the Senju clan. Tsunade, who hadn't paid much attention at first, now looked at Nagato with a flash of realization in her eyes. Could he really be a child of the Uzumaki clan? She murmured. Orochimaru didn't linger on the topic. Instead, he pulled out a scroll from his waist, unsealing a box and taking out bread and milk he'd stored earlier. Handing them to the three kids, he said, "Biscuits are hardly a decent meal. Here, eat something better." These supplies were among the necessities Orochimaru had prepared before heading to the battlefield. As a ninja with both skill and resources, he had the luxury to maintain a certain quality of life, even in the middle of a war zone. "This is..." Yahiko hesitated, still wary of Orochimaru. But his hunger quickly overpowered his fear, and he reached out, grabbing the food eagerly. "Nagato, Konan, come on." The three children each took some bread and milk, devouring them like they hadn't eaten in days. Dirty and ragged, they looked like tiny beggars, worn down by a world that showed them no kindness. Once they'd eaten their fill, Orochimaru began his pitch. "So, your parents are gone?" Yahiko, now a little more relaxed after eating, nodded. "Yeah. That's tragic," Orochimaru continued, his tone surprisingly gentle. "But what do you plan to do now?" Yahiko froze, unsure of how to respond. I just want to stay with Nagato and Konan. We'll figure something out." "But how do you plan to survive? The ninja world is in chaos. You're just kids." Orochimaru's voice turned persuasive, almost hypnotic. "Would you consider coming with me? You'd be safe." "Go, with you?" Yahiko looked up, startled. His eyes darted to Orochimaru's forehead protector. "You mean, to Konoha?" "Orochimaru." Tsunade spoke up, a hint of warning in her tone, but Orochimaru raised a hand to silence her. "It's fine, Tsunade," he assured her before turning back to Yahiko. "No, I'm not talking about Konoha. I'm offering you a place somewhere else." "Somewhere else?" Yahiko repeated, confused. Orochimaru's words left not only the three children but also Tsunade and Jiraiya in shock. "What are you talking about, Orochimaru?" Tsunade asked, frowning. Orochimaru looked at his two teammates calmly. "I'll be honest with you. I've built my own village." "What?" Both Tsunade and Jiraiya stared at him in stunned silence, struggling to process what he'd just said. How is that possible?" Jiraiya stammered, disbelief clear in his voice. Orochimaru continued, unfazed. "It's a hidden place. Specifically established to shelter orphans of war like these kids." The two of them were still reeling, trying to grasp the implications. "When did you do this?" Jiraiya finally asked, as if he could barely believe the words coming out of his own mouth. "Now's not the time to go into details," Orochimaru replied curtly, cutting off further questions. He turned to Yahiko and spoke with a kind of cold sincerity. "Yahiko, right? Would you like to come to my village? There, you'll find other children who've lost everything to this war, just like you. No one will be able to harm you." Yahiko looked unsure but intrigued. The thought of a place where he and his friends could be safe was tempting. In a world ravaged by war, the idea of a safe haven, especially one filled with kids like them, sounded like a miracle. I need to discuss it with Nagato and Conan first, Yahiko said hesitantly. Of course. But don't take too long to decide, Orochimaru said with a thin smile. The three children moved a short distance away to discuss in hushed voices, leaving Tsunade and Jiraiya to confront Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru, are you serious? You really built your own village? Jiraiya asked, still in shock. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Yes. Is there a problem? Jiraiya's expression darkened. A problem? Orochimaru, do you realize that doing this, it's treason? Building a village outside Konoha's jurisdiction? That's betraying the leaf. In Jiraiya's eyes, Konoha was home. Its interests came first, especially in times of war. For Orochimaru to go off and start his own village, it felt like a betrayal of everything they'd fought for. Even Tsunade was looking at Orochimaru with confusion. She knew Orochimaru had secrets, but she hadn't expected something like this. Orochimaru, however, remained calm and unbothered. Treason? Only if you tell the village, Jiraiya. He shifted his gaze to Tsunade, his expression unreadable. You've often asked me if there's a way to end this endless cycle of war, haven't you? Well, this is my answer. Chapter 144. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Before she could respond, Orochimaru continued, war breeds hatred. The more hatred there is, the more wars will erupt. It's a vicious cycle, one that hasn't been broken yet. He paused, letting his words sink in. So, I've used my own resources to create a sanctuary for these war orphans. A place where they don't have to be tools for anyone, where they can just live. Right now, it's insignificant in the grand scheme of the ninja world, but I believe that one day, this place will grow and its ideals will spread far and wide. W.O. Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at him, speechless. Orochimaru's tone and vision took her by surprise, and it was clear Jiraiya was equally shocked. Was this truly the same Orochimaru they had grown up with? They were here fighting to protect Konoha, while Orochimaru was already envisioning something bigger than just one village. He was thinking of the entire ninja world. But, isn't Konoha itself a kind of sanctuary? Jiraiya managed to stammer. Shouldn't our first duty be to protect it? Orochimaru gave him a faint smile. There's nothing wrong with protecting Konoha. But that doesn't conflict with my goals. He looked Jiraiya in the eye, his expression deadly serious. Think about it, Jiraiya. How many orphans are created by these endless wars every year? Even if Konoha wanted to help, it doesn't have the means or the will to shelter them all. They can't save the world, not in the state they're in. They can't even risk taking in orphan children from other nations, out of fear those children might be spies. He shrugged. But my village? It's hidden and still unknown. I don't have those limitations. Enough, Orochimaru, Tsunade said suddenly. Her voice was soft, yet firm. I support you. Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at her, taken aback. You too? There's nothing wrong with creating a place for these kids to escape the war, Tsunade replied, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. If no other village dares to do it, then Orochimaru's decision is admirable. If you want to go back to Konoha and report him to Sensei, go ahead. What? Who do you think I am? Jiraiya protested, looking hurt. If Orochimaru were doing something dangerous or wrong, I wouldn't hesitate to stop him. But, this... Just then, a small voice interrupted their discussion. Excuse me. The three turned to see Yahiko looking up at them, his face serious despite his young age. I want to ask, how can we be sure you're telling the truth? He glanced between Orochimaru and his teammates, the distrust evident in his eyes. As the oldest of the three, Yahiko felt responsible for their safety. Smart kid, Orochimaru remarked with a slight smirk. But think about it, what do I gain by lying to you? If we wanted to hurt you, wouldn't it have been easier to do so already? Yahiko paused, clearly thinking it over. It made sense. If Orochimaru and his friends had wanted to kill them, they could have done it the moment they met. After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko clenched his fists and nodded. All right. We believe you. We'll go with you. A wise decision. Orochimaru's smirk widened, and he gestured for the children to follow him. He took a moment to glance at Konan and Nagato, then turned to lead the way. Yahiko and his friends exchanged a few looks, then nodded and followed close behind. Hey, Orochimaru, wait! Jiraiya called out, catching up with them. Are you just taking them to this village of yours? What else would I be doing? But, how many people are in this village? Jiraiya asked, still incredulous. A lot, Orochimaru replied smoothly. How many subordinates? Just one. What? Just one? Jiraiya spluttered. How do you plan to keep them safe? You'll understand when we get there, Orochimaru said dismissively, clearly not interested in explaining further. Seeing is better than hearing. And with that, he began to lead Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato toward the land of sound. A faint smile crept across his face as he walked, his thoughts drifting to the next steps. So, Uchiha Madara, how will you respond to this? High above, hidden in the branches of a tree, a white face slowly emerged from the bark, watching the group depart. With a snicker, the face sank back into the tree, vanishing from sight. 2 days later, in a dimly lit chamber, an elderly man lay on a stone bed, his breath shallow. His single red eye was closed as he rested. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from the wall beside him. Bad news, Madara. The boy, Nagato, was taken away by some Konoha ninjas. Madara opened his remaining Sharingan, his voice weak yet filled with authority. Explain in detail. White Zetsu gave a quick report on what he witnessed. Konoha took him, could they have discovered the Rinnegan? Madara murmured, furrowing his brow. No, that's unlikely. The Rinnegan is a myth to most of them. Even if they noticed something, it wouldn't warrant this kind of response. Right. No one knows the true power of the Rinnegan except you. Then, why would they take him? Madara closed his eye again, looking weary. Forget it. Just keep watching. I'll decide what to do later. Understood. White Zetsu nodded and sank back into the ground, disappearing from view. With the war between the three great nations temporarily at a standstill, a fragile peace settled over their borders. Under the guidance of Orochimaru, Yahiko and his friends traveled safely, avoiding any remaining dangers. Meanwhile, back in the world of shinobi, a new legend was being born. Word of the Sannin spread quickly, and soon the entire ninja world knew their names. Rumors circulated, telling of how 3 shinobi from Konoha had stood their ground and defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, the fearsome leader of Amigakure. Sure, it was 3 against 1, but to the average shinobi, even 30 fighters wouldn't stand a chance against Hanzo. People across the nations gossiped about how the Sannin had managed such a feat, and some hot-headed shinobi even considered teaming up with others to replicate the victory, hoping for their own moment of glory. But once they truly thought it over, how Hanzo's poison alone was enough to kill them, they quickly gave up on the idea. And so, as Orochimaru led Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan on their long journey across forests and mountains, the world buzzed with tales of the Sannin's exploits. After days of travel, they finally reached their destination, the land of Rice Field. Chapter 145, Seriously, why did we have to change clothes as soon as we got here? Jiraiya muttered as they walked along the dirt road. Since crossing into the land of fields, they had swapped out their battle-worn shinobi gear for simple civilian clothes. Orochimaru and Jiraiya wore plain robes, while Tsunade opted for a white top and dark green shorts. They looked like any other travelers, far removed from the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The 3 children, freshly scrubbed and dressed in clean, humble outfits, trailed behind, glancing around curiously. Orochimaru had even ditched his backpack and most of his belongings somewhere along the way, making it clear they were traveling light. Orochimaru responded to Jiraiya's complaints with a calm explanation to avoid unwanted attention. I'm establishing myself here as an independent figure. If the daimyo realizes I'm a Konoha ninja. I get it, Jiraiya nodded, falling silent. Their group of 6 continued onward, crossing into the territory of the land of rice field with little difficulty. After a smooth journey, they finally neared Orochimaru's hidden village. Orochimaru called it Sound Village, though it was little more than a collection of buildings tucked away in the dense forests of the countryside, far from his more secretive locations like the lab and armory. The village entrance was small and concealed, making it nearly impossible for any outsider to find his other bases. As they neared, several villagers recognized Orochimaru. Ah, Lord Orochimaru. Good afternoon, Orochimaru-sama. Some even bowed as he passed, their faces lit with genuine respect and admiration. Orochimaru nodded to each of them, accustomed to this reverence. In the 2 years he'd spent in the Land of Sound, he had become something of a patron saint. Most people here didn't know the true extent of his power, nor the full scope of his activities. But they did know that as long as Orochimaru was around, rogue ninja dared not cause trouble, and the villagers could live in peace and relative prosperity. Orochimaru's presence had, in their eyes, transformed the country into a safe haven. Watching this display, the rest of the group, especially Tsunade and Jiraiya, were astonished. They had always seen Orochimaru as cold and distant, but here he was practically revered. Even Jiraiya, who had always viewed Orochimaru with skepticism, couldn't help but reconsider. Could this really be the same man Toad Sage Fukasaku had mentioned in his prophecies? Wow, this is amazing! Yahiko whispered to Nagato and Konan, his eyes wide with admiration. Looks like he was telling the truth. Nagato, usually reserved, even cracked a small smile as he watched Yahiko and Konan's excitement. Originally, Nagato had been filled with resentment towards Konoha. The ninja from that village had killed his parents, and he'd always sworn he'd never go there, believing Yahiko and Konan shared his views. But when they'd learned that Orochimaru had created a village for orphans like them, something inside them shifted. Now, standing in this peaceful place, all 3 of them felt their last bits of doubt disappear. The field stretched out around them, untouched by war. The air was filled with birdsong, and for the first time in years, they felt a hint of hope. This country looks like it's in great shape, Tsunade remarked, looking around in amazement. Orochimaru, how did you manage all this? It wasn't that hard, really. Before Orochimaru could finish, 5 or 6 masked figures suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Stay back! Jiraiya shouted, instinctively moving to shield the children. Tsunade also stepped forward, ready to fight. But before they could act, the masked figures knelt in unison before Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, they greeted in unison. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade froze, stunned. What was going on? Orochimaru gave a slight nod to the masked figures and said, "They're with me. Stand down." The masked figures immediately parted, allowing Orochimaru and the others to pass. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged bewildered glances as they fell in line behind him, casting curious looks at the masked men. Over the last 2 years, Orochimaru had made significant advancements in cloning technology, allowing these clones to vary in height and build. Though they wore identical masks and outfits, their physical appearances differed. Jiraiya and Tsunade were deeply unsettled by this sight. Hadn't Orochimaru claimed that his village only had 1 person in it? So who were these masked soldiers? Seeing their confusion, Orochimaru casually explained, if you want to protect a place, you need a certain level of military strength. These are my subordinates. Since he had already chosen to bring Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan here, Orochimaru was prepared to explain things to Jiraiya and Tsunade. He knew that their ultimate wish was world peace, and what he was doing here didn't conflict with that. Your subordinates? Tsunade asked, still trying to comprehend. How did you get so many people to follow you in such a short time? Jiraiya questioned, still suspicious. Orochimaru just smirked. I'll explain it all later. For now, follow me. With that, he led the group deeper into the hidden village, leading Jiraiya and Tsunade to trail behind him, their minds racing with questions. Chapter 146, The Land of Rice Fields, a small, neutral country. It was a place that Orochimaru had managed exceptionally well. Thanks to the memories shared among his clones, Orochimaru's network operated seamlessly. The clones' data served as a kind of backup, allowing the system to retain everything Orochimaru knew and experienced. Combat expertise, business acumen, management skills, medical knowledge, it was all preserved and passed on through his clones. With this system, Orochimaru could cultivate any talent he required. If he wanted, he could even replicate himself down to the smallest detail. As they moved deeper into the forest, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others couldn't hide their growing surprise. By the time they reached the edge of Orochimaru's hidden village, their amazement had turned to outright astonishment. It was a modest settlement, perhaps only a tenth the size of Konoha. Yet it was vibrant with life. A significant number of people already lived here, many of them ordinary civilians from nearby areas. Their presence brought a sense of warmth and community, making the village feel far more alive. Every time he saw these civilians, Orochimaru couldn't help but respect his past self. Establishing a hidden village was no simple task in this era. It required not only a loyal team but also accomplishments that could attract both skilled shinobi and regular people. Only then could a village begin to grow in strength and reputation. And Orochimaru had managed to do just that. Though mining operations had largely ceased in recent years, and he no longer paid workers' wages, the village was self-sustaining. His reputation alone attracted people seeking refuge from the chaos of the world outside. Here, they could find safety, earn a living, and have food on their tables. As for anyone who thought of causing trouble, there was no need for Orochimaru's clones to intervene. The villagers themselves, out of admiration and loyalty, were quick to deal with dissent. What? Someone dared to speak ill of Lord Orochimaru? What? Someone was caught gossiping about Orochimaru behind his back? They might get one warning, maybe two, but a third offense meant expulsion from the village. And for those forced out, the clones ensured they were dealt with as traitors to the village. In short, Orochimaru's authority in the village was absolute. He was revered to the point that no one even dared to discuss him in private. The law enforcement squads formed by the villagers were more than capable of maintaining order, not to mention the additional oversight from the clones, who held a higher authority. Lord Orochimaru, welcome back. At the entrance to the village stood Chana, a young woman with short red hair, flanked by 8 clones. She bowed respectfully as she greeted Orochimaru. The sudden appearance of this girl stirred an odd feeling in Tsunade. Though Chana wasn't particularly beautiful, she had a maturity to her, and her voice carried a gentle warmth. Combined with the respectful way she addressed Orochimaru, Tsunade's instincts as a woman told her there might be something more between them. Orochimaru, oblivious to Tsunade's thoughts, gave Chana a slight nod. Let's go inside. We'll talk there. Yes, of course. Please, follow me, sirs. Chana replied, bowing again. As they walked through the village, whispers followed them. Who are these people Lord Chana is personally welcoming? I don't recognize most of them, but I know Lord Orochimaru. Oh, really? Which one is Orochimaru-sama? Are you serious? You must be new here. How could you not know Lord Orochimaru? Haha, exactly. When you live here, you don't need to know anyone else, but Orochimaru-sama is a must. The hushed conversations painted a clear picture of Orochimaru's high standing in the village. His influence was evident in the way people spoke of him, and even Kana, who had been taken in by him, was now regarded by the villagers with respect simply due to her association with him. Finally, Orochimaru led Jiraiya and Tsunade to the tallest building in the village. It was the main office of the Sound Village, similar in function to the Kage offices in other hidden villages. When Orochimaru stopped, Chana and the clones halted as well, waiting for further instructions. "Chana," Orochimaru said, turning to her. "Yes, sir?" Chana responded respectfully. "These are the orphans I recently adopted. Please make arrangements for them. There are 2 older women on the east side of the village who can help take care of them." "Good. Take them there for now." "Understood," Chana said with another respectful nod. She then knelt down and addressed Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan with a warm smile. "Would you like to come with me, children?" she asked gently. Will Lord Orochimaru?" Yahiko hesitated. "Lord Orochimaru has some important matters to attend to," Chana reassured them. "But I'll take you to see where you'll be staying. It's a place he prepared just for you." "Just for us?" Yahiko and the others stared in wonder. Despite being somewhat prepared, it was hard to believe this was real. A place of safety, just for orphans like them, it was almost too good to be true. "Of course! Come along!" Chana encouraged them with a gentle smile. As an orphan herself, Chana had a natural affinity for children. Within minutes, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were already beginning to trust her. Nagato, quiet as always, studied Chana closely, noticing her red hair. She too took note of Nagato's unusual appearance, but said nothing, focusing instead on Orochimaru's instructions. As Chana led the 3 children away, Jiraiya and Tsunade were left with Orochimaru, trying to find the words to express their shock. "Orochimaru, are you really?" Tsunade started, but trailed off, unsure how to finish. Throughout their journey here, Orochimaru had given them one revelation after another. Each surprise had been greater than the last, until they could hardly be surprised anymore. Orochimaru didn't respond immediately. He simply gestured for them to follow him inside. Once they were seated in the Sound Village's main office, he began to explain everything he had done. As he spoke, Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. The more they learned, the more their disbelief grew. When Orochimaru finally revealed that all of his subordinates were clones, both of them who had thought they had seen it all were left speechless. "Clones? Are you serious?" While other ninja were busy studying forbidden techniques or taming tailed beasts, Orochimaru had somehow developed cloning technology. When he finished, Orochimaru leaned back, watching their expressions. "So, if you have any questions, now's the time to ask." Jiraiya let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "Questions? I don't even know where to start. You're something else." But before he could say more, Tsunade suddenly threw her arms around Orochimaru, wrapping him in an enthusiastic hug. Her laughter was light and joyful. "Haha, Orochimaru, you're incredible." Jiraiya blinked, momentarily stunned, before smiling wryly. Slowly, he rose to his feet and quietly left the office, closing the door behind him to give them privacy. Though a small pang of sadness tugged at his heart, he knew when it was time to step aside. Chapter 147, Jiraiya wasn't a fool, and neither was Tsunade. Just from listening to Orochimaru's explanations, they both understood the immense potential of his cloning technology. If left unchecked, Orochimaru could eventually amass a force powerful enough to challenge the entire ninja world. It was something anyone with foresight could see coming. But right now, Orochimaru wasn't using this power for domination. Instead, he applied his groundbreaking technology to protect civilians and provide a sanctuary for orphans. For Jiraiya and Tsunade, there was nothing to object to. As strange as it all seemed, it was still something they could accept. Would Orochimaru's ambitions change as his forces grew? Would he eventually set his sights on ruling the ninja world? They couldn't be certain of that. But just the mere possibility wasn't enough to make them oppose him. It wasn't in the nature of either Jiraiya or Tsunade to condemn someone for hypothetical futures. They couldn't bring themselves to stop Orochimaru, not when he was doing so much good. In the office of the Sound Village. At that moment, Tsunade was seated comfortably on Orochimaru's lap, her arms loosely wrapped around his neck. She looked happier than she had in a long time, entirely unconcerned with the unusual closeness of their current position. She was simply proud. proud of what Orochimaru had achieved and of the strength he displayed. Building a village to protect an entire country with his own power? Even if it was a small country, it was an incredible feat. In this war-torn era, any woman would be proud to have such a capable partner. Tsunade was no exception. But for Orochimaru, this moment felt different. He could swear that in all the years he'd known Tsunade, he had never been this close to her. Her scent, her touch, it was all overwhelming. He hadn't been with a woman for over 2 decades. He could feel the suppressed tension bubbling up, his mind nudging him to seize this moment. Tsunade. You're my girlfriend, right? Of course. Why do you sound so serious all of a sudden? There's a room right next to this office. Tsunade, who had been enjoying the glow of Orochimaru's achievements, suddenly looked up, momentarily caught off guard. Huh? A room next door? She blinked, not quite processing his intent. What, do you mean? Orochimaru didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at her with a slight smirk, his eyes lingering on her face. Without the diamond-shaped mark of the Ein seal on her forehead, she looked younger, more carefree. Her beauty, combined with her strong yet gentle demeanor, made her exactly the kind of woman any man would dream of. Through the large, floor-to-ceiling window in the office, one could see the two of them, seated close together, their fatigue from the journey melting away in this quiet moment. Orochimaru hadn't lied. There was indeed a small room next to the office, a modest space intended as a resting area for long hours at work. But now, it was serving an unexpected purpose. No one would disturb them here. The Sound Village was populated only by Orochimaru's clones and civilians, and there were no pressing matters requiring his attention. This space was truly theirs alone. Orochimaru, are you really serious about here? Tsunade stammered, her voice holding a hint of nervousness. She had imagined this moment might come one day, but not like this, and not so suddenly. But nervousness wasn't going to stop her. Not now. Orochimaru might lack practical experience, but as a reincarnator, he was thoroughly knowledgeable in theory. He swiftly eased Tsunade's initial reluctance, his hands softly stroking her tender curves and soft peaks. Tsunade responded with complete cooperation, her waist writhing and her legs instinctively wrapping around Orochimaru. Before long, wild moans filled the air continuously, and in the secluded, intimate setting, time seemed to lose all meaning for the two of them. Outside the office, Jiraiya leaned against the wall, trying to push away the nagging feeling in his chest. It was a strange, hollow sensation, though he didn't want to dwell on it. Instead, his attention was drawn to the village around him. Wait, were those actual shops? As he walked around, he noticed the cheerful expressions on the villagers' faces. There was a vibrancy to this place, an atmosphere that rivaled even Konoha. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and disbelief. This place has almost the same atmosphere as Konoha, he murmured. Orochimaru, you really did something amazing here. As he continued wandering, the villagers greeted him with surprising warmth and respect, recognizing him as a friend of Orochimaru's. Is that really Lord Orochimaru's companion? One villager asked. Yes, that's him, another answered excitedly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed by the attention. Amazing! Orochimaru-sama is incredible, so his friends must be too. Of course! He must be a powerful ninja as well. Well, I'd like to think so. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Haha, is that so? He couldn't help but feel flattered, but the villagers' praise also sparked a lingering question in his mind. Hey, he asked one of the villagers, why do you all admire Orochimaru so much? Is he really as great as you say? Chapter 148, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel suspicious of the villagers' attitude. The respect and admiration they had for Orochimaru seemed almost surreal. A thought crossed his mind, could these villagers be constructs Orochimaru created himself? Or was he caught in some kind of illusion? In Jiraiya's mind, even high-ranking nobles in major countries didn't inspire this kind of reverence. Huh? You're one of Lord Orochimaru's companions, aren't you? A villager asked, noticing Jiraiya's puzzled expression. How come you don't know all this? Yeah, it's kind of strange, another villager agreed. Oh, that's because I've been away for years, traveling the world, Jiraiya responded, quickly coming up with an excuse. I haven't seen him in a long time. Ah, I see. The simple explanation seemed to satisfy the villagers. They were straightforward people and didn't question Jiraiya further. In fact, they began eagerly sharing stories about Orochimaru and everything he had done for them. As Jiraiya listened, he pieced together the bigger picture. Orochimaru had initially employed some locals to work in his mines, providing them wages. Later, to make things easier, he allowed the workers and their families to settle in this hidden village. Using clones, he protected them from the threat of wandering ninjas, creating a safe environment where they could live without fear. In other words, Sound Village truly served as a shield for this region, keeping its people safe. After hearing all of this, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Even for a Kage-level shinobi, managing something like this wasn't easy. Protecting an entire village, creating a safe haven, it was a huge responsibility. Could Orochimaru really be the child of prophecy? Jiraiya murmured to himself, deep in thought. The prophecy from the great Toad Sage had foretold the coming of a figure who would transform the entire ninja world. And Orochimaru's actions here, building a peaceful community, protecting people from harm, certainly had the potential to bring about change on a grand scale. Maybe it made sense that Orochimaru was the child of prophecy. But the Toad Sage had also said that this prophesied child would be Jiraiya's disciple. If Orochimaru isn't the child of prophecy, then who is it? Jiraiya wondered aloud, feeling increasingly conflicted. Why do I feel like that person is right here, so close? Lost in thought, Jiraiya continued walking towards Sound Village, his mind swirling with doubts. Just then, a burst of cheerful laughter interrupted his musings. Ha ha! This is incredible! Yahiko stretched his arms, his face lit up with excitement. There's no war here, and the villagers are so friendly. Yeah, it's almost too good to believe. Conan chimed in, looking around at the peaceful surroundings with a bright smile. They were still just children, and despite their hardships, they hadn't become jaded. After receiving Orochimaru's kindness and seeing this peaceful life with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be drawn to it. In the world they knew, especially in smaller countries, who didn't long for a stable life without war? Nagato, too, couldn't hide a small smile as he looked at his two friends. He wasn't smiling because he was overjoyed himself, but because seeing Yahiko and Conan happy warmed his heart. Ever since he'd lost his parents, these two had been his whole world. Chana, who had been listening to the children, gave a gentle smile. So, do you like it here? Of course! Yahiko replied enthusiastically. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. Oh? How does it feel here? Jiraiya asked, amused by Yahiko's enthusiasm. Yahiko launched into an excited description of everything he had seen, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Jiraiya's gaze had shifted. He was staring at Nagato. A light breeze blew, and Nagato's long red hair swayed, revealing his eyes, the legendary Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat as he took in the sight. Could it really be? As a summoner of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya knew very well what the Rinnegan symbolized. These were the eyes of a legend, the Sage of Six Paths, the mythical founder of ninjutsu. Jiraiya had traveled the world for years, but he had never expected to see these eyes with his own. He hadn't noticed before, but now, seeing them up close, he could hardly believe it. How could he have these eyes? Jiraiya's mind raced, and a chill ran through him. Could this child be? On the other side of the village, in a room adjacent to Sound Village's main office, the atmosphere had returned to calm. Orochimaru never would have expected that he'd end up sitting here in his Sound Village office, chatting with Tsunade of all people. The thought alone felt surreal. Hey, Orochimaru, What's on your mind? Tsunade's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Orochimaru blinked, coming back to the present. Oh, nothing. I was just noticing it's getting dark outside. Do you want to grab something to eat? Hold on. Just wait a moment, Tsunade said, her voice soft but firm. Why? Orochimaru asked, slightly confused. Tsunade's lips curved into a gentle smile. Because there was no need for Orochimaru to worry about anything outside tonight. You've been staring at it for so long. Want to feel it again? As Tsunade spoke, she untied her robe, and her massive peaks spilled out. Orochimaru gently played with them, kneading and shaping them in his hands. Thus, the night carried on, peaceful, quiet, and unforgettable. Chapter 149. In the early morning, a sliver of sunlight slipped through the gap in the window, casting a warm glow into the room. Orochimaru stirred, feeling the warmth of the sun. Tsunade, resting her head on his arm, slowly opened her eyes, a contented smile on her face. Awake so early, she murmured. It's not that early, Orochimaru replied. Do you want breakfast? Whatever you feel like making, she said with a soft laugh. Then hand me my clothes, he said, reaching out. Forget it. Why don't you just stay and chat with me a little longer? All right, he said with a faint smile, settling back down. After a night of restless energy, Orochimaru felt oddly calm. He had entered a kind of sage mode, his mind clear and his impulses at rest. They talked idly for a while before finally getting up, grabbing a quick bite, and freshening up. The two took turns in the bathroom, washing and dressing. Orochimaru felt energized and Tsunade looked radiant. As he stood there, he found himself wondering why he'd ever been drawn to anyone else. Really, it wasn't hard to understand. Throughout history, powerful men often had multiple women by their side. Even in modern societies that favored monogamy, this tendency lingered. Orochimaru now saw it as a natural law: the strong attract others, while the less fortunate struggle alone. And as for people saying Orochimaru didn't need companionship, since he could create life himself, well, no artificial creation could compare to a real, vibrant woman. That much was clear. After getting dressed, Orochimaru led Tsunade out of the office and found Chana, his assistant, who began briefing him on the recent activities in the village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was off in the distance, playing with the three children. Yet, as an experienced ninja, he noticed details most would miss. Seeing Tsunade walking beside Orochimaru, looking especially cheerful, made his heart sink. Sighing, Jiraiya slipped away to a quiet corner at the far end of the village, where he could let out his feelings alone. It was the silent, unspoken sadness of a man who had lost something precious, a feeling not many would understand. The next few days passed smoothly. Orochimaru completed his inspections, addressing any small issues Chana hadn't managed to solve, and checked the village's various strongholds. Everything seemed to be running well, with no major problems. Once he was satisfied, he prepared to return to Konoha. Jiraiya, however, found an excuse to stay behind. You're really sure you want to stay? Orochimaru asked, slightly surprised. In the original timeline, Jiraiya had stayed to teach Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin ninjutsu for several years, but that had been in Amigakure. Now that Orochimaru had brought the children here, they were safe. Why did Jiraiya still want to stay? Jiraiya nodded firmly. Yeah. The war isn't exactly pressing right now, so there's no urgent need for me back in Konoha. Besides, watching you play house isn't my idea of a good time. I'd rather stay here and do something useful, he added with a smirk. Orochimaru glanced over at Jiraiya and then at the three kids, as if reading between the lines. Fine. If you're determined, I won't stop you. But I have to warn you about something. Oh? What's that? Don't get any ideas about snooping around my experimental bases. Without permission, my clones are programmed to attack intruders on sight. They're all networked together, so they'll keep coming until the threat is eliminated. Jiraiya blinked, stunned. After a moment, he swallowed hard. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to try something like that. You say that now, Orochimaru replied, his tone merciless. But knowing you, I wouldn't put it past you to get curious. Orochimaru's warning was genuine. The clones operated on strict protocols. After years of developing them, he had a force of over 600 clones, all trained to protect his secrets. His labs and arsenals were off-limits to anyone without explicit clearance. Even the daimyo avoided these restricted zones. The clones were no joke. They were all at Jonin level and equipped with Sharingan, an overwhelming force even a Kage would struggle against. Unless someone like the third Reikage himself, with his near-impenetrable defenses, attempted to storm the base, even Hiruzen wouldn't stand a chance. If Jiraiya tried to infiltrate on a whim, he'd likely be walking to his death. Orochimaru's warning wasn't lost on Tsunade either. She had learned about the clones recently, and she added, Jiraiya, don't be an idiot. This isn't something you can treat as a joke. We don't want to find you dead next time we come back. She and Orochimaru knew Jiraiya better than anyone. He had a mischievous streak that often made him reckless. Even after all these years, he still had the same troublemaking habits. Yeah, I get it, Jiraiya grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. But deep down, he knew they were right. Truth be told, he had considered sneaking a peek at Orochimaru's base. The whole clone army concept was intriguing, and he couldn't help but feel curious about how it was all done. But now that he'd heard just how lethal those clones could be, he had to admit defeat. Teasing Orochimaru was one thing, but risking his life was another. After making the necessary arrangements, Orochimaru and Tsunade finally set off, leaving Sound Village behind. Jiraiya watched them disappear into the distance, walking side by side, and sighed. What else could he do but wish them well? Sensei, we're ready, a small voice spoke up from behind him. Turning around, Jiraiya saw Yahiko staring at him eagerly, full of energy and excitement. All right then, Jiraiya said, shaking off his melancholy. Let's get to it. Chapter 150, Jiraiya didn't end up staying in Amigakure but instead chose to remain in Sound Village. It was surprising, yet Orochimaru understood why. It wasn't just because Nagato might be the child of prophecy, but also due to the complicated bond between the three of them. When they were younger, Jiraiya harbored a crush on Tsunade. But now, seeing her and Orochimaru together, he would inevitably feel awkward if he were constantly around them. Orochimaru and Tsunade might not mind, but Jiraiya would likely feel out of place. So, in his own way, Jiraiya chose to distance himself. Tsunade, too, understood Jiraiya's reasons. She didn't try to persuade him otherwise because, in truth, it wasn't her place to do so. Jiraiya's feelings for her weren't exactly a secret, and though she had rejected him multiple times, he had never truly let go. What more could she say? Sometimes, no matter how deeply you care for someone, if the feeling isn't mutual, there's nothing that can be done. Some might win over others through persistence, but when a better option exists, why settle? This was Jiraiya's struggle to bear, not hers. A few days later, in the afternoon. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Orochimaru and Tsunade returned to report on their mission and explain their prolonged absence. Naturally, they kept the details of Sound Village under wraps. While withholding information from superiors might be seen as disloyal, Orochimaru had never seen himself as bound by strict loyalty to Konoha's authority. And as for Tsunade? She'd never been one to follow rules for the sake of it. Influenced by Orochimaru, she didn't feel the need to disclose everything either. After hearing their report, including Jiraiya's decision to stay behind, Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Since the war has indeed calmed down, if Jiraiya has made his choice, let him be. Understood, they replied. Hiruzen took a deep drag on his pipe, blowing a smoke ring into the air. You two have come a long way. Take some time to rest. Yes, Sensei, Orochimaru and Tsunade replied, bowing before leaving the office. As they walked out, Hiruzen's gaze lingered on Orochimaru, lost in thought. As they returned to the village, Orochimaru noticed a shift in the way people looked at them. The villager's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Upon asking around, he learned that the title of Sannin had spread throughout Konoha. It seemed Hanzo of the Salamander, who had named them the legendary Sannin, had unwittingly given them a huge boost in reputation. Outside the Hokage's office, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru with a smile. "Want to come over to my place?" Now that their relationship had deepened, there was a warmth and familiarity between them that hadn't been there before. As Jiraiya once said, only after true connection could they really be considered a couple. Seeing Orochimaru hesitate, Tsunade took his arm playfully. "Come on. You've got nothing waiting for you at home. Besides, it'll be good for you to visit Nawaki." "Nawaki?" "Right, of course. Let's go." Orochimaru didn't object. The idea of returning to an empty home had little appeal. As they walked, a thought struck Orochimaru. Maybe this emptiness was part of the reason his alternate self in another timeline had eventually betrayed Konoha. He'd lost his parents at a young age and lacked any true bonds in the village. For someone like that, it wouldn't be hard to turn against the place he had no real attachment to, especially if influenced by someone like Danzo. Tsunade's home was in the Senju compound, located in Konoha village. It wasn't his first time visiting, but it had been a long time since he'd been here. He recalled how lively the compound used to be, bustling with members of the Senju clan. But now, aside from Tsunade's house and the quarters of Uzumaki Mido, most of the buildings were empty or occupied by ordinary villagers. The Senju were no longer a thriving clan. Even Tsunade's house carried an air of loneliness, the silence almost oppressive. "Big sister! Orochimaru-sensei! You're back!" A young boy's voice broke the stillness as Nawaki came running over with a bright smile. Orochimaru's return to the village might have seemed uneventful on the surface, but several people had taken notice, particularly Danzo and the Uchiha clan. It made sense that Danzo would be interested. He still had ambitions to regain influence in Konoha and saw Orochimaru as a potential ally. But the Uchiha clan's attention was intriguing. They were keen to understand Orochimaru's position and his relationship with Hiruzen. If possible, they wanted to leverage his influence to ease the pressure they faced from Konoha's leadership. The Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha, yet they had been pushed into the shadows within their own village. Understandably, they were restless and looking for any advantage. Orochimaru, for his part, also had an interest in the Uchiha clan. It wasn't just idle curiosity, it was about power. Specifically, the power of their eyes. In the past, he hadn't considered the importance of ocular power. He had been content with his own abilities. But after bringing Nagato back, he found himself drawn to the potential of the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes that Nagato possessed, those still dormant. To harness the full power of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru knew he would need a considerable amount of spiritual energy and physical preparation. In short, if he wanted to fully awaken and control the Rinnegan, he'd need to obtain Uchiha genetic material to cultivate his own Sharingan and, eventually, fuse it into a pair of Mangekyo. "Orochimaru, is something wrong with the food? Why aren't you eating?" Tsunade's voice cut through his thoughts. No, I was just thinking about something," Orochimaru replied, snapping back to reality. He picked up the bowl of soup she had made and took a sip. A strange taste hit his tongue immediately, and he barely managed to swallow before turning to the side and coughing. What is this?" "Ha ha ha." Nawaki burst out laughing, clapping his hands. "Sensei, you're so brave, actually eating my sister's cooking." Chapter 151. In this era, there wasn't much in terms of leisure or entertainment, and with dinnertime approaching, Tsunade suggested she could cook something for them. It wasn't often they got time like this, so why not? Orochimaru went along with it. Following her instructions, he entertained Nawaki while Tsunade busied herself in the kitchen. To be honest, this was the first time he'd ever seen Tsunade cook. In the past, such an idea would have been absurd. Between their missions and their own personal goals, there had never been an opportunity for something so domestic. But as they sat down to eat, Orochimaru noticed that Nawaki was eyeing the food with a strange grin. The boy didn't seem eager to dig in, and now Orochimaru was starting to understand why. Tsunade, as a princess of the Senju clan, seemed to have inherited none of the culinary skills one might expect. "Is it really that bad?" Tsunade asked, seeing the hesitant looks on their faces. She fidgeted, clearly embarrassed, tracing circles on the table with her fingers as if hoping to escape the scrutiny. "It's not just bad," Orochimaru muttered, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He looked at her, genuinely puzzled. "You really had no idea about your own cooking skills?" I thought I had improved," Tsunade said, looking a little hurt. She took a spoonful of the miso soup she prepared, hoping they were exaggerating. "Ugh." Her face twisted immediately, and she barely managed to cover her mouth before dashing to the trash can, spitting out what she'd tasted. "Ha ha. See, even you can't stand it." Nawaki burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he watched his sister suffer. Seeing her defeated expression, Orochimaru sighed. "All right, let me handle it." The food was overly salty, poorly cooked, and the texture was indescribable. Only someone who tried it could understand the true horror. Even he, who had braved numerous dangers, found himself at a loss. You're going to cook?" Tsunade looked at him in surprise. "Wait, sensei, you know how to cook?" Nawaki asked, equally stunned. As it turned out, Orochimaru not only knew how to cook but was actually quite skilled. After all, he hadn't grown up spoiled, he'd learned a lot from taking care of himself. And with 2 lifetimes of experience, he'd had plenty of practice. Orochimaru moved to the kitchen, where everything was already prepared. His movements were efficient and precise, as if he'd done this 1,000 times. Tsunade and Nawaki watched in awe. "Wow, he's amazing," Tsunade murmured. "Sis, is this really Orochimaru-sensei?" Nawaki asked, astonished. In no time, Orochimaru had whipped up sushi, miso soup, and a variety of other dishes, each plated beautifully and filling the air with a delicious aroma. As Tsunade and Nawaki dug in, their respect for Orochimaru only grew. To them, he was no longer just a powerful shinobi, he was also someone with an unexpected warmth, a side they hadn't seen before. For Tsunade, this only solidified her feelings for him. Nawaki, on the other hand, went from seeing him as a role model to viewing him as the ideal role model, a true hero. When dinner was over, night had fallen, and it was time for Orochimaru to head out. After a long conversation with Tsunade, he was ready to leave the Senju compound. But before he did, Tsunade leaned in close and whispered something in his ear, her face turning red as she spoke. "Are you sure?" Orochimaru asked, surprised by her offer. "Why yes, of course, if you don't want to, then just forget it," she stammered, her cheeks flushed. A sly smile crept onto his face. "I'd like that. But I have something to handle right now. I'll see you soon." "All right. I'll be waiting." Konoha was a vast village, almost like a small city, with a population somewhere between 150,000 and 200,000. Between the training grounds, the academy, the hospital, and the towering Hokage Rock, it covered an impressive area. Becoming Hokage in such a place was no small feat. But although Konoha was strong, its internal politics were a mess. Power struggles ran deep, especially among Hiruzen, Danzo, and the Uchiha clan. And in this political landscape, the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly the weakest. Lacking both influence and the trust of the people, they were forced to endure constant suppression. Not that any of this concerned Orochimaru. He had no interest in becoming Hokage or engaging in Konoha's politics. For him, the time spent on such matters was better invested in his research and experiments. On his way to the root base to meet with Danzo, Orochimaru encountered an Uchiha man who seemed to recognize him. "Lord Orochimaru," the man called out. Orochimaru turned, realizing he knew the man. "You're Uchiha Akihara, aren't you?" "Haha, Lord Orochimaru has a great memory." Akihara said, clearly pleased. It's an honor to run into you. Beside him was a young girl with black hair, around 12 or 13 years old. The girl bowed respectfully. Hello, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru looked at her with mild interest. Is this your daughter? Yes, she is, Akihara said, scratching his head sheepishly. We just had dinner, and I thought we'd go for a walk. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on the girl. She's adorable. Has she awakened her Sharingan yet? Akihara's smile faded slightly, looking embarrassed. Well, her talent is a bit limited. She's still a genin. Orochimaru nodded. He understood the Uchiha's awakening process better than most. The Sharingan typically activated under intense emotional strain, often linked to moments of life and death. A young genin like her, who hadn't yet faced serious danger, wouldn't have unlocked it. A thought crossed Orochimaru's mind. So, she hasn't awakened it yet. That's a shame. But I might have something that could help with that. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small scroll, summoning a vial filled with a clear, shimmering liquid. Akihara's eyes widened as he took the vial from Orochimaru, looking puzzled. My lord, what is this? Try giving it to her, Orochimaru said with a hint of a smile. It might help her unlock her eyes. Akihara and his daughter were stunned, processing what he just said. Unlocking her eyes? Did he mean the Sharingan? The idea was almost unthinkable. The Uchiha clan had always believed the Sharingan could only awaken through intense emotional turmoil, through blood and tears. Could this vial really bypass that process? Dad, Lord Orochimaru is leaving, the girl whispered, nudging him as she noticed Orochimaru already walking away. Huh? Oh, yes, I hadn't even thanked him. Akihara looked flustered. Mikoto, you go home first. Aren't you coming with me? I have something I need to take care of. The girl, whose name was Mikoto, nodded, a bit confused. All right, Dad. Chapter 152. As a core member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Akihara understood precisely what his clan leader, Uchiha Soyama, intended. The clan had taken an interest in Orochimaru's talents, particularly his skill in weapon and experimental development. Soyama wanted the Uchiha to establish a closer relationship with Orochimaru, ideally to gain insight into his capabilities and background. While everyone knew Orochimaru was Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, not much else was known about his loyalties or ambitions. If Orochimaru's relationship with Hiruzen was strong, perhaps the Uchiha could build a bridge through him, hoping he could act as a mediator with the Hokage. However, if the bond between Orochimaru and Hiruzen was weak, the Uchiha clan could try to win him over privately, extracting whatever advantages they could from an alliance with him. In any case, building a connection with Orochimaru was seen as a low-risk, high-reward strategy for the Uchiha clan. But now, Orochimaru had handed Akihara a mysterious potion, claiming it might help his daughter awaken her Sharingan. This unexpected gesture threw Akihara for a loop. Unsure of Orochimaru's true intentions, he decided it was best to take the vial directly to Uchiha Soyama. Inside the clan leader's home, Uchiha Soyama examined the transparent liquid for a long time, swirling it in the light as if hoping to unlock its secrets. He said this could help unlock the Sharingan? Soyama asked, his tone skeptical. Not exactly, Akihara replied, choosing his words carefully. He only said it might help. He didn't guarantee anything. Soyama narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, his mind racing. What is this all about? To his knowledge, Orochimaru had recently participated in developing 2 experimental potions for Konoha, one to strengthen genes, and another to repair genetic damage. However, those had been credited to the medical ninja Haruno. Few knew Orochimaru was the true developer of these potions, not even Soyama himself. Because of this lack of information, Soyama was left speculating. What could Orochimaru's intentions be? Have you seen anything like this potion elsewhere in the village? Soyama mused aloud. Is it possible this was created by that girl Tsunade? Akihara shook his head. No, this is the first I've seen of it. Soyama sighed, his brows furrowing. What else did Orochimaru say? Nothing much. He just commented on how cute my daughter was, asked if she'd unlocked her Sharingan yet, and then handed me this. Your daughter? Makoto? Yes. Very well. Call Makoto here, Soyama ordered, his voice firm. Yes, right away. Meanwhile, at Root's headquarters, Orochimaru found himself standing before Danzo, who presented him with a vial containing 3 Sharingan eyes preserved in a solution. The sight made Orochimaru suppress a chuckle. He couldn't help but think that Danzo's collection was unimpressive, to say the least. Only 3? Orochimaru muttered, barely able to hide his amusement. After all the effort Danzo had invested, navigating the chaos of the Second Great Ninja War, creating secret units, and scouring battlefields, he'd only managed to collect 3 Sharingan? If it weren't for the timing, Orochimaru would have almost considered giving him a few from his own personal stash. Danzo, oblivious to Orochimaru's thoughts, shrugged with indifference. The battlefield is chaotic, and the Uchiha clan has a dedicated team for corpse retrieval. Securing even 3 Sharingan is an accomplishment. Orochimaru forced down his smirk, giving a slight nod. Fair enough. Even if I can't help you with the first Hokage cell transplant just yet, at least I can implant 1 Sharingan for you. It should make it easier for you to maintain control over Root. Will you be performing the surgery? Danzo asked, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Of course, Orochimaru replied. I wouldn't trust anyone else with such a delicate procedure. Root did have a few medical ninjas on staff, but their skill was limited. And given the nature of the operation and the secrecy required, Danzo was right to place his trust in Orochimaru. Then let's proceed, Danzo said, his face expressionless. The surgery took place in a secluded, underground lab on the outskirts of the village. Orochimaru had this area cleaned regularly during his absences, and he kept surgical tools with him at all times. After a quick sterilization of the equipment, he was ready to begin. Danzo lay on the operating table, his face betraying a flicker of unease. Don't you need to prepare more? No need, Orochimaru said calmly, arranging his tools. I'm already very familiar with the process of cell transplantation. With your current physical condition, 1 Sharingan shouldn't pose any issues. We only need to address the natural rejection your body might have to the Sharingan. Understood, Danzo replied, his tone tense but steady. Orochimaru picked up a syringe and drew several doses of a specialized solution, injecting them directly into Danzo's shoulder. What is that? Danzo asked, wincing slightly at the injection. This is a serum to reduce the body's rejection of the Sharingan, Orochimaru explained nonchalantly. He wasn't lying, non-Uchiha bodies often rejected the Sharingan, which was why the Sharingan rarely ended up outside the Uchiha clan. In the absence of first Hokage cells, the likelihood of success for an outsider transplant was low. The exceptions were rare cases, like Kakashi, whose unique circumstances allowed him to adapt to his transplanted Sharingan. But Orochimaru knew that even Kakashi's case was an anomaly. Unfazed, Orochimaru picked up his scalpel and approached Danzo's exposed eye socket. The sight of Konoha's notorious leader lying defenseless in front of him was strangely satisfying. At this moment, Orochimaru held complete power over the man. The thought crossed his mind that it would be easy to end Danzo here and now. 1 quick slice, and Konoha's most dangerous schemer would be sent to the afterlife. But Orochimaru dismissed the idea. Killing Danzo would be wasteful. There was still so much he could gain by keeping the man alive, so many favors and resources Danzo could provide. For now, he was more valuable as an ally. The operation itself went smoothly. Within an hour, Orochimaru had completed the transplant, inserting the Sharingan into Danzo's right eye socket. Give it a try, Orochimaru said, stepping back. Slowly, Danzo opened his eye, adjusting to the new clarity in his vision. He raised a hand in front of his face, flexing his fingers, marveling at the increased sharpness and detail. Impressive. I can already feel the power, he murmured, clenching his fist as if to test his own strength. Chapter 153, with Orochimaru's help, Danzo's newly implanted Sharingan was now wrapped under a layer of bandages. How Danzo would explain his new eye to Hiruzen was none of Orochimaru's concern. In reality, Orochimaru had other methods of granting the Sharingan to non-Uchiha individuals. One was through genetic fusion, while the other was genetic modification. However, genetic modification could only be applied to infants, and genetic fusion didn't produce visible effects immediately. Therefore, for Danzo, Orochimaru had opted for the more straightforward method, cell transplantation. Reflecting on his work, Orochimaru couldn't help but note the irony. He used to despise Danzo for his ruthless ambition, his willingness to sacrifice others to achieve his goals, and the countless tragedies he caused. Many lives had been ruined because of him. But after working with Danzo more closely, Orochimaru found a strange pity for the man. Danzo wanted power but lacked the means to achieve it fully. He longed to become Hokage, to unify the ninja world, and to gain strength by any means necessary. In pursuit of this dream, he grafted the first Hokage's cells, implanted Sharingan, and transformed himself into a vessel brimming with forbidden jutsu. He altered his body to the point where he was neither fully human nor a proper shinobi. And after all his efforts, he was ultimately killed by a teenage Uchiha Sasuke. It was almost tragic in a way. For all his ambition and scheming, Danzo's end had been as pitiful as his life. Of course, sympathy was one thing. Orochimaru had no intention of sharing his most precious secret with Danzo. The gene fusion fluid was Orochimaru's most valuable creation, on par with his cloning technology. This fluid allowed genes from different bloodlines to merge seamlessly, granting ordinary people access to powerful bloodline abilities. The gene fusion fluid could combine multiple bloodlines into a single formula or simply enhance one specific trait. However, it had a limitation: it had to be prepared with the target genes in mind beforehand. Once created, new genes couldn't be added to an existing batch. Nevertheless, the gene fusion fluid was invaluable. It could grant even those without a special bloodline the chance to wield extraordinary abilities. Would Orochimaru ever consider giving something so valuable to Danzo? Absolutely not. Orochimaru currently had 2 batches of finished gene fusion fluid. One was infused with the Senju clan's sage body, and the other with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The fusion process was similar to his biological evolution fluid, with only 1 application allowed per year to avoid diminishing effects. But for Orochimaru, who already possessed both Senju and Uchiha bloodline traits, this limitation wasn't a problem. As Danzo left the lab, his right eye now covered with a bandage, Orochimaru stretched and allowed himself a small moment of relief. If you want Uchiha genes, relying on Danzo isn't going to cut it, Orochimaru muttered to himself. The war's been raging for this long, and all he managed to bring back were 3 measly Sharingan? Pathetic. Orochimaru almost felt sorry for Danzo. Good thing he'd been proactive and given Uchiha Akihara a mental stimulant potion for his daughter. Otherwise, if he had to wait for Danzo to gather enough Uchiha genes to support his own ambitions of unlocking the Mangekyo, he'd be waiting until the Uchiha clan massacre 20 years into the future. Orochimaru didn't have that kind of time. After tidying up the lab, Orochimaru slipped his hands into his pockets and headed back home. As he opened the door, a soft figure practically fell into his arms. The warmth and softness pressed against him instantly lifted his mood. "Nawaki's asleep?" he asked softly. Tsunade murmured, smiling up at him. "Then I'll take a quick shower first." "No need," she whispered, looping her arms around his neck. "Just stay like this." In that moment, all the rumors of Tsunade's supposed bad habits and fiery temper faded away. She was soft, gentle, and full of warmth, a side few got to see. Orochimaru had only one thought as he held her. So soft. Meanwhile, across the village in the Uchiha compound, a sudden exclamation broke the evening quiet. "Ah! My eyes!" The sound of shattering glass followed, and a young girl's pained voice echoed in the room. "What's wrong, Mikoto?" Uchiha Akihara rushed to his daughter's side, heart pounding. Mikoto was clutching her eyes, her face twisted in pain. As proud as the Uchiha could be, they still fiercely protected their children. Akihara and the clan had trusted that Orochimaru's intentions were genuine. Though he was aligned with Sarutobi's faction, Orochimaru had no known grievances with the Uchiha, especially not with Mikoto. Even if the potion didn't work, they hadn't considered the possibility of harm. Orochimaru had no reason to poison them or cause injury, they believed. But now... Dad, my eyes, they hurt. Mikoto's voice trembled as she knelt on the floor, hands covering her eyes. Damn it! Akihara clenched his fists. How could this happen? Orochimaru has no reason to harm you. He struggled to reconcile what was happening with what he knew of Orochimaru. Why would Orochimaru do this? What motive could he possibly have? At that moment, a woman in a house robe rushed into the room, eyes wide with panic as she took in the broken glass and Mikoto's distress. Akihara, what's going on here? She asked, voice trembling. Akihara was at a loss for words. How could he explain that he'd given his daughter an unknown potion from Orochimaru? It's all my fault, he whispered, guilt tightening in his chest. I shouldn't have. Damn it, Orochimaru, why would you harm my daughter? Orochimaru, his wife echoed, bewildered. I'm going to find him, Akihara declared, grabbing his ninja tool pouch and preparing to storm out. No father could endure watching their child suffer. Even if Orochimaru was Sarutobi's prized disciple and one of the legendary Sannin, Akihara was ready to demand answers. Wait, Akihara, his wife called, her voice halting him in his tracks. Look at Mikoto's eyes. Huh? Akihara turned back, tossing his pouch aside as he knelt in front of his daughter. Mikoto, look at me. Are you blind? Can you see? As Mikoto slowly lowered her hands, Akihara's breath caught. Her previously dark eyes had transformed, now shining a brilliant red with the distinctive tomo pattern of the Sharingan. This is incredible, he whispered, stunned. Chapter 154, Mikoto's once dark-as-ink pupils had turned a vivid scarlet, with a single tomo spinning in each eye, a sight that seemed almost supernatural. Uchiha Akihara stood there, utterly bewildered, his wife equally stunned. As Mikoto blinked and looked up at her parents, a flicker of confusion crossed her face, sensing their shock. Dad, what's happening? She murmured uncertainly. Quiet, Akihara instructed gently, his voice steady but cautious. Focus on stabilizing the chakra in your body. Why yes. Mikoto stammered, quickly following his instructions. After a moment of concentration, the scarlet glow faded, her pupils returning to their natural black. Incredible. Akihara muttered, still reeling. The idea that someone could awaken the Sharingan without the usual trigger of intense emotional pain was unheard of in the Uchiha clan. Normally, a tragic event often involving the death of a loved one was required to unlock the dojutsu. The very foundation of the Sharingan's power was tied to the user's deepest emotions, often born out of blood and tears. After giving Mikoto some basic instructions on how to control her newly awakened eyes, Akihara felt an urge to share this revelation. This kind of unprecedented development couldn't be kept secret. So, late that night, he found himself standing in front of the Uchiha clan leader's house once again, preparing to share the news. Inside, Uchiha Soyama the clan leader looked just as stunned when Akihara told him. What? Mikoto really awakened her Sharingan? Soyama asked, barely able to hide his disbelief. Soyama had never put much stock in the idea that Mikoto could awaken her Sharingan through Orochimaru's potion. After all, for generations, there had only been one way to unlock the Uchiha's dojutsu through profound emotional suffering. A dead father, a dead mother, a lost friend. Only through such tragic experiences did the Sharingan emerge. Soyama had mostly agreed to let Mikoto try the potion as a gesture of goodwill towards Orochimaru, a way to signal friendly intentions. He hadn't actually expected it to work. But now! Clan leader, I was just as shocked, Akihara said. This method of unlocking the Sharingan, it's something we'd never even heard of. Could it be that those potions we heard about before, the ones credited to that medical ninja, Haruno, were actually created by Orochimaru? Soyama murmured, starting to piece things together. It made sense, but there was one problem. If Orochimaru truly possessed this knowledge, why would he reveal it to the Uchiha? Why would he give them such a powerful tool? This didn't add up. The Hokage surely didn't know about this, as such a potion would be invaluable to Konoha. So why had Orochimaru bypassed his own teacher and shared it with the Uchiha instead? Puzzled, Soyama decided to call an emergency meeting with the clan elders to discuss this new development. The night passed in hushed discussions and speculation among the Uchiha elders. Early the next morning, Nara Hakushu, one of Konoha's elite tacticians and the commander of the front lines in the ongoing war, appeared at the door of Orochimaru's home, carrying a large scroll in his arms. This scroll had been entrusted to him by Orochimaru for safekeeping during the battle against Hanzo the Salamander. Hakushu knew its contents were of significant value, and so he had handled it with the utmost care. Upon learning that Orochimaru had returned to the village, Hakushu had come as soon as he could to deliver it back. Initially, he expected this to be a routine visit. However, as he entered the property, something caught his eye, making him pause. Tsunade appeared from the living room, dressed in her usual white top and dark green shorts. There was nothing particularly unusual about her attire, but her slightly disheveled hair and drowsy expression suggested she'd only recently woken up. Based on the distance between the Senju compound and Orochimaru's house, Hakushu quickly deduced one thing: Orochimaru and Tsunade were living together. Well, that's interesting. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He knew this would be big news if it ever got out. But Hakushu's instincts told him that it was better to pretend he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Some things were better left unsaid. Anything else, Hakushu? Orochimaru asked, standing at the doorway, calm as ever. He had already taken the scroll. No, that'll be all, Hakushu replied, snapping out his daze. Actually, I just remembered there's something urgent I need to handle back home. My apologies. He gave a quick, somewhat flustered bow and practically fled the premises. As he left, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was best not to meddle in whatever was happening between Orochimaru and Tsunade. Better to keep his mouth shut. Inside the house, Tsunade raised an eyebrow as she watched Shikako leave in a hurry. Who was that? Nara Hakushu, Orochimaru replied, closing the courtyard door. He came to return a scroll. A scroll? Tsunade looked curiously at the scroll in his arms and then quickly realized what it was. Ah, a weapon scroll. So, aside from those two weapons you used, did you bring anything else? Yes, there's more, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Oh? Really? Tsunade was intrigued. Orochimaru had indeed brought more than two weapons to the front lines, but due to changes on the battlefield, he hadn't needed to use the final one. Orochimaru casually set the scroll aside, donned his usual attire, and stepped out, ready to enjoy his time off in Konoha. With the sand and stone villages recently defeated, it would be a while before they posed any real threat again. As he and Tsunade embraced their rare free time, a secret letter from the third Kazekage of the Sand Village was en route to Iwagakure, the village hidden in the stones. Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, sat at the head of a long conference table, his expression as stern as ever. Senior officials of Iwagakure lined both sides of the table, waiting for his address. Humph, Inoki scoffed, glancing at the scroll laid out before him. The Sand Ninjas want a temporary ceasefire with us to join forces against Konoha. What do you all think? A temporary alliance against Konoha, one of the officials echoed thoughtfully. It could be worthwhile, another added. Konoha's strength has reached dangerous levels, and it wouldn't hurt to unite for now. Agreed, someone else chimed in. Konoha's latest strategies and tools have caused us no end of trouble. The ninja tools and potions they've been using in battle have severely impacted our morale. If not for those new inventions, I doubt our forces would have lost heart so quickly. I'm inclined to agree. Konoha's weapons and medicine have certainly proven effective, though I can't say I've ever seen tools like them before. Does anyone know where Konoha acquired such technology? No, Tsuchikage-sama. These ninja tools are unlike anything we've encountered. They're completely different from standard equipment. Inoki stroked his beard, deep in thought. I haven't seen them before either. However, I've heard rumors of a small country skilled in the development of unusual ninja tools. If we're going to align with the Sand Village against Konoha, we could learn a lot. If this small country has access to unique tools, we could use them to level the playing field against Konoha. I support this idea. Seconded. The council reached a consensus. Chapter 155. In the previous war, even though Konoha had fought against both the sand and stone villages, the truth was that Suna and Iwa had been far from united. There was mutual animosity between them, and they clashed almost as much with each other as they did with Konoha. Because of this, Konoha had been able to drive back both villages without incurring heavy losses. But now, if they truly managed to ally and launched a joint assault on Konoha, things might not go so smoothly. Both Suna and Iwa were great powers in their own right. Though they didn't quite measure up to Konoha's strength, they weren't far behind. If they combined their forces, even Konoha would have to be cautious. Of course, a true alliance between Suna and Iwa was unlikely. The hatred between their two nations wasn't something that could be resolved overnight. If they did choose to attack together, they'd have to take steps to prevent their forces from mixing, probably by coordinating separate attack routes. Otherwise, they might end up fighting each other as much as Konoha. But all of this was of little concern to Orochimaru. War no longer frightened him. Konoha Training Grounds. A young boy with short brown hair was engaged in a fierce sparring match with a man with long black hair. They exchanged blows with their kunai, the clashing metal ringing out sharply as they moved back and forth across the training area. To an observer, the match looked thrilling and evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that while the boy was fighting with everything he had, the man was merely toying with him, effortlessly blocking every attack. Ding! Boom! The man saw an opening and landed a swift kick to the boy's stomach, sending him flying backward. Nawaki, if this is all you've got, you're far from ready, the man chided, his tone firm but not unkind. Damn it, why? Why can't I even beat a clone? Nawaki shouted in frustration. He trained hard every single day and had already surpassed most of his peers. But now he couldn't even hold his own against a mere clone? Yes, the Orochimaru in front of him was only a shadow clone, a mere extension of the real Orochimaru. The real Orochimaru didn't have the time to personally train every young student. So he used a shadow clone to teach in his stead. And even though it was just a clone, Nawaki found himself completely outmatched. In the world of ninjutsu, clones came in many forms, basic clones, elemental clones, and shadow clones among them. Basic clones were mere illusions with no real substance, useful only for confusing an opponent. Elemental clones, on the other hand, could be crafted from water, earth, lightning, or other elements, allowing them to fight and even deliver additional effects. For instance, a lightning clone could paralyze an opponent upon dispersal. Yet among all types of clones, apart from the rare wood clone, the shadow clone was particularly unique. Not only did it replicate the user's chakra, but it also retained the experiences and knowledge it gathered, transferring them back to the main body when it dispersed. For any ninja with a strong chakra reserve, shadow clones were an invaluable asset. They could be used for training, reconnaissance, or even mundane tasks like cooking or laundry. Right now, Orochimaru's shadow clone was teaching Nawaki everything it knew. You want to beat my clone? Orochimaru's clone chuckled. Haha, let me tell you, forget about a Jonin like you. Even a Jonin would need to use some advanced techniques to stand a chance. Jonin? Nawaki stared in disbelief. You're kidding, right? Believe what you want, the clone replied, barely holding back a smirk. Now, enough talking. Let's keep training. Orochimaru had a special affection for Nawaki. After all, he'd watched him grow up, and with Tsunade as his relative, the boy felt almost like family. Because of this, Orochimaru had taken it upon himself to give Nawaki every advantage he could. Meanwhile, in his home, the real Orochimaru lay back on a tatami mat, his mind drifting as he pondered the mystery of the Rinnegan. Nagato possessed the legendary eyes, but Orochimaru believed it might be possible to cultivate the Rinnegan himself. There were two possible methods to achieve this. One required immense mental strength to activate, while the other demanded the combined chakra of Asura and Indra, the reincarnated spirits of the sage's sons. Which path would be best for him? Orochimaru mulled over the options. The first method was straightforward, albeit demanding in terms of mental power. The second method, however, was more enigmatic. He still didn't fully understand how Asura and Indra's chakra was passed on to their successors. Did it reincarnate directly upon the previous host's death, or did it remain dormant, waiting for the next inheritor to manifest? If the chakra reincarnated directly, he'd have to wait until Naruto and Sasuke were born to stand a chance. If it lingered in the bodies of prior hosts, then he'd need access to the remains of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. In short, the first method seemed the more reliable option. Activate Madara Uchiha's eyes, then merge them with the gene fusion serum he developed. After all, Madara's eyes were already a product of the combined powers of Asura and Indra. Yes, the more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Ha! This heat is killing me!" Tsunade grumbled. Orochimaru looked over, mildly curious. "What are you up to, Tsunade?" "I'm making tea for you," she replied with a hint of pride. "Making tea?" "Of course." She placed a hand on her hip, a satisfied expression on her face. "I heard this is a skill every woman should learn." Orochimaru felt a small pang of emotion as he watched her. Tsunade, who'd never been one for domestic chores, was actually trying her hand at them for his sake. "Have you managed to learn it?" "Well, I'm still figuring it out," she admitted with a sheepish smile. Orochimaru gave a faint smile. "Tsunade, you don't need to waste time on this. You're far better off focusing on your medical ninjutsu." While he had a fondness for the idea of a woman who could handle domestic tasks, some people were simply not suited for that role. Forcing herself to do something she neither liked nor excelled at would be a waste of her talents. Someone like Tsunade wasn't meant to play the role of a housewife. She was a healer, a warrior, a princess in her own right. Trying to make her anything else just felt wrong. Tsunade huffed, crossing her arms. "Orochimaru, are you saying you don't like it? Or are you just looking for an excuse to replace me with someone else? Let me tell you, that's not happening. Not in this lifetime." Orochimaru's voice, as dry and sardonic as ever, drifted out. "Maybe I should start researching a new genetic topic." "What?" "Whether a woman's genes start evolving in a certain direction when she gets a boyfriend." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing," Orochimaru said, waving a hand. "Seriously, you're better off working on your medical jutsu. Don't waste time with this." Then his tone shifted. "You should focus on how you'll survive when the next war breaks out." He paused, giving her a thoughtful look. "And, if I remember right, isn't Nawaki going to take the Chunin exam soon?" Chapter 156, The Chunin Exam? Yes, the semi-annual selection for promoting Genin to Chunin. Nawaki had been a Genin for nearly 2 years now, and it was natural for him to take part in the exam. But with success came consequences. After becoming a Chunin, he'd be deployed to the battlefield, and from there, who could say what fate awaited him? At Orochimaru's words, Tsunade's expression darkened, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Orochimaru, do you think we'll make it? That we won't die out there on the battlefield?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Orochimaru was taken aback by her question. Then, noticing her subtle trembling, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you scared?" "I..." Tsunade hesitated, searching for words. I never used to be. But now, there's no reason to be afraid, Orochimaru replied calmly. As we grow stronger, the odds of survival naturally increase. He paused, then added with a quiet confidence, and, well, don't worry. We're not going to die. Orochimaru didn't feel the need to elaborate. Some things, after all, were better left unsaid. Haha, you sound so confident, Tsunade said, her spirits lifting at his steady tone. It was as if his confidence was contagious, helping her shake off her darker thoughts. Orochimaru gave a slight shrug, brushing it off. All right, let's not dwell on this. I need to head out now. I'll probably be back late tonight. Should I wait up for you? She asked. Get some sleep. Don't wait up. All right, Tsunade replied, smiling. Their conversation felt easy and natural, almost as if they were already living together. Living together? Well, not officially. But with both of them being orphans and having a certain independence from the usual constraints, they were free to come and go as they pleased. And with Tsunade's deepening feelings for Orochimaru, she had naturally become more attached, especially since their relationship had turned intimate. After dinner together one evening, she even told him playfully, once Nawaki's asleep, I'll come to see you. It was clear from moments like this how much Tsunade cherished Orochimaru. And for his part, Orochimaru saw no reason to refuse her advances. Tsunade was formidable in strength, beautiful in appearance, and unmatched in both charm and intelligence. He'd have been lying if he claimed he wasn't drawn to her. So, as the days went by, word of their relationship spread quietly through Konoha until it eventually reached the third Hokage's ears. 2 days before the Chunin exam, Hiruzen summoned them both to his office. Hokage's office. Orochimaru looked calm as ever, while Tsunade seemed slightly flustered. So, you two. When did this start? Hiruzen asked, struggling to keep a straight face. He had suspected something might happen between them eventually, but now that it had, he still felt the need to ask. Not too long ago, Orochimaru answered first, his tone nonchalant. Not too long ago, huh? Hiruzen mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Well then, what are your plans for the future? Plans? Orochimaru echoed, raising an eyebrow. Yes, you know, marriage, starting a family, raising the next generation for Konoha. Ah, and marriage? Tsunade stammered, her face turning red. She'd never really thought that far ahead, and the idea of marriage made her feel uncharacteristically shy. For once, even Orochimaru was at a loss for words. Marriage was not something he had ever really considered. Not with his current goals and mindset. Seeing their stunned expressions, Hiruzen chuckled softly. Haha, I see you're not quite ready to think about that yet. That's fine, no need to rush. But let me offer a suggestion. If you ever decide to get married, it's probably best to wait until after this war is over. After the war? You mean there's going to be another one? Tsunade asked, surprised. Yes, Hiruzen replied, his tone serious. We've received intelligence indicating that the sand and stone villages aren't quite done with us. They may not be defeated yet, but they're not content to leave things as they are. So Konoha will need our strength, Tsunade said, understanding the implications. Hiruzen nodded. Precisely. Konoha needs its best ninja at full strength right now. Tsunade gave a resolute nod, speaking for both herself and Orochimaru. She understood what marriage and family could entail, especially for kunoichi of her rank. Even if they were ninjas, pregnancy and child-rearing would still impact them. For an ordinary shinobi, it might not be such a big deal. But for the Sannin, for someone like Tsunade who could treat an entire battalion with her medical skills, the village couldn't afford her absence. Marriage? Children? Those would have to wait. Good. I'm glad you both understand, Hiruzen said, visibly relieved. Then he moved on to the main reason he'd summoned them. Now, about the potential war deployments. He looked at them both carefully. Considering your outstanding performance in the last conflict, it's likely that if war breaks out again, the two of you might be assigned to separate missions. I want you to be prepared for that. Don't think I'm deliberately keeping you apart." "What?" Tsunade asked, frowning. "Teacher, don't you think you're underestimating us?" Hiruzen chuckled at her reaction. "I'm only giving you a heads up. I wouldn't want either of you thinking I'm pulling any strings. But, enough about that. Let's discuss the upcoming Chunin exam." "The Chunin exam?" Tsunade repeated, surprised at the shift in topic. "Yes," Hiruzen said, nodding. "You two have grown into reliable ninja, and while you're still in the village, I want you to take a look at the next generation. Observe the selection process, and if you see any promising candidates, consider taking them under your wing. The village could benefit greatly from the mentorship of both of you. If they're trained by us, they'll be outstanding," Tsunade said, smiling proudly. She was always one to get swept up in praise, and Hiruzen's words had visibly lifted her spirits. Seeing her reaction, Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh warmly. The tension in the room lifted, and the atmosphere turned relaxed and lighthearted. Orochimaru, however, was lost in his own thoughts, only half listening to the conversation. A single thought lingered in his mind. "It's about time for the Uchiha to seek me out." Chapter 157. Orochimaru had given Uchiha Akihara a mental stimulant potion with a clear goal in mind, to lure the Uchiha clan into seeking him out. He needed opportunities to obtain genetic material from other Uchiha members, and he knew that an unconventional method for awakening the Sharingan would be irresistible to them. He was certain that once any Uchiha experienced the potion's effects, they'd be too intrigued not to follow up. It was only a matter of time before they came knocking. Where had he gotten the knowledge to create such a potion? That hardly required explanation. Orochimaru had been researching the Uchiha clan's genetic makeup for a long time, and with his vast knowledge of forbidden techniques and scientific advancements, creating something like this was well within his capabilities. After all, if he wanted to unlock the full power of the Rinnegan one day, a mental stimulant like this would be essential, albeit in a much stronger form. However, he had intentionally downplayed the potion's effectiveness to Uchiha Akihara, warning that it might work, especially if the girl's Uchiha blood was too diluted. Without a strong enough bloodline, all the stimulation in the world wouldn't awaken the Sharingan. But now, days had passed, and still no one from the Uchiha clan had approached him. Were they cautious? Concerned about the third Hokage's opinion? Or had the potion simply failed? No matter. Orochimaru wasn't one to wait around indefinitely. If this method didn't work, he had plenty of others at his disposal. Fortunately, his concerns turned out to be unnecessary. That very afternoon, after leaving the Hokage's office, he received a formal invitation from the Uchiha clan to visit as their honored guest. And, as dinner approached, a young Uchiha was sent to personally escort him. "Lord Orochimaru," a soft voice said as he opened his door. Standing before him was a black-haired, black-eyed girl, fidgeting slightly but trying to appear confident. "On the orders of our clan leader, I'm here to guide you." Orochimaru was slightly surprised, though he masked it well. "Akihara's daughter, I presume? May I ask your name?" "Me. Mikoto," she stammered nervously, looking up at him with awe. Despite his youth, Orochimaru was a figure of legend. The Sannin were revered throughout Konoha, and even the Uchiha clan held him in high regard. Facing him directly was intimidating, especially for someone her age. "Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto?" Orochimaru repeated, noting her reaction. "Yes, sir," she replied, nodding quickly. Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. So, this girl was indeed Uchiha Mikoto, the future wife of Uchiha Fugaku and the mother of Itachi and Sasuke. Though intermarriage within the clan was common among the Uchiha to preserve their bloodline, he hadn't known until now if Mikoto had always been Uchiha or had taken on the name through marriage. It was now confirmed, Mikoto was a true Uchiha by birth. And considering the strength of the Uchiha bloodline that would pass down to her sons, Itachi and Sasuke, that wasn't surprising. "Very well. Lead the way," Orochimaru said with a small smile, gesturing for her to proceed. Under Makoto's guidance, Orochimaru arrived at the Uchiha compound, nestled within Konoha but distinct enough to feel like its own enclave. In those days, the Uchiha had yet to face the full brunt of Konoha's suspicion and had not been relegated to the outskirts. Their compound was still a prominent part of the village, much like the Senju clan's area had once been. Upon Orochimaru's arrival, Uchiha Soyama, the Uchiha clan leader, greeted him personally. Though he didn't smile, his demeanor was welcoming enough, signaling that this was more than a routine formal visit. As the evening progressed, many members of the Uchiha clan attended the banquet held in his honor, though by the end of the night, only Uchiha Soyama and Uchiha Akihara remained with him in the room. It was clear that the real conversation was about to begin. After the other clan members left, Soyama glanced at Orochimaru with a hesitant look, as if weighing his words. "If there's something you'd like to discuss, clan leader, you may as well say it openly," Orochimaru said with a faint smile, sensing the Uchiha's caution. Soyama nodded, then let out a sigh. "Very well. Since you're being straightforward, I won't beat around the bush." He explained why the Uchiha clan had delayed in approaching Orochimaru. Despite their interest in his potion, they'd felt the need to proceed carefully. After all, Orochimaru was Hiruzen's disciple, and his relationship with Tsunade tied him further to the village's power structure. The Uchiha clan, already isolated by past tensions with the Senju and the village leadership, couldn't afford a misstep. They needed to be sure of Orochimaru's intentions before approaching him. "Which brings us to our purpose here tonight," Soyama continued. "We're not concerned about who developed this potion or the specifics of its creation. We only want to know how many of these mental stimulants you have, and how many you're willing to offer the Uchiha clan." Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile. "If I told you I had 300 and could give you all of them, would you dare to accept them, clan leader?" Soyama's expression froze for a moment before he let out a wry chuckle. "Ah, Lord Orochimaru, you see things with remarkable clarity." From the moment the second Hokage took power, Konoha had been wary of the Uchiha's strength, fearing it would become too great. Relations between the village and the clan had only just begun to improve, but if the Uchiha suddenly acquired hundreds of Sharingan, that fragile trust would be shattered in an instant. Orochimaru's comment made it clear. He understood the Uchiha's precarious position and knew there was no need for pretense. Enough small talk, Orochimaru continued smoothly. "Now that we're speaking openly, I'll tell you the truth. Yes, the potion was indeed developed by me." Soyama's eyes widened slightly, though he quickly concealed his surprise. "However," Orochimaru added, "the quantity is limited, and I haven't made it public. As for the reason, I think we both know why." Soyama narrowed his eyes. "And what is it you want in exchange, Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru's expression remained calm, though his gaze sharpened. "It's simple. You provide me with sufficient blood samples, and I'll supply you with the mental stimulant potions." Chapter 158, Provide Adequate Blood Samples? Hearing this, Uchiha Soyama was visibly taken aback. He didn't fully grasp what Orochimaru was implying. Was the potion not perfected yet? Did he want to test it on samples? Orochimaru seemed unconcerned with Soyama's confusion. He went on with the words he had prepared. "Yes, it took me a long time to develop this potion. Not to mention the ingredients needed to create it, just look at its effects to understand how valuable it is, right?" "Of course," Soyama agreed. "Therefore, to ensure the potion isn't wasted, I need to better understand the bloodline conditions of the Uchiha clan," Orochimaru explained nonchalantly. "The Uchiha clan is large, but not everyone among us can awaken the Sharingan. I'm sure you understand this even better than I do." "True enough," Uchiha Soyama nodded. "Some members of the Uchiha clan possess pure blood and could awaken the Sharingan with minimal stimulation. Others, however, had diluted bloodlines and, even in the face of great trauma, might never awaken their Sharingan. To those familiar with the Uchiha's bloodline secrets, this wasn't news." Uchiha Soyama wasn't surprised by Orochimaru's insight. After all, Orochimaru was a disciple of the Hokage. Knowing such things wouldn't be difficult for him. But, the true purpose of this man? Uchiha Soyama thought carefully before speaking. It was clear enough why this potion was being kept under wraps, because it was specifically beneficial to the Uchiha clan. It wouldn't be of much use to anyone else. The village certainly wouldn't research something like this just for the Uchiha, so this had to be Orochimaru's own work. But that only deepened Soyama's confusion. Wasn't Orochimaru a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi? Why was he keeping this secret from the Hokage to strike a deal with the Uchiha? And what did Orochimaru gain from this arrangement? Providing blood samples and helping awaken the Sharingan, for free? It sounded ridiculous. It was hard not to see him as some kind of con artist. As Uchiha Soyama voiced his skepticism, Orochimaru merely chuckled. There's no hidden motive, I'm simply fascinated by the Uchiha bloodline. That's it? Isn't that reason enough? Orochimaru paused, then continued, most people don't understand how important curiosity is to a researcher, so it's understandable if the clan leader doesn't get it. All the clan leader needs to know is that my research requires a large number of blood samples from the Uchiha clan. In exchange, I'll continue to supply the clan with potions like this one. That's all there is to it. Of course, if you're concerned that I might uncover some deep secrets about the Uchiha clan through these blood samples, just pretend I never mentioned it. Orochimaru's meaning was clear, he wanted a straightforward deal with the Uchiha. All he was after was their blood samples, not their Sharingan. Haha, why would you say that? Uchiha Soyama laughed awkwardly. From everything Orochimaru had said so far, Soyama doubted that the Uchiha clan even had any secrets left unknown to Orochimaru. And besides, it was just blood. What could he possibly discover from a sample? Soyama didn't believe Orochimaru could unlock the true secrets of the Sharingan with just a bit of blood, nor did he think Orochimaru would be able to create anything strange from it. In truth, Soyama had no reason to refuse. The only thing that concerned him was how to explain this to the third Hokage. After all, this was being done behind his back, and the Uchiha clan wasn't in a position to take such risks lightly. However, Orochimaru's position was simple, he would inform the third Hokage about the potion's effects after their deal was complete. As for whether the Hokage would announce it to the public or simply let the Uchiha clan benefit from it, that was out of Orochimaru's hands. And that arrangement was more than enough for the Uchiha. With that assurance, Uchiha Soyama quickly made his decision. Since there was nothing to lose, why not agree? And so, the deal between them was made. Congratulations to the clan leader for making a wise choice, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Take care, Soyama replied, watching Orochimaru's figure disappear into the distance. Squinting his eyes, he murmured, what an extraordinary man. Not only powerful enough to face someone like Hanzo, but with such remarkable research skills as well, heh. With Uchiha Soyama's agreement secured, Orochimaru allowed himself a sigh of relief. Although he had many ways of obtaining Uchiha blood samples, having Soyama's cooperation would save him a lot of trouble. Early the next morning, Orochimaru reported the effects of the potion to the third Hokage. The top officials of Konoha were taken by surprise once again. Ever since Orochimaru had created the strengthening serum, he hadn't produced anything of note for some time. Recently, he had developed several specialized ninja tools that had drawn attention. But as impressive as ninja tools were, they were still external aids, and nowhere near as enticing as genetic modifications. However, when they heard that this potion specifically targeted mental stimulation to help awaken the Sharingan, their initial interest cooled. What's the point of developing this? Danzo was the first to speak, with a clear note of dissatisfaction in his voice. As Hiruzen's disciple, you've been aware of the tension between the Uchiha and the village for years, haven't you? Danzo's tone suggested that his displeasure wasn't with the research itself, but with the fact that Orochimaru had undertaken such a significant project without consulting him. Of course I know, Orochimaru replied casually. But this potion was a byproduct when I was researching the enhancement serum. I only decided to share it recently because I had a flash of inspiration and managed to complete it. If you think it's useless, feel free to discard it. Ever since aligning himself with Danzo, Orochimaru had left behind any pretense of being an obedient disciple. Telling convenient lies had become second nature. Discarding it wouldn't matter, Danzo replied, but could this even be useful for anyone besides the Uchiha? It's completely useless for others, Orochimaru admitted. Ordinary ninja lack the spiritual inheritance necessary for it to work at all. Chapter 159, What a Pity. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the third Hokage shook his head with a sigh. If it had no use outside of the Uchiha clan, then this potion truly had limited value. Orochimaru had explained the basics of genetic inheritance to the third Hokage and others back when he developed the strengthening serum, so they had a general understanding of it. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was a bloodline limit, deeply tied to spiritual power. This power was embedded within their genes, lying dormant due to bloodline factors. It could only be awakened when stimulated by intense spiritual energy. The purpose of Orochimaru's potion was to activate that spiritual energy within the Uchiha bloodline, allowing their latent power to surface temporarily, triggering the awakening of their Sharingan. However, it did not actually increase one's mental strength. For regular individuals without a bloodline inheritance like the Sharingan, using this potion would just induce a rush of spiritual energy with no tangible benefit. In fact, it would be an uncomfortable experience, akin to stirring up emotions with no purpose, like grieving for a loss that hadn't occurred. In short, only the Uchiha could make use of it, and even the Hyuga clan had no need. Their Byakugan was a direct genetic inheritance that didn't require any mental stimulation to awaken, they simply cultivated it naturally. After listening to Orochimaru's full explanation, the four leaders of Konoha fell silent, lost in thought. The dilemma was clear: should they give this to the Uchiha? On one hand, empowering the Uchiha might lead to their increased influence and potential arrogance. On the other, the Uchiha were still loyal to Konoha, and a stronger Uchiha clan meant a stronger village. It was a complicated choice. But Orochimaru had no investment in the outcome. He had already secured what he wanted. The reason he approached the Uchiha clan before informing the third Hokage was precisely because he understood the power dynamics. Once the potion was officially reported, even if he retained the final product, he'd lose any claim to the underlying research and technology. Whether the Hokage eventually chose to distribute it to the Uchiha or not, Orochimaru would receive nothing more than a token payment, and he certainly didn't need money. So, to secure his access to Uchiha genetic material, he'd gone through this sequential process, first negotiating with the Uchiha, then reporting the potion's effects to Konoha's leaders. This way, he'd get what he wanted regardless of the Hokage's decision. While the Konoha leadership debated over the potion, the Uchiha clan was already preparing the blood samples Orochimaru required. Having accomplished his goal, Orochimaru refrained from involving himself further. He returned to his residence, savoring a rare moment of quiet in Konoha. He had to admit, Tsunade had become more affectionate after their relationship deepened. Whenever they were alone, she'd lean into him without warning. If her younger brother, Nawaki, hadn't interrupted them, they might have indulged in more primal activities in broad daylight. The next morning, the semi-annual Chunin exams began in Konoha. As he observed the bustling crowd at the exam site, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at how much time had passed. He remembered his own days as a Chunin candidate. Now he stood near the top of Konoha's hierarchy. Recently, figures like Hyuga Hayashi and Hizashi had already earned their Chunin ranks. The younger generation, like Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, were still only around 8 or 9 years old. This year's Chunin exams didn't hold much intrigue. Still, the third Hokage had assigned Orochimaru a task, and Nawaki was also participating in the exams, so both Orochimaru and Tsunade had naturally come to watch. In the examination area, Orochimaru observed that participants from prominent clans were generally younger, around 13 or 14, while civilian ninja were older, often over 16. It was rare to see anyone as young as Nawaki competing. After all, even a prodigy like Hyuga Niji had been 13 during his first Chunin exams. Younger candidates were uncommon, especially from lesser-known families. Although Nawaki hadn't inherited Orochimaru's signature snake techniques, he'd learned a wide range of fundamental skills. With the support of his two teammates, he advanced smoothly through each stage of the exam. Haha, Orochimaru, look at Nawaki. He's just as capable as we were back then. Tsunade cheered as she watched her younger brother lead his team to victory in the group stages, her excitement reminding Orochimaru of her own youthful days. Orochimaru smiled faintly. True, but his teammates aren't as skilled as ours were back then. If I'm not mistaken, even if he passes the exam, his teammates might not make it to the next round. Haha, just like Sakumo back in the day? Tsunade chuckled. Exactly. Let's go. There aren't any standout talents in this group, Orochimaru said, losing interest after watching a few rounds. In his eyes, the battles in the Chunin exams had begun to feel trivial, almost like child's play. As the exams continued, time passed swiftly. While Orochimaru was refining his potion, the Chunin exams were nearing their conclusion. None of the candidates particularly impressed Orochimaru, though Tsunade noted a few with potential for medical training. Unfortunately, Konoha still lacked a formal system to cultivate medical ninja, so the idea had to be set aside, for now. Orochimaru, are you sure there's no one worthy of training? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen couldn't help but ask. Indeed, Orochimaru said with a shrug. The candidates this time are mediocre at best. None meet the standards I'd expect from a potential disciple. Are you sure your standards aren't a bit too high? High standards are necessary, aren't they? Orochimaru replied casually. Training a student with limited potential is a waste of both time and effort, and it won't yield meaningful results. Can sheer effort surpass raw talent? There were exceptions, sure, but that wasn't Orochimaru's style. Imagine him taking on someone like Rock Lee, shouting about youth and passion every day? Or maybe a prankster like Naruto? That was not his idea of an ideal student. Besides, Naruto's later success was due to his Uzumaki heritage, the Nine Tails power, and the reincarnation of Asura. His abilities far exceeded ordinary ninja. It was unrealistic to compare him to the average candidate. The third Hokage sighed at Orochimaru's response. Alright, we'll let it go for now. By the way, I have an update on your potion request. Oh? What's the decision? We've decided to allocate a portion to the Uchiha. How much are we giving? Well, how much do you have? As much as you need. Wait, the third Hokage looked confused. Is the potion that cheap to produce? Chapter 160, the third Hokage was indeed a bit confused. He recalled that Orochimaru's previous potions had required rare and expensive ingredients, with one even using materials that were nearly impossible to find now. Yet here Orochimaru was, saying they could produce as much of this new potion as they needed? It seemed worlds apart from the scarcity of the others. Seeing the Hokage's reaction, Orochimaru explained, medicines with very specific applications tend to be relatively inexpensive. That's just how it works, but I doubt it's a concept worth explaining further. The third Hokage gave a wry smile, understanding Orochimaru's point. With the potion only effective for the Uchiha, it seemed Orochimaru wasn't too concerned about whether he'd need to share the production method or not. Alright, the third Hokage decided. Give them 60 doses, but frame it carefully. They couldn't give the Uchiha nothing, yet giving too much would risk inflating their power unchecked. This compromise allowed Konoha to increase the Uchiha's strength without making them difficult to control. Understood, Orochimaru replied with a nod. The Hokage's caution wasn't misplaced. If the Uchiha clan found out that this potion was technically unlimited, but they were only given 60 doses, it might create resentment. Orochimaru would need a carefully crafted explanation to ensure no one felt shortchanged. That night, Uchiha Soyama received word from Orochimaru. There are only 60 doses available, and Hokage-sama has approved them all for you. All I need in return are the blood samples. Orochimaru had already mentioned the potion's limited supply, so this explanation fit naturally. Thus, with a bit of manipulation, everyone involved got what they wanted. The third Hokage had reinforced the Uchiha's loyalty. Uchiha Soyama was grateful to both the Hokage and Orochimaru, and he now had 60 potions at his disposal. Meanwhile, Orochimaru not only received a payment of 6 million ryo in production costs from Soyama, but also secured hundreds of blood samples from Uchiha's most talented members. It was a win-win situation for everyone. Speaking of the Uchiha clan, there was a long-standing belief about the relationship between the age at which Uchiha awakened the Sharingan and their overall talent. It was commonly said that the younger a member was when their Sharingan manifested, the stronger their innate talent. This belief, however, was both true and misleading. In one sense, yes, those with the potential to awaken the Sharingan were indeed more talented than those who could not. That was undeniable. However, if two Uchiha had the same potential, the age at which they unlocked their eyes only reflected how early they experienced intense emotional stimulation. It didn't necessarily mean they were more gifted. Take Uchiha Madara, for instance. He awakened his Sharingan at around 15 or 16. Does that make him less talented than Obito, who awakened his at 13? Or than Itachi, who awakened his at 8, or Sasuke at 7? Clearly, that assumption doesn't hold. So while the age of awakening could be an indicator of talent, it wasn't absolute. In the end, early awakening often just meant one had suffered tragic losses sooner than others. But for now, such theoretical matters were of little concern to Orochimaru, who was preoccupied with purifying the genetic material of the Uchiha. With this many blood samples, it was more than enough for his purposes, perhaps even for developing a Mangekyo Sharingan variant. The Uchiha clan was larger than many imagined. There were 700 to 800 ninja in the clan alone, and counting civilians, their numbers totaled close to 2,000. Even after all the wars they had endured, they remained a sizable clan. During the Warring States period, at their peak, their numbers must have been staggering. Out of all the blood samples, Orochimaru had amassed 300, and although the process of selection was somewhat random, it was sufficient. Even if a sample hadn't activated its Sharingan potential, it still carried the latent spiritual energy inherent to Uchiha blood, much like how Tsunade's body contained traces of her life energy. The spiritual energy in a gene with latent Sharingan potential was similar to that of a gene where the Sharingan was already active. With such a rich source of material, achieving a Mangekyo breakthrough seemed entirely feasible. A few days later, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Soyama sat in his room, staring at the 60 vials Orochimaru had delivered. He was in a daze, as though he were in a dream. The potions were all neatly arranged on the table, and next to them were the 300 blood samples that had undergone analysis. He could hardly believe his eyes. Orochimaru actually knew more about the Uchiha than he, the clan head, did. Each blood sample analysis didn't go into specifics, it simply indicated whether each individual had the potential to awaken the Sharingan. To Soyama, this simple information was nothing short of groundbreaking, almost a form of black technology. Could you really determine someone's ability to awaken the Sharingan just by analyzing their blood? What kind of scientific sorcery was this? Each blood sample had been labeled with the clan member's name. So the moment Orochimaru returned his analysis, Uchiha Soyama instantly knew who within the clan had the potential to awaken the Sharingan. The most astonishing part, however, was that Orochimaru had also marked each individual's potential Sharingan strength in the analysis. This was incredible. For example, Orochimaru had noted that if activating a single Tomo Sharingan required 100 units of mental energy, then 2 Tomo required 200, and 3 Tomo required 300. After awakening, a person's mental energy would fall within a specific range that dictated the level of their Sharingan. If 2 individuals unlocked a single Tomo at the same time, but one had a mental energy level of 114 while the other had 187, the person with 187 would have a stronger eye ability. Orochimaru's analysis had essentially quantified the Uchiha's eye strength. This detailed scientific data was mind-blowing for Uchiha Soyama and the elders. Unconvinced, Soyama immediately found 2 clan members with significantly different mental energies and had them use the potion to awaken their Sharingan. The results were undeniable. Both members activated their eyes, but the one with higher mental energy had visibly stronger eye power. It was a turning point for the Uchiha clan. In secret, they began testing eye strength across the clan. The results spoke for themselves. In the face of such precise analysis, the mysteries of the Sharingan's bloodline limits were laid bare. Not only did both clan members activate their Sharingan, but when they both reached the single Tomo stage, one's power was indeed stronger than the other's, just as Orochimaru's data had predicted. Unbelievable! Uchiha Soyama muttered, staring in awe at the two clan members who had just finished their sparring session to test their eye strength. Soyama and several clan elders were in shock. This is incredible. It seems there's no doubt anymore that he was the one who developed the village's previous two potions as well. Chapter 161, The Uchiha clan might have been pleased with Orochimaru, but not everyone shared their sentiments. In a hidden lab on the outskirts of Konoha, tension simmered. 60 potions? 60 pairs of Sharingan? Orochimaru, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Danzo, leaning on his cane, looked displeased, his suspicious eyes fixed on Orochimaru, who was nonchalantly swirling a test tube. This whole thing felt off. Since when had Orochimaru started making big decisions on his own? And why was he being so generous with the Uchiha? Danzo couldn't help but question the true motives behind this. There's nothing inappropriate about it, Orochimaru replied dismissively, barely sparing Danzo a glance. If more Uchiha awaken their Sharingan, doesn't that increase your chances of acquiring one? Danzo's face hardened. That's not what I'm asking. What I want to know is why you decided all this on your own. Danzo was well aware of Orochimaru's talent. He had been gifted in research since he was a child. But this time, he had reported the technology directly to the third Hokage without consulting Danzo, and that was something Danzo couldn't tolerate. Because, to Danzo, this choice suggested Orochimaru valued the Hokage's opinion more than his. Orochimaru chuckled softly, unbothered by Danzo's hostility. If I had asked for your permission, would you have allowed it? Obviously not, correct? So what's in it for you? Danzo's tone turned icy, his eyes narrowing. And don't say it's just about money. Of course not. Orochimaru's expression didn't change. To be honest, my interest lies in the Uchiha's genetic material. The Uchiha's genes? Are you saying you made a private arrangement with them? Yes. My recent research revolves around the soul, and I need large quantities of spiritually imbued genes for reference. I knew you wouldn't agree, nor could you help me obtain them, so I took matters into my own hands. Orochimaru gave his explanation as casually as if he were discussing the weather, picking up another test tube and examining it with apparent indifference. He knew full well that Danzo couldn't easily acquire Uchiha genes on his own, which justified his decision to act independently. And he was confident that Danzo wouldn't sever their alliance over something so trivial. Danzo needed his expertise too much for that. The soul, you say? Sure enough, Danzo merely furrowed his brows, his suspicions momentarily softened. He remembered the promise he'd made to Orochimaru about finding a way to extend life, perhaps even achieve resurrection. Fine. I didn't think it through, Danzo conceded. But next time, inform me before making decisions like this. I can be flexible. Rest assured, it won't happen again. Good. Now get back to your experiments, I'll take my leave. Danzo turned to go, but paused at the door. And Orochimaru, don't worry. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. With that, he left, the sound of his cane tapping against the floor fading into the distance. Watching him go, Orochimaru's lips twisted into a subtle smile. Haha, Danzo really is something. He didn't even need me to explain fully, he already pieced it together. Not an ordinary man indeed. Shaking his head, Orochimaru dismissed the matter and turned his gaze toward a set of red eyes stored nearby. Alone in the lab, he felt free to use these eyes to aid him in his experiments. Late that night, after finishing up in the lab, Orochimaru returned home. He barely had time to settle in before Tsunade slipped through the door, having snuck over from the Senju clan compound. You're back late tonight, she grumbled, hands on her hips, clearly unimpressed. Orochimaru smiled faintly. He didn't have much to occupy him lately, but he'd still been keeping himself busy, coming home late every day, and Tsunade was starting to feel a bit neglected. "I've made some new discoveries recently, so my hands have been full," he replied casually, glancing over at her. "By the way, sneaking over here every night, hasn't Nawaki caught on yet?" "Of course he has," Tsunade said with a smirk. "He actually suggested I just move in with you. But I can't leave him on his own, and if I asked you to move to the compound, it'd complicate things, so I'll just put in the extra effort." "Complicate things? What do you mean?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. "What do you think, you idiot?" Tsunade flushed, looking a bit embarrassed. "Are you pretending to be clueless?" Orochimaru's smirk widened as he realized her meaning. Gently, he tipped her chin up. "You've got plenty of rooms over there, don't you? Just try to keep your voice down, and we'd be fine." "Why you saying something so shameless? You've definitely been spending too much time around Jiraiya. When did you start talking like him?" "As I said, people change," Orochimaru replied with a smirk, lying back and letting out a satisfied sigh. This was his favorite time of day, after a long, busy day, finally able to relax and close his eyes. He had recently fused new eye abilities, and his mental strength hadn't fully stabilized yet. This often left him drowsy, and tonight was no exception. But just as he was drifting off, he felt Tsunade's warm body press up against his. "Orochimaru. It feels like the war is going to start up again soon. Isn't that inevitable? I hate war." Orochimaru was silent for a moment. Finally, he said softly, "I hate it too. But, you mentioning the war reminds me, I almost forgot something." "What is it?" It can wait. Let's just sleep for now. We can't do anything about it tonight." "Then hold me while we sleep." "I won't sleep well if I hold you." "Then don't sleep well," Tsunade said stubbornly, grabbing his arm and placing it under her head. She had no intention of letting him go. Well, it was going to be another sleepless night. In that moment, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was just a woman seeking warmth in her lover's arms. She let him take the lead, responding to his every touch and kiss. And yes, she was still a bit loud. As days passed, the tensions of the Second Great Ninja War began to mount. However, this time, the sand and rock villages weren't launching full-scale attacks. Instead, they adopted guerrilla tactics, striking Konoha's defenses sporadically. In response, Konoha had already deployed its vanguard units to the front lines, and the atmosphere in the village grew tense once more. But Orochimaru wasn't particularly bothered. While others prepared for battle, he busied himself in Konoha's research lab, focused on his latest project. "Orochimaru-sensei, what is that?" a young assistant asked, looking at the scroll on the table with wide eyes. "It's a scientific ninjutsu scroll," Orochimaru replied, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 162. After integrating a substantial amount of Uchiha genetic material, Orochimaru found himself with little to do in the village. With no missions assigned and no urgent research projects, he spent his time with Tsunade or helping to train her younger brother, Nawaki. However, Tsunade was often preoccupied with her own responsibilities, and she would sometimes leave a clone to handle Nawaki's training. With extra time on his hands, Orochimaru found something new to occupy himself, researching a scientific ninjutsu scroll. When he mentioned this project to the third Hokage, the Hokage had arranged for him a special lab without hesitation and even assigned him a few assistants. After all, if successful, this new tool could significantly boost the combat capabilities of Konoha's shinobi. So, Orochimaru had dedicated himself to developing it, working on it both in the lab and occasionally at home. One day, as he was tinkering with a prototype scroll, Nawaki, who had tagged along with Tsunade, caught sight of it. "Scientific ninjutsu scroll? What's that?" Nawaki asked, crouching down beside him with a look of curiosity. It's a scroll that can release ninjutsu without requiring chakra or hand seals, Orochimaru explained. A scroll that can release ninjutsu without chakra or hand seals? Nawaki echoed, his face filled with disbelief. Even Tsunade, who was nearby, raised an eyebrow, skeptical. The idea sounded impossible. Releasing ninjutsu without chakra? Without seals? But then again, Orochimaru had a knack for making the impossible possible. If anyone could pull off such a feat, it would be him. Intrigued, Tsunade came closer to watch him work, her skepticism mixed with a bit of excitement. The concept of the scientific ninjutsu scroll was straightforward. It involved pre-sealing various ninjutsu into miniature scrolls using advanced sealing techniques. These scrolls could then be activated via a specialized launcher, allowing users to release preloaded jutsu without any chakra expenditure or complex hand seals. The idea was revolutionary, especially for low-ranking shinobi who lacked the ability to use high-level jutsu on their own. However, Orochimaru was well aware of its drawbacks. Relying on these tools could lead to complacency, with ninja neglecting their own training. In any case, he wasn't designing these for himself. His chakra reserves were vast and nearly inexhaustible. This was more of a side project to satisfy his own curiosity. Can it really do what you say? Tsunade asked, her voice a mix of intrigue and doubt. Of course. Orochimaru picked up a miniature scroll from the table, raised 2 fingers, and pressed a button on the launcher. Boom! A burst of flame erupted from the scroll, startling both Nawaki and Tsunade. Nawaki yelped, falling back onto the floor in surprise. Are you sure this thing works? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. It appears the sealing technique needs a bit more refinement, Orochimaru admitted, unfazed. Sealing techniques were the specialty of the Uzumaki clan, who were renowned for their expertise. While Orochimaru had studied seals for a while, he wasn't as proficient as the Uzumaki, and fine-tuning this scroll would require more trial and error. The scientific ninjutsu tool consisted of 2 main components, the launcher and the ammo, which were miniature scrolls preloaded with specific jutsu. Developing the launcher was straightforward, thanks to his extensive knowledge of advanced technologies. But creating miniature scrolls capable of holding and releasing powerful ninjutsu required painstaking precision. As Orochimaru continued his experiments, the situation on Konoha's borders escalated. A localized war had officially broken out between Konoha and the neighboring villages. Unlike previous wars, this one was marked by skirmishes and ambushes rather than all-out assaults. Both sides adopted hit-and-run tactics, with shinobi disappearing the moment they missed a critical strike. Casualties on both sides mounted with each encounter. In his office, the third Hokage reviewed the latest war reports, his face clouded with concern. The number of wounded was rapidly increasing, and the medical units on the front lines were stretched thin. What's troubling you, Hiruzen? Asked Koharu, one of Konoha's senior advisors, who had just been summoned to the office. Hiruzen took a deep breath, clearly troubled. The border conflict has escalated, and the number of injured is skyrocketing. We don't have enough medical ninjas deployed to the front lines. Koharu nodded thoughtfully. Then perhaps we should use the restoration potion for now to keep the wounded stable. Hiruzen let out a bitter laugh. If only it were that easy. The restoration potions have a shelf life of about 3 years. We used up our stock in the last war, which lasted almost 2 years. We don't have any left. You're right, producing only 1,000 units a year is far too little. Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temples. If we're truly out of options, we may have to send Tsunade to lead the medical corps on the front lines. She's one of the best medics we have. It seems that's the only solution, Koharu agreed. With her ability to summon the Slug Queen Katsuyu, who could divide and heal an entire battlefield, Tsunade was the most capable choice. When Tsunade was summoned to the Hokage's office and briefed on the situation, she was momentarily stunned. After spending a peaceful few months in Konoha training Nawaki, relaxing with Orochimaru, and enjoying a relatively calm life, the idea of being thrown back into the chaos of war felt jarring. Are you serious? she asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. The third Hokage nodded solemnly. I wouldn't send you unless it was absolutely necessary. I know how much you've come to enjoy these past few months. Tsunade took a deep breath, steadying herself. All right, enough talk. When do I leave? Tomorrow morning. Understood. That night, in Orochimaru's courtyard. You're really heading to the front lines? Orochimaru asked, glancing up from his research as she approached. Yes. I'll be leaving early tomorrow, she replied with a resigned sigh. Hearing this, Orochimaru paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He then seemed to reach a decision, heading inside briefly before returning with a small vial containing a grass-green liquid. He handed it to her. Take this with you. Use it when you're on the battlefield. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, inspecting the vial. Is this one of your latest creations? Not exactly, Orochimaru replied. But with this, you'll be much safer out there. Chapter 163, Will this really keep me safer? Tsunade looked at the grass-green potion in her hand, her curiosity piqued by Orochimaru's words. This vial was different from the potions she'd seen him create before. Is it as miraculous as you say? She teased, a faint smile on her lips. She didn't know exactly what this potion did, but she could feel Orochimaru's genuine concern. There was something special in his gesture that stirred a warmth in her, a feeling she couldn't quite put into words. You'll see once you try it, Orochimaru replied with a casual wave of his hand, his voice low and slightly raspy. But use it only after you reach the front line. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, amused by the mysterious tone he was using. Is it even more precious than that dark green strengthening potion you made before? Orochimaru had always been a genius in research, consistently producing remarkable creations, so she wasn't too surprised that he'd come up with something new. But his tone was different this time, almost protective. In terms of value, this one is worth at least 50 times more than that potion, Orochimaru said, nonchalantly. 50 times? Tsunade blinked in disbelief. She knew that the advanced strengthening potion alone would probably fetch a price of 10 million ryo. So if this one was 50 times that value, did that mean he was giving her something worth 500 million ryo? Unbelievable. You're not serious, are you, Orochimaru? Tsunade asked, half laughing, half stunned. You know I never joke about these things. In truth, this potion was beyond monetary value. Even if someone offered 500 million, they wouldn't be able to buy it. Orochimaru had made it specifically for her, and it was one of a kind. But he kept his explanation simple, knowing Tsunade might not fully grasp the complexity or the danger behind his work. Haha, Orochimaru, you're amazing. Tsunade laughed, suddenly jumping into his arms, savoring the solid feel of his chest. In her mind, Orochimaru was always the serious, stoic type. Tenderness wasn't usually a part of his nature, so his occasional displays of affection always caught her off guard and meant a lot to her. Despite the closeness, Tsunade didn't stay with him that night. She had to return to her home and prepare her gear for the upcoming mission. The next morning, Orochimaru, accompanied by Nawaki, saw her off at Konoha's village gate. A large group was heading to the front line, so the gate was bustling with villagers saying tearful goodbyes to their loved ones. Couples hugged tightly, families exchanged words of encouragement, and friends held on, fearing that the next meeting could be their last. Orochimaru, I'm counting on you to look after Nawaki, Tsunade said, fully geared up for war. Don't worry. Leave him to me, Orochimaru replied, nodding confidently. He knew, from his memories of the original timeline, that Nawaki's life was supposed to end in the Second Shinobi War killed by an explosion. But now, with his own presence disrupting events, he didn't believe things had to follow the same tragic path. In this altered timeline, there was no reason Tsunade couldn't survive the war. That's precisely why he'd given her the potion to ensure her safety. She was, after all, his first and only woman so far, and he wasn't about to let history dictate her fate. Tsunade smiled. Then, I'm counting on you. She turned to Nawaki, ruffling his hair affectionately. Listen to Orochimaru-sensei, alright? If you want to go to the battlefield one day, you need to follow his guidance first. Understand? Yes, sister. I understand. Nawaki nodded, his face serious. Although he dreamed of becoming Hokage, just like Naruto would in the future, Nawaki was a much more grounded and obedient boy. With a final wave, she said goodbye. See you both later. Goodbye, Tsunade, Orochimaru replied, watching as she turned and joined the marching line of shinobi. With a single command, Tsunade led her team forward, a mix of combatants and medics moving swiftly toward the distant front line. Orochimaru stayed back, watching her retreating figure until it disappeared over the horizon. Just as he was about to turn and head back home with Nawaki, something caught his eye: a group of shinobi preparing for deployment. Among them, he noticed a familiar yet unexpected face. A young man with silver hair falling loosely over his shoulders, wearing a Konoha uniform and a Jonin vest, was adjusting his ninja tools while his teammates bid farewell to their families. Kato Dan? The man fit the description perfectly. In the original timeline, Kato Dan was Tsunade's lover, an ambitious shinobi who also dreamed of becoming Hokage. He'd met Tsunade after Nawaki's death, and his life had ended prematurely in the same war. But now, Dan seemed to sense Orochimaru's gaze and looked up, meeting his eyes with a polite smile. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Though Kato Dan was well known in Konoha, Orochimaru had no personal connection to him. He had neither the desire nor the need to get involved. However, it appeared that Dan thought differently. Smiling, he walked over to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, it's an honor. You know me? Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Dan chuckled. Everyone in Konoha knows you. You're one of the legendary Sannin. It'd be hard not to know you. Orochimaru nodded, understanding. Being one of the Sannin was like being a celebrity. Plenty of people recognized him, even if he had no idea who they were. Well, I have things to take care of at home. Excuse me. Dan was a powerful Jonin in his own right, but Orochimaru had little interest in him. Let's go, Nawaki. Time to head back. Yes, sensei, or should I call you brother-in-law? Wait, that doesn't sound right. Nawaki stammered, looking genuinely confused. Call me whatever you want, Orochimaru said with a shrug. Alright, sensei. But, when can I go to the battlefield? Chapter 164, Nawaki, who had recently been promoted to Chunin, was visibly impatient. He was the only one on his team to achieve this rank, a source of pride for him, and that pride was starting to go to his head. Like any young shinobi who tasted early success, he was getting a bit overconfident. So, you're eager to go to the battlefield? Orochimaru asked, not bothering to look back as he continued walking. The battlefield. Orochimaru knew all too well that even Jonin-level ninja were just pawns there, easily cut down if they weren't cautious. From what he could tell, Nawaki's current strength would leave him with a 70% chance of dying on the front lines. Of course! Nawaki replied, practically vibrating with excitement. My dream is to become Hokage. If I don't go to the battlefield and earn some achievements, how else am I supposed to make that happen? Hokage, huh? Orochimaru paused, then turned to glance at the enthusiastic boy. It's good to have a goal, but remember, you have to take things one step at a time. Come on, sensei. I've already mastered my basics. I'm a Chunin now. Nawaki puffed out his chest. I bet it won't be long before I can beat one of your clones. He continued talking excitedly, his aspirations growing with each sentence. Soon, I'll be able to surpass my sister, then you, and then, eventually surpass my grandfather and become the greatest Hokage ever. Your grandfather, huh? Orochimaru's gaze drifted to the necklace hanging around Nawaki's neck. When did Tsunade give him that necklace? It was a relic of the first Hokage, imbued with the chakra-sealing power Hashirama had left behind. Orochimaru remembered Tsunade wearing it every night and never mentioning any intention of passing it down. Oh, this? Nawaki noticed Orochimaru's glance and grinned even wider. My sister gave it to me for my 12th birthday, just the other day. By the way, Sensei, you didn't get me a gift since you came back late that night. Your birthday, huh? So you're 12 now. Orochimaru muttered thoughtfully. Alright, I'll give you something when we get back. Really? Haha, thanks, Sensei, you're the best. Nawaki's eyes sparkled with excitement, practically bouncing with energy as he followed Orochimaru back to the village. The two walked side by side, engaged in easy conversation. Neither noticed the subtle frown on Kato Dan's face as he watched them from a distance. Dan, what's up? A slightly chubby ninja approached, noticing his teammate lingering behind. Kato Dan blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel like Lord Orochimaru might not be the easiest person to get along with. Is that so? The ninja glanced at Orochimaru's retreating figure and laughed. Well, that's not surprising. He is one of the Sannin, the man who fought Hanzo of the Salamander and survived. With strength like that, he's bound to have a unique personality. Haha, true enough. Meanwhile, Tsunade's journey to the front line had only just begun, and Orochimaru was already feeling the lull of boredom creeping back in. After giving Nawaki a vial of the basic enhancement serum as a belated birthday gift, he returned to his lab to resume his research on the scientific ninjutsu scroll. The enhancement serum worked by enhancing one's genetics, but the process had to be gradual, from basic to intermediate, and finally, advanced. Skipping levels could put a shinobi's body under strain it wasn't ready for. So, for Nawaki, Orochimaru had started him at the basic level. While Nawaki's physique didn't inherit the full Senjusage body, his bloodline still made him sturdier than most civilian ninja. With the enhancement serum and proper battlefield training, Orochimaru was confident Nawaki could one day reach the level of a Jonin. This stuff is amazing. Nawaki marveled at the effects of the potion, clenching his fists as he felt the surge of energy. He looked across the yard at Orochimaru, his admiration bordering on awe. At this point, Nawaki's respect for Orochimaru was through the roof. The man seemed capable of anything: ninjutsu, ninja tools, potions, even strange hybrid devices. Every new achievement only fueled Nawaki's hero worship. This is nothing, Orochimaru said without looking up. But keep this between us, Nawaki. This is a secret. Nawaki nodded eagerly, his voice filled with sincerity. Don't worry, Sensei. Ninjas are good at keeping secrets. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a blast of lightning surged from the wall where Orochimaru was experimenting, blowing a small hole in it. Orochimaru examined the launcher strapped to his arm and nodded in satisfaction. It seems like it's finally working. With his current technology, Orochimaru had almost completed his research on the scientific ninjutsu scrolls. Once he handed over the final specifications to Konoha's R&D team, he could start preparing for his next move. That night, under the cover of darkness, Orochimaru made his way to a secluded canyon on the outskirts of Konoha. His hands tucked casually into his pockets, he moved with purpose, until he reached the heart of the open, deserted area. Once there, he looked around, assessing the surroundings. Then, he raised two fingers in front of him. Boom! With a puff of white smoke, 4 identical clones appeared beside him. Without needing instruction, each clone immediately sprinted off in a different direction to secure the perimeter. Satisfied, Orochimaru flipped his wrist, revealing 4 small mechanical scout flies that he released into the air. The tiny drones dispersed, adding another layer of surveillance to ensure his solitude. That should keep any interruptions at bay, Orochimaru murmured to himself. With that, he bit his thumb, smeared blood across his palm, and swiftly formed the hand seals. Summoning Jutsu! Bang! A massive plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a colossal snake with vivid purple markings, its scales glinting in the moonlight. Who dares summon me at this hour? The serpent hissed, its voice deep and menacing. This was Manda, the fearsome boss of the giant snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Even with a summoning contract, Manda was a creature of pride and intelligence. It wouldn't obey anyone without proper respect or compensation. Ah, Manda. A pleasure meeting you, Orochimaru greeted him with a smirk, undeterred by the snake's intimidating presence. Chapter 165, Manda, the giant purple-striped snake with an overbearing personality, was infamous for his arrogance. Unlike the more cooperative summons of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Manda demanded respect and refused to bow down to anyone, even his own summoner. This arrogance, however, was well-founded. Manda was massive, incredibly agile for his size, and boasted formidable attack power. He was widely recognized as one of the most powerful summons in the world of ninja beasts. Before, when Orochimaru was still with Tsunade, he'd often thought about the differences between their summons. While Tsunade's and Jiraiya's were loyal and easy to work with, Manda was the exact opposite, a defiant creature who considered himself the master, unwilling to follow orders without compensation or a show of strength. Orochimaru had long wanted to summon Manda to gauge his attitude firsthand. And if necessary, he'd put the arrogant snake in his place. But he hadn't been confident in his strength before, unsure if he could truly control Manda if things got out of hand. So, he had chosen not to summon him, opting for other, more compliant snakes. But now, with his power at its peak, and with the battlefield looming ahead, he decided it was time to deal with Manda properly. This was Orochimaru's first time summoning the legendary snake. As Manda emerged in a swirl of smoke, he quickly spotted the boyish-looking man with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, a calm yet cold expression on his face. "Who are you supposed to be? Another foolish contractor?" Manda's golden eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with disdain. "My name is Orochimaru. I am your current summoner." "Summoner?" Manda's pupils constricted before a cruel laugh escaped him. "Ha! Foolish boy, I don't need a master. I may be bound by a contract to help you in battle, but you have no right to command me. Try, and I'll crush you where you stand." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Crush me?" "With the constraints of the contract, killing your summoner would lead to severe backlash, wouldn't it?" "Backlash?" Manda scoffed, his deep voice echoing in the canyon. "I kill for sport. You think I'm concerned about a little backlash?" The giant snake began to turn away. "I'm leaving. Summon me again without a purpose, and I will kill you next time." "Hold it!" Manda paused, turning his head slightly, as Orochimaru continued in an eerily calm tone. "I summoned you today to make it clear, I'm about to go to war. I can't afford to have a disobedient summon on the battlefield." Manda's eyes narrowed further. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you telling me to obey your orders?" "A laughable demand." "Then let's settle it here." Orochimaru's voice was firm, unwavering. In a world where strength is everything, maybe the only way to establish respect is through battle. "If I win, you'll follow my commands. If you win, well, I suppose you're free to do as you please." As he finished speaking, Orochimaru raised a hand and beckoned Manda with a slight curl of his fingers, a gesture meant to taunt. "Come on. You, insolent brat." Manda's eyes glinted with malice, his pride clearly stung. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you that wish." With a powerful thrust, Manda lunged forward, his massive jaws snapping toward Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was prepared. With a single tap of his toes, he propelled himself backward, his hands coming together in a single, decisive clap. Snap! In an instant, Orochimaru's aura surged. His eyes turned a deep scarlet, and a fierce wind swirled around him, lifting his hair and sending his long coat fluttering as chakra flooded his body. Would release, secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. With a tremendous burst of chakra, thick, powerful vines erupted from the ground in all directions, racing toward Manda. Orochimaru's chakra reserves bolstered by his sage body allowed him to unleash the technique without restraint. Though Manda was fast and agile, Orochimaru's would release was a powerful jutsu, once wielded by the first Hokage himself. The vines surged around Manda, multiplying and entwining, growing endlessly as if they possessed a life of their own. "Is that all you've got?" Manda sneered, thrashing against the vines, undeterred. His scales deflected the initial attacks, and he twisted his massive body, trying to break free. "Don't worry," Orochimaru's voice echoed through the canyon, calm yet icy. "This is only the beginning." Meanwhile, on the front lines, Tsunade was overwhelmed by the sheer number of injured shinobi. The battlefield was a grim sight. Wounded soldiers lay scattered across makeshift medical tents, many barely clinging to life. The scarcity of medical ninjas was apparent. Konoha had only a few dozen to handle hundreds, sometimes thousands, of casualties. The moment Tsunade and her team arrived, they'd been thrown into the thick of it. Tsunade herself was constantly moving between tents, treating wounds, preparing antidotes, and administering healing chakra to the severely injured. The shinobi in her care couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of Lady Tsunade, her healing abilities are incredible. "We're so grateful, Lady Tsunade." In every corner of the medical tent, injured shinobi murmured words of gratitude as the Slug Queen, Katsuyu, lay on their shoulders, channeling Tsunade's healing chakra directly to them. The power of her techniques was undeniable. She could detoxify poisons, heal wounds, and restore strength on a scale that was nothing short of miraculous. But even Tsunade's abilities had their limits. Katsuyu's healing power was directly linked to Tsunade's chakra reserves, and the strain was beginning to show. In her own tent, Tsunade sat, breathing heavily, her body aching from the near-constant use of chakra. "Tsunade-sama, you need to rest. You can't keep pushing yourself like this," one of her fellow medics pleaded, concern evident in her voice. The medic knew better than most how dangerous chakra exhaustion could be for a ninja. If Tsunade collapsed from overexertion, Konoha's medical support on the front lines would be crippled. "Yeah, I know," Tsunade replied, reluctantly acknowledging her own limits. She dismissed her team member and released Katsuyu, intending to lie down for a quick rest. As she turned to make herself comfortable, her gaze fell on her medical bag lying beside her pillow. She reached over, absently opening it, only to see the grass-green potion Orochimaru had given her before she left. In that moment, she remembered his parting words. "Use it before going to sleep. The effects will set in faster." A soft smile crossed her lips. "Orochimaru, you really are something else," she thought. He could be distant, but his gestures of care were genuine in their own way. "Let's see if this thing is as miraculous as you claimed, huh?" she muttered with a smirk. Tsunade uncorked the vial and drank it down in one gulp. The taste was oddly refreshing, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Exhausted from her earlier efforts, she soon drifted into a deep, restorative sleep, her body already beginning to absorb the potion's effects. Chapter 166, Boom! In a canyon over 10 kilometers outside Konoha, a dense forest of towering trees shook violently as a massive explosion echoed through the night. The shockwave uprooted trees and tore the landscape apart, scattering debris in all directions. As the dust settled, silence returned to the canyon, broken only by the sound of rustling leaves. Standing amidst the destruction was a towering spectral warrior, ghostly and menacing, like something out of a nightmare. The warrior, made entirely of chakra, stood on two legs and was shrouded in eerie white armor. In its hand was an unconventional weapon, a chakra-formed rocket launcher. And in front of it, slumped and wounded, lay the massive, bruised form of a purple-striped python. Though the ghostly warrior, Susanoo, was dwarfed by Manda's sheer size, the mighty snake's golden eyes held a flicker of fear as he gazed upon it. For the first time, Manda had been thoroughly overpowered in battle, and by his own summoner no less. Staring at Orochimaru, who stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, Manda struggled to process what had just happened. "You, boy! How can you wield such power?" As one of the most formidable creatures of Ryuchi Cave, Manda prided himself on his strength. This was the first time he'd been brought to heel, and by a human, no less. Throughout the fight, Orochimaru had unleashed relentless attacks, blending powerful elemental ninjutsu with massive trees that seemed to spring to life, restricting Manda's movements. But worst of all was the white Susanoo warrior, whose chakra weapon had delivered blow after devastating blow. Orochimaru's scarlet eyes gleamed with the twisted pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking up at his own white Susanoo, which was vastly different from the Uchiha Susanoo he remembered, he smiled slightly. There's no need to worry about the details, Manda. All that matters is that I won, wouldn't you agree? TCH. With a final huff, Susanoo dissipated, leaving Orochimaru standing alone. He approached Manda, who watched him with wary eyes. Reaching into his coat, Orochimaru pulled out a small vial filled with a concentrated, high-potency recovery potion. This is a compressed recovery serum. It should heal the wounds you sustained in our battle. As my summon, I prefer we maintain a cooperative relationship. He paused, letting the words sink in. And if you prove loyal, I may even find ways to make you stronger. Without further hesitation, he poured the potion into Manda's mouth. For once, the snake didn't resist, too stunned by the display of strength he witnessed. Fine. But don't get cocky, boy. Just because you've got some power doesn't mean I like you, Manda hissed. But, perhaps you've earned my respect for now. Bang! With a puff of smoke, Manda disappeared, leaving Orochimaru alone in the ravaged canyon. Watching the smoke dissipate, Orochimaru looked down at his pale hand, flexing his fingers thoughtfully. It feels satisfying to wield the power of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Though the Mangekyo Sharingan was a natural evolution of the Sharingan, it was in an entirely different league. Unlike the basic three-tomo Sharingan, the Mangekyo's true strength lay in the unique abilities it granted, based on the individual wielder's psyche and experiences. With one eye, Orochimaru could now summon a white Susanoo, a warrior of pure chakra that enveloped him like armor. It was said to be the pinnacle of defensive and offensive techniques, forming a human-shaped construct that shielded its user from most attacks. Susanoo evolved in stages, from a skeletal frame to a full-bodied warrior. Just now, Orochimaru had used the fourth form of Susanoo, a complete armored warrior with a ghostly white visage and sturdy legs. But there were some peculiarities. While most Uchiha had distinct Susanoo colors, Madara's was blue, Itachi's a dark red, Shirsue's green, and Sasuke's purple. Orochimaru's Susanoo was a stark, eerie white. It made sense, he supposed. His affinity with Ryuchi Cave and the White Snake probably influenced it. But the most baffling part was the weapon his Susanoo had chosen. A rocket launcher? Orochimaru murmured, raising an eyebrow. The blast earlier had come from Susanoo's chakra-formed rocket launcher, a weapon that seemed out of place among traditional ninja tools. While other Uchiha wielded bows, swords, and shields, his Susanoo wielded a weapon that fired explosive chakra rounds. It was unconventional, to say the least, and yet, strangely effective. Perhaps it's not so different from a bow and arrow, just shaped differently, he mused, shaking his head. Well, as long as it's useful, I won't complain. With his clones dispersed and the scout flies called back, Orochimaru began the leisurely walk back toward Konoha, a faint smile on his lips. And as for the infamous side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, pain, blindness, and chakra exhaustion, those were no longer his concern. Thanks to the robust chakra reserves of his sage body, he could maintain Susanoo's fourth form all day if he wished. The only thing he regretted was that he hadn't yet achieved the final stage of Susanoo, the perfect Susanoo, a colossal form towering over the landscape, far larger and stronger than anything he'd used today. The complete Susanoo was a form only a few elite Uchiha could reach, a giant that rivaled even the tailed beasts. It required not only immense chakra but also an extraordinary level of mental strength. For now, Orochimaru's current Mangekyo hadn't reached that level. Chapter 167, the stage between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan is known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's achieved by merging two pairs of Mangekyo eyes, typically those of siblings, resulting in a drastic enhancement of spiritual power. This fusion is what allows for the true awakening of the complete Susanoo, the ultimate form of the Susanoo technique. But Orochimaru, having experienced the Mangekyo, knew this wasn't an absolute requirement. Why does the Eternal Mangekyo surpass the regular Mangekyo? It's due to the fusion of two Mangekyo pairs, which causes a qualitative leap in spiritual energy. The reason sibling eyes are needed for this is due to the genetic compatibility required for a successful merger without rejection. Brothers' genes are typically close enough to avoid the risks. In theory, however, a similar effect could be achieved by father and son, but no one had ever attempted it to confirm. In short, if one's spiritual energy was strong enough, it was possible to activate the complete Susanoo without the eternal Mangekyo. For instance, Uchiha Obito, without possessing the eternal Mangekyo, was still able to manifest the complete Susanoo after transferring his power to Kakashi. This was possible only because of the immense spiritual power he wielded, having been a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, which vastly amplified the chakra and spiritual power channeled through his eyes. Currently, Orochimaru had amassed an immense amount of spiritual power through his experiments, but the limitation was clear: there's a fundamental difference between the regular Sharingan and the Mangekyo. The genetic samples he had collected from ordinary Uchiha bloodlines were only enough to push him to the level of a Mangekyo user, but they didn't contain the kind of spiritual potency required to reach the eternal Mangekyo. The fusion of two Mangekyo pairs isn't as simple as doubling power. The synergy produces exponential growth in spiritual strength. So, gathering hundreds of ordinary Sharingan genes would do little to elevate him further. It would barely make a dent. If he truly wanted to reach the level of a complete Susanoo, he needed genetic material from Uchiha with the Mangekyo itself, someone like Uchiha Madara, Obito, or Itachi. Madara was clearly out of reach, and Obito wasn't even born yet. As for Itachi or Sasuke, well, they wouldn't appear for years. This left Orochimaru with only one viable candidate in the current timeline, Uchiha Fugaku. Or, possibly Uchiha Mikoto. But her potential to awaken the Mangekyo was uncertain. Given her children's prodigious abilities, it was possible she carried the genetic potential, but she had never shown signs of unlocking it herself. As Orochimaru was lost in thought, a sudden voice pulled him back to reality. "Lord Orochimaru?" He turned to see a small red-haired girl in a short shirt and skirt, her black thigh-high stockings standing out in the dim light. She looked nervous, almost intimidated. "Kushina?" Orochimaru paused, glancing around and realizing he had wandered near the Senju clan's territory. "What are you doing here so late? Are you looking for Tsunade?" "Why, yes," Kushina replied, lowering her head, her usual fiery attitude replaced by timidity. She didn't dare meet his eyes. "But Tsunade-sama doesn't seem to be around." "Of course not," Orochimaru replied calmly. "She was deployed to the front lines over a week ago." "Ah, I didn't know." Kushina looked disappointed. She'd been busy with school and hadn't kept up with the news of the war. "If there's anything important, you can tell me," Orochimaru offered, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Kushina might still be a child, but as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she held immense potential. She was certainly more interesting to him than Kato Dan. No, that's all right," Kushina stammered, looking flustered. Without waiting for a response, she quickly bowed and ran off, disappearing into the night. Watching her retreat as though fleeing for her life, Orochimaru reached up to touch his cheek, amused. "Am I really that frightening?" With a faint smile, he turned and continued on his way back home. The gene fusion serum he had developed could theoretically integrate any genetic material. Although conventional wisdom dictated that gene serums were best administered via injection, Orochimaru's potion, developed with the aid of the system, had eliminated all negative side effects. Thus, it was taken orally instead. Far away on the front lines, Tsunade still hadn't mastered the Yin Seal, so her chakra reserves were limited. Treating so many injured ninja each day drained her significantly. Even with chakra pills, a full night's rest only restored about half of her chakra at best. The constant strain was beginning to take a toll. But today felt different. No, it felt very different. The morning after taking Orochimaru's potion, Tsunade awoke with an unusual sensation. Her chakra reserves, typically higher than average due to her Senju lineage, had now grown to an absurd degree. If she compared her previous chakra reserves to a river, what she felt now was like an ocean. She blinked, bewildered, trying to comprehend the transformation. Unbelievable, what is this power? Tsunade murmured to herself, holding up her hands and examining them. She felt completely rejuvenated. Not only had her chakra fully recovered, but it had grown to an extent she'd never thought possible. Any lingering fatigue from her previous exertions had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vitality. Tsunade wasn't a fool. She knew that this newfound power was likely linked to Orochimaru's potion. But even with that knowledge, the sheer potency of it left her stunned. What in the world did Orochimaru put in that vial? She whispered, half in awe, half in disbelief. With her current chakra levels and rapid recovery rate, she could potentially unleash large-scale ninjutsu without restraint, transforming herself into a veritable humanoid powerhouse. Excited to test her abilities, Tsunade quickly rose to her feet and stepped outside her tent, ignoring the curious looks from other medics. As she walked, she noticed something remarkable. Wherever her feet touched the ground, the grass seemed to grow taller, lusher, responding to her chakra as if it were alive. Wait, is this would release? She gasped, staring in disbelief at the grass slowly flourishing beneath her. Did I awaken the wood release? Chapter 168. Tsunade's shock was immeasurable. She felt as though she were in a dream. Could she really have awakened wood release? It seemed impossible. But the unmistakable feeling of power surging within her, combined with the sight of plants growing around her as a response to her chakra, proved it was real. Wood release, like Susanoo, actually had different levels of power. One version was based on transplantation, strong, but risky. Overuse would put a strain on the body and lead to severe side effects. Another version was derived from genetic modifications. This one was safer to use repeatedly but wasn't particularly powerful. It was more suitable for tasks like building shelters than for actual combat. Then there was true awakening. This was much closer to perfection, a pure expression of wood release that could be wielded freely. But even that wasn't the ultimate form. The most perfect version was an awakened wood release, further enhanced by Sage Mode. That combination was truly formidable. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade had always wanted to awaken wood release. It was an aspiration held by many within her clan. But she knew how rare it was after all. No one since the first Hokage had ever achieved it. She'd given up hope a long time ago. But now, looking at the grass and small plants sprouting around her in response to her chakra, Tsunade's mind was racing. Could Orochimaru really have helped her unlock wood release? Was this some kind of temporary effect or something permanent? If it was just temporary, she could deal with that. But if it was permanent, Tsunade didn't even dare to think about the implications. As the battle raged on the Sand Ninja front, Tsunade's sudden awakening of wood release brought a significant boost to Konoha's forces. Her enhanced chakra reserves and newfound abilities allowed her to heal more wounded and bolster the morale of her allies. With this unexpected advantage, the Konoha forces began to turn the tide, gaining the upper hand against the Sand Ninja. It was an encouraging breakthrough, and even the third Hokage was visibly pleased when he received the report. But he couldn't help but be puzzled. How was Tsunade able to heal so many people in such a short period? Once or twice could be chalked up to skill, but 3 or 4 times? That defied his understanding of her chakra capacity. The third Hokage was curious, but the details weren't mentioned in the field reports. For now, he'd have to wait until Tsunade returned to ask her himself. As for why Tsunade hadn't reported it yet, she had her reasons. Upon discovering her wood release abilities, she realized that it wasn't a temporary boost. Her new powers were permanent. She knew better than anyone the value of a permanent wood release. If Orochimaru's earlier estimate of the potion's worth was around 500 million ryo, this was worth far more, perhaps even billions. But Orochimaru had given her this gift, and he was an important part of her life. She felt she needed to talk to him first before deciding whether or not to report this newfound ability to the Hokage. Now, Tsunade understood why Orochimaru had emphasized using the potion only on the battlefield. He was clearly trying to avoid unnecessary attention and probing questions from her. In other words, was he a little annoyed by her? The thought made her feel a mix of frustration and amusement. But there was no time to dwell on it, the war demanded her focus. She shelved her questions for now, resolved to get answers later. This war had two main fronts, one against the Sand Ninja and the other against the Stone Ninja. While Konoha was holding its ground against the Sand, they were struggling against IWA. When the third Hokage received a request for reinforcements from the IWA battlefield, he made a swift decision. "Orochimaru, we need you on the battlefield," he announced simply, effectively assigning Orochimaru's next mission. Orochimaru, who had been expecting this, nodded without hesitation. "Which front am I to go to?" "The IWA side," the third Hokage replied. With Jiraiya still away and Tsunade holding the line against Suna, Orochimaru was the best choice for the IWA front. "Understood. Who will be joining me?" The third Hokage handed over a few files. "The enemy has been using guerrilla tactics, spreading their forces over a long front and fighting in small teams. You'll need to counter them in a similar way." "A 6-man squad?" Orochimaru noted as he looked through the files. "Exactly. 1 sensor type and 5 combat types," the Hokage confirmed. Due to the limited number of sensor ninjas available, Konoha had distributed them thinly across squads. Orochimaru flipped through the profiles in his hand. Besides Nawaki, who had been assigned to him specifically by the Hokage, there was another name that caught his attention, a young man with black hair and white eyes. Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi was only 13, just a year older than Nawaki. Talented enough to be trusted in combat. The fact that the Hyuga clan had assigned someone of Hisashi's potential to his team spoke volumes. Hisashi was a prodigy within his clan. The Hyuga were very selective about which jonin led their young geniuses, and there were only a few in Konoha whom they'd trust for such a role. With Jiraiya away, Tsunade assigned to medical support, and Hatake Sakumo on the Suna front, the Hyuga clan had chosen Orochimaru. Carrying his large scroll, Orochimaru made his way to the village gate, flipping through the files of his team members once more. In addition to Nawaki and Hisashi, there were 3 other Chunin, relatively unknown but competent enough to have been assigned to the warfront. Orochimaru felt the weight of responsibility settling on him. Konoha often paired seasoned ninja with less experienced ones to ensure skill development and protect valuable talent. At the gate, his squad awaited him, Hisashi, Nawaki, and 3 Chunin, all fully equipped and ready for deployment. "Orochimaru-sama," they greeted him, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru, now wearing his jonin vest, acknowledged them with a nod. "I won't waste time with speeches. Follow my lead on the battlefield, and I'll do my best to keep you alive." "Yes, sir." "Finally, we're going to the battlefield." Nawaki cheered, noticeably more excited than his teammates. Unlike the others, he seemed utterly fearless, practically buzzing with enthusiasm. Even Hisashi couldn't help but give him a curious look. Was this kid really so young and fearless? "Check your ninja tools and equipment," Orochimaru instructed, casting a final glance over his squad. "If everything's in order, we'll move out immediately." Chapter 169. During the war, the contributions of the Sannin to Konoha were nothing short of monumental. With their immense strength and powerful summons, they'd annihilated countless enemies and saved the lives of countless comrades. Ordinary ninjas couldn't compare to their impact, and even the elite clans of Konoha couldn't match the Sannin's battlefield prowess. But each of the Sannin had their own distinct strategic role. Tsunade served as the cornerstone of the medical corps, using her advanced healing abilities to mend the wounded and keep Konoha's forces fighting. She was the lifeline of the battlefield. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, on the other hand, were combat specialists. They protected their comrades by eliminating the enemy. Their contributions came through their high mission completion rates and kill counts, striking fear into their enemies and boosting the morale of Konoha's forces. Now, deep in the forests, the battle between Iwa's stone-hearted soldiers and Konoha's forces raged on. The Konoha forces, outnumbered, were gradually being pushed back. Whoosh! 2 kunai flew towards a Konoha ninja from an unseen angle. "Damn it," he muttered, turning just in time to see the kunai whistling through the air toward him. His eyes widened, and he braced himself for the end. But suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Clang! The kunai were deflected, knocked away by something. The Konoha ninja's eyes widened in shock. Is that a snake? Sure enough, a sleek black snake had flicked its tail and sent the kunai flying. Before he could fully process what was happening, figures leaped out from the trees, closing in on the IWA ninjas. The Konoha ninja breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar headbands. But the IWA ninjas' expressions darkened. They tried to fight back, but the Konoha reinforcements were relentless, cutting them down one by one. Orochimaru walked calmly across the battlefield, his expression cold and unbothered. He seemed almost indifferent to the chaos around him. Realizing they were outmatched, the remaining IWA ninjas turned and fled. Don't even think about running, Nawaki shouted, charging forward to chase them down. Nawaki, hold! Orochimaru called out sharply. Why, sensei? Don't chase a fleeing enemy, Orochimaru instructed. Focus on dealing with the ones still engaged. At his command, the black snake slithered back to him, coiling itself on his shoulder with its head resting comfortably. Good work, he murmured to the snake, before nodding to his squad. Let's move to the next target. Yes, sir, Nawaki replied reluctantly, though he was clearly itching for a pursuit. Beside him, Hisashi was watching the black snake with a mix of awe and curiosity. All along the route they traveled, this snake had led the way, guiding them into strategic positions on the battlefield. It was fast, powerful, and, surprisingly, adept at combat. Hisashi had even seen it wrap itself around an IWA ninja and crush him to death, a feat unheard of for a snake of that size. It had deflected shuriken, blocked kunai, and taken down enemies with ruthless efficiency. Is there anything this snake can't do? Hisashi wondered as he moved to follow Orochimaru, setting aside his questions for the time being. In the world of ninjas, war wasn't just about strength, it was about strategy, morale, and resources. Factors like troop numbers, quality, and the confidence of the soldiers could all sway the outcome of a battle. But perhaps the most crucial factor of all was the presence of high-ranking shinobi, cutting-edge combatants who could turn the tide single-handedly. In every village, these cutting-edge fighters usually consisted of the Kage and, in rare cases, the Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. However, at this point in time, even Konoha hadn't fully mastered control over its own tailed beast, and the same could be said for the other villages. As soon as Orochimaru joined the IWA front, the effect was undeniable. Every encounter between IWA ninjas and his team ended in a resounding defeat for IWA. With Hisashi's Byakugan for reconnaissance, Orochimaru's Black Snake for swift assaults, and his own devastating jutsu, Konoha had gained a powerful edge. Whenever a group of IWA ninjas saw Orochimaru and his squad approaching, their morale plummeted. His presence was enough to send ripples of fear through the enemy ranks. Orochimaru's reputation began to spread among the IWA forces. They all knew of the young Konoha shinobi who commanded snakes and had fought against the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. In IWA, orders were clear: if they encountered Orochimaru, they were to abandon the mission and retreat immediately. This treatment was almost identical to that afforded to Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, who was making waves on the Sand Ninja front. Hatake Tsukumo's name was spreading even faster than Orochimaru's. Known for wielding a short sword imbued with chakra, the White Fang was unstoppable in combat. Wherever his white chakra blade appeared, enemies fell. The Sand Ninja feared him immensely, and even the IWA ninjas held deep respect for his skill, owing to clashes in previous conflicts. Although Tsukumo's reputation spread faster than Orochimaru's, it wasn't necessarily because he was stronger. Rather, it was due to a particular achievement on the battlefield: he had killed two significant figures from the Sand Village. Those figures were none other than the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo, a high-ranking elder in the Sand Village and one of its strongest fighters. These two were the parents of Sasori of the Red Sand. Chiyo's family was highly esteemed, and her son and daughter-in-law were formidable ninjas in their own right. Yet, even together, they couldn't withstand the power of Konoha's white fan. This victory alone had earned Tsukumo a fearsome reputation, one that spread across the battlefield faster than Orochimaru's. In times of war, strength brought fame. The names of Konoha's white fan on the sand front and Orochimaru of the Sannin on the IWA front quickly became known across the ninja world due to their prowess and achievements in combat. However, Tsunade's name was less prominent outside Konoha due to her role in the medical corps. To the enemy, she was less visible, but within Konoha, she was revered as the medical saint. Her contributions hadn't gone unnoticed by the people she saved. Back in Konoha, villagers celebrated their village's remarkable strength, knowing they were protected by such powerful ninja. But in Sand and IWA, the situation was different. Their leaders couldn't ignore the looming threat Konoha posed. Despite outnumbering Konoha's forces, they were struggling to make significant progress into the Fire Country. This failure put the strength of their nations into question. Unwilling to allow Konoha to maintain the upper hand, the Tsuchikage and Kazekage exchanged letters, strategizing their next move. And soon, a new battle plan began to take shape. Chapter 170, the war continued, but with Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru on the front lines, the offensive from Suna and IWA was significantly weakened. Konoha's forces finally had a moment to breathe. 10 days later, on the border of the Land of Earth. At the junction of Earth, Rain, and Grass countries, a few bottomless ravines sliced through the ground like scars, marking the division between the three territories. Here, representatives from multiple factions were meeting to discuss an uneasy alliance. One figure wore an IWA forehead protector, another bore the sand symbol, and a third came from a smaller, lesser-known country. The ninja from this small nation was holding a strange grenade, crafted by Orochimaru, and turning it over in his hands as he examined it closely. "This thing looks like our own weaponry," he muttered, "but the craftsmanship is entirely different. This one's far more refined." "So you're saying this wasn't provided by your country?" the IWA envoy asked. There had been previous suspicions that Konoha's advanced weaponry was supplied by this smaller nation. But apparently, that wasn't the case. The ninja from the small nation snorted in disdain. "Supplying Konoha with technology? Don't be absurd. We may be a small nation, but we survived in the shadow of the great powers by guarding our unique resources closely. You think we just hand over our secrets?" "Understood," said the IWA and Suna representatives, exchanging a look. They'd half expected this answer. "Fine," the IWA envoy said, waving the issue aside. "Let's get to the real business. We want your country to launch an attack on Konoha." The small nation's ninja raised an eyebrow. "And why would we do that?" "We're not afraid of your reprisals, but we're also not eager to provoke Konoha without good reason. You should understand our position." "Of course." The IWA envoy nodded. "We're willing to pay handsomely for your cooperation. And once it's done, we're prepared to allocate certain strategic resources to you as well." "Strategic resources?" The small nation's ninja chuckled. "You big countries must really be desperate. But don't insult us by thinking we're so naive. We don't intend to play the fool just for a few scraps." The IWA envoy clenched his jaw, but before he could respond, the small nation's representative continued, "If you want us to risk provoking Konoha, you'll have to increase the payment by 30% on top of the original offer." "30% more?" "That's a steep increase," said the Suna representative, his face twisted in irritation. "Steep? Do you think ninja tools just appear out of thin air?" the small nation's ninja scoffed. "Every kunai, every shuriken we use is money spent. And that's without mentioning the exploding tags, soldier pills, and chakra restoration supplies. War is expensive." The IWA and Suna envoys exchanged a reluctant glance. They didn't like being strong-armed, but with their forces struggling against Konoha, they had little choice. Grudgingly, they nodded their agreement, cementing the terms of their uneasy alliance. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, many villagers were still basking in the glow of Konoha's recent victories. Everywhere, people spoke of the incredible feats of three individuals, Hatake Sakumo, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Two of them were dominating the battlefield, while one was healing the entire army. Simply incredible, no wonder Tsunade-sama. As she walked through the bustling streets, a young red-haired girl listened to the villagers' excited conversations with a look of amazement. Kushina had always known Tsunade was strong, but this was beyond what she'd imagined. When Tsunade had once bragged that her boyfriend was the strongest of his generation, Kushina hadn't really believed it. After all, claiming to be the strongest sounded a bit far-fetched. Even after hearing about the Sanin's victory over Hanzo, she was still skeptical. After all, it was 3 against 1. But now, hearing how Orochimaru was single-handedly holding back enemy forces, she couldn't help but be impressed. She'd seen the horrors of battle herself and knew how devastating trained ninjas could be. To stand against entire enemy forces was remarkable. Tsunade-sama is so lucky, she murmured, a hint of admiration in her voice. As she made her way to school, she daydreamed about finding someone just as powerful for herself someday. But her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed a certain blonde-haired boy staring at her from across the room. "Hey, you sissy," she snapped, glaring at him. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll beat you up." Startled, the boy quickly turned his head, not daring to meet her gaze again. That night, within the Uchiha clan compound. Since this conflict was more limited in scale, many of Konoha's elite clans hadn't deployed all their members, and a good portion of Konoha's forces remained in the village. Consequently, the Uchiha district was still bustling with activity. In one particular room, Uchiha Akihara sat alone, his gaze fixed on the flickering candlelight as he pondered a recent development. The strengthening serum from the village, it certainly helps the clan members control their Sharingan better. A good thing, no doubt. But is there truly a limited supply of it? He muttered to himself, contemplating the possibilities. Maybe if I found the right person, I could get more information. "Father, what are you thinking about?" The sudden voice broke his reverie. He looked up to see a young girl standing in the doorway, Mikoto, his daughter. "Ah, Mikoto." "It's nothing, really," he said, offering her a faint smile. "Just some clan matters." "Is it important?" she asked curiously. "Not very important," he replied, then paused, his expression softening. "Though, perhaps it could be." Realizing he didn't want to burden her with clan issues, he gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it. You should get some rest." "All right, Father," Mikoto said with a small nod before heading back to her room. As he watched her retreating figure, Akihara's expression turned thoughtful once more. Chapter 171. At the Konoha camp on the IWA ninja front line, Orochimaru lay on a large boulder just outside the base, dressed in his usual ninja attire, Jonin vest, and Konoha forehead protector. Eyes closed, he appeared relaxed, as if he had nothing to worry about. And, in truth, he didn't. The enemy had grown wary of him after countless encounters. By now, every time IWA or any other hostile force spotted him, they would retreat without a second thought. Even the most determined raiding parties would break off their attacks at the first sign of his presence. So Orochimaru found himself with little to do. Days blurred together as he idly waited for an enemy who would never come close enough to fight. As he lay there, a different kind of restlessness crept into his mind, memories of Tsunade. Her presence, her scent, her warmth. All things he missed more than he'd care to admit. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this sort of attachment to anyone. "Am I getting soft?" Orochimaru muttered to himself, looking up at the sky with a hint of self-criticism. Missing a woman on the battlefield, the so-called Tomb of Heroes. But just as he was about to shake off the thought, his attention snapped to the sky. "What?" His eyes narrowed as he saw a glint on the horizon. An emergency flare rocketed into the air from the far end of the camp, signaling an imminent attack. "Enemy sighted," someone yelled, causing the entire camp to stir. "Who's setting off flares here?" grumbled one of the Konoha ninjas nearby. "This is our base." There's no way the enemy could get this close without a warning. But then, the ninja caught sight of Orochimaru standing beside the flare, and his doubts faded. If Orochimaru had signaled the alert, it was no mistake. Following Orochimaru's gaze, the Konoha forces looked to the sky and froze in shock. What is that? Ninjas, flying? Above them, dozens of airborne figures with metal wings hovered ominously, filling the sky over the Konoha camp. The sheer sight was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the most seasoned ninja. Humans weren't meant to fly, especially not in such numbers. This can't be possible, can it? Sitting nearby, Hisashi Hyuga activated his Byakugan. He focused on the strange metal wings attached to each figure, noting the flow of chakra. They're channeling chakra into those metal wings to stay airborne. Hisashi murmured in amazement. Get down! Orochimaru suddenly ordered, his voice cutting through the panic. In an instant, the airborne shinobi unleashed a hailstorm of bullets and explosives from above, transforming the battlefield into a scene of chaos. Explosions tore through the camp, and Konoha ninjas scrambled for cover, but the sudden barrage caught many off guard. While Konoha ninjas tried to retaliate with kunai, shuriken, and other projectiles, the airborne ninjas were simply too fast. Their bullets rained down at speeds no traditional weapon could match, and the Konoha forces found themselves completely outpaced. Through the smoke and fire, an airborne ninja caught sight of Orochimaru, standing defiantly by the boulder with his team gathered around him. Grinning, the attacker angled downward, aiming directly for him with his weapons primed. Orochimaru's team scattered at his command, diving for cover, but Orochimaru himself stood his ground. His golden eyes shifted, the irises turning a vivid scarlet as he activated his Sharingan. Lightning crackled in his raised hand, building in intensity. The airborne ninja scoffed at the sight. Using lightning release from that distance? Pathetic. No matter how fast you think you are, you won't be able to hit me. He was still mentally congratulating himself when Orochimaru's lightning surged forward, impossibly fast. Zap! The shock paralyzed the enemy midair, his eyes widening in disbelief as his body seized up. He began to plummet from the sky, utterly helpless. Earth release, Quagmire. Orochimaru murmured, forming a single hand sign. As the ninja hit the ground, the earth beneath him turned to thick mud, swallowing him up before he had a chance to recover. From a distance, one of Orochimaru's team members stared at the scene, stunned. What just happened? Once the bombardment ended, Konoha's camp was left in ruins, smoke and flames rising from scattered fires. The air ninjas retreated quickly, vanishing over the horizon as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only destruction in their wake. Aside from the one Orochimaru took down, none of the airborne ninjas were harmed. Sensei, what was that? Nawaki demanded, running up to him. Who were those guys? Troublesome. Orochimaru murmured, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures. So they finally made their move. The Land of Sky. An anomaly among the hidden villages, their ninjas specialized not in traditional ninjutsu, but in mechanical technology and aerial combat. While most villages focused on honing their chakra techniques, these ninjas wielded modern weaponry, aircraft, bombs, and even machine guns. In terms of pure technology, they were decades ahead of everyone else. Though Orochimaru himself had been dabbling in advanced weapons, he was nowhere near their level, not with the limited resources and time he had. Why did they retreat after just one attack? Nawaki muttered, frustrated. They don't have unlimited chakra, Hisashi replied calmly, his Byakugan still active as he observed the remnants of the retreating force. From the amount of chakra they used to stay airborne and launch their attack, I'd say they're likely headed somewhere nearby to refuel and regroup. Orochimaru turned, a hint of surprise on his face as he looked at Hisashi. Impressive insight, Hisashi. We'll investigate further, but first, we need to make preparations in case they return. Taking a large scroll from his back, Orochimaru opened it and began issuing orders. Mita, go inform the camp commander to be on high alert for any possible IWA reinforcements. We're vulnerable right now. Yes, sir. Ishihara, Kazuki, distribute these scrolls to the Uchiha squad members in the camp. If they come back, we'll need everyone's Sharingan ready. Yes, sir. Hizashi, stay with me. I'll show you how to use one of these scrolls. As Orochimaru handed out the equipment, he began setting up defenses and preparing for a possible second wave. War was never without casualties. The loss of life was inevitable, and he had no illusions about it. But as long as he could keep his team intact, the rest was just collateral. Why was he fighting, really? Orochimaru found himself mulling over the question as he watched his team carry out his orders. He wasn't particularly loyal to Konoha. It wasn't for a sense of duty or love for his village. But he also knew he couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 172, Orochimaru's abilities, Wood Release and the Sharingan, are both techniques he can't reveal for the time being. Therefore, he uses them with great caution. For instance, when he subdued Manda before, he specifically chose an isolated area on the outskirts of Konoha. Likewise, when dealing with the airborne ninja from the Land of Sky just now, he positioned himself at a particular angle. He believed that in the chaos of the recent battle, no one would notice the brief shift in his pupils. And indeed, that was the case. His team was the only one present at that location, with the other Konoha ninjas stationed farther away. As for his own squad, the cover they had chosen happened to be positioned behind him, so they wouldn't have seen Orochimaru's eyes at all. The only one who could have noticed was Hizashi with his Byakugan. However, Hizashi had been focused on the airborne enemies, making it unlikely he noticed Orochimaru's actions. Orochimaru ignored the Sky Ninja who had been swallowed by the mire. Instead, he took the lead in retrieving his equipment. Seeing this weapon, both Milwaukee and Hizashi were momentarily stunned. The war was turning out to be even harsher than expected. There wasn't just one squadron of airborne ninjas, in fact, they had multiple formations. And before they could launch a second airstrike, the IWA forces initiated their own offensive. Clearly, this was a coordinated assault. In the Konoha base, only a limited number of ninjas were present. Most of Konoha's shinobi were out on missions. Those stationed at the base, including medical personnel and the wounded, numbered around 2,000. In other words, the ones repelling the IWA forces were the Konoha ninjas out on missions, not the defenders at the camp. Because of this, unexpected shifts occurred on the battlefield. The air ninjas' assault route was visible to many Konoha squads on assignment. With many of the base's station forces having family and friends on those missions, the aerial attack from behind unsettled the younger, less experienced Konoha forces, affecting their morale. As they then faced the advancing IWA forces, their fighting spirit weakened. Soon, news of multiple team defeats began to reach the Konoha base on the IWA front. Meanwhile, the base itself was in chaos. Orochimaru had already placed a large scroll on Hizashi's back, and they watched as more and more wounded were carried into the medical tents, while bodies were brought out. Orochimaru and Hizashi stood by, unfazed. Both had been hardened by previous battles and were no longer shocked by such scenes. Milwaukee, however, was visibly shaken, clearly unprepared for the full brutality of war. This was far worse than anything he'd encountered on a mission. Hidden Shadow's snake hands. Orochimaru extended his hands, summoning snakes that wrapped around the Kong ninja's body, pulling him out of the quagmire. The man had been submerged for so long that he was already dead, his face caked with mud and unrecognizable. Orochimaru walked over, forming a seal. Water release. A stream of water appeared out of thin air, pouring over the Kong ninja's body, washing away the dirt. Milwaukee, go and remove his equipment. Yes, sir. Milwaukee snapped out of his daze and quickly followed the order. Milwaukee had already taken lives on the battlefield, so he was no longer afraid of handling corpses. As for Orochimaru, why had he used a lightning attack on the Sky Ninja, only to catch him with a quagmire upon his fall? The answer was obvious. Orochimaru was very interested in the Sky Ninja's flight equipment. To prevent it from breaking upon impact, he'd used Earth Release to cushion the fall. As Orochimaru cast the water jutsu, Hisashi watched in shock, eyes wide with realization. He can use water release? And to summon so much water from nowhere? During previous missions, Orochimaru had used wind and earth release, and just now he had shown lightning and water release. By now, Hisashi had no doubt that Orochimaru could use fire release as well. All 5 elements? Even the third Hokage himself was only rumored to possess such mastery. And summoning so much water out of thin air? That was a feat typically associated only with the second Hokage. Ordinary water release users needed a nearby water source or had to create it by converting chakra within themselves. Only true masters of water release could produce water independently. But Orochimaru? Could he truly be a water release master? This was absurd. Orochimaru was unaware of Hisashi's inner thoughts, as he saw this as a basic operation. At his level, wielding the 5 elements was second nature. With sufficient chakra and mental control, he could alter the form and range of his jutsus as he wished. He could even create a water release technique in the shape of an umbrella spanning 100 meters if he wanted. The 5 elements techniques, while powerful, could still be tailored to suit specific situations. Like the thunder release he had used on the air ninja earlier. By focusing a concentrated amount of chakra on a single point, he had extended the reach of the lightning jutsu. Paired with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he created 2 simultaneous illusions for the Sky Ninja, one where the jutsu couldn't reach him, and another where Orochimaru wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. That illusion alone was enough to paralyze his opponent. Under normal circumstances, a lightning attack wouldn't reach that far. But the Sky Ninja didn't expect Orochimaru's advanced chakra control. As for the Sky Ninja's belief that his speed would save him, he never anticipated that Orochimaru's Sharingan held space-related abilities. Quick? Hard to hit? Orochimaru simply slowed him down with his left eye's Mangekyo technique, trapping him in place. Chapter 173, Did Orochimaru just use a Jinjutsu? No, not exactly. It was impossible to cast an illusion from that distance. Jinjutsu isn't some invincible technique that ignores distance or movement. The ability Orochimaru used was indeed a unique Mangekyo technique, space confinement, a different ability from any in his memory. Of course, it sounds powerful, but there are quite a few limitations. The range is limited to 100 meters, with an area of effect only 5 meters in radius, and the confinement lasts for just 5 seconds. The strength of the confinement also varies depending on the charge-up time. Using it immediately upon activation merely slows down the target. To completely immobilize someone, Orochimaru found he needed about a minute to charge it, similar to the preparation time for Itachi's Amaterasu or Kakashi's Kamui. However, Orochimaru believed that as his mental strength grew, the preparation time would decrease. Once released after a full charge, the space within a 5-meter radius of his target would freeze entirely. Only Orochimaru and those he physically touched would be able to move freely within it. This was a control-type ability. Even a high-level ninja would be unable to break free if captured. 5 seconds of immobilization is enough for a decisive strike in a one-on-one battle, making it nearly unbeatable if used correctly. As for why Orochimaru awakened a space-based ability, he couldn't quite explain it. He only knew that both his eyes' Mangekyo abilities belonged to the space manipulation category, though with somewhat average effects. One eye could confine space, while the other could tear it apart. Space confinement functioned as described, while space tearing was similar to Obito's Kamui. Each user had their own unique spatial dimension, and the effect was likewise an attack. Instead of warping targets to another dimension, Orochimaru's technique would tear them apart directly within his space. If you asked Orochimaru which Uchiha had the best Mangekyo ability, he would say without hesitation that it was Obito. 5 minutes of intangibility, the ability to phase through walls and people, plus pulling others into his dimension? The combination of offensive and defensive abilities was unmatched. It was definitely more versatile than his own powers. But as someone who had lived 2 lives, Orochimaru didn't get hung up on his eye abilities. In the grand scheme of things, these techniques wouldn't be the ultimate power he sought. For a true evolution, he knew that the nine-tonal Rinnegan was the true pinnacle. The Mangekyo Sharingan was merely a stepping stone. These wings. Orochimaru examined the metal wings Nawaki had removed from the fallen Kong ninja, nodding to himself. Injecting chakra into the wings to create a pressure differential for lift and flight? Interesting. This could be worth researching. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out a blank scroll and sealed the wings within it. After all, the ability to fly was a significant tactical advantage in this world. In his memory, only a select few had this skill, aside from those granted 6 paths powers later on. Individuals like Deidara, Inoki, and Sai. Flying allowed for greater control over the battlefield and provided a considerable edge during combat. Just like those sky ninjas, despite being fewer in number, they inflicted heavy damage on Konoha's forces without Konoha even touching them. So Orochimaru decided he, too, needed to develop a way to fly. Oh no, the enemy's coming again! A sudden shout snapped everyone to attention. The Konoha ninjas quickly tensed, their gazes following the direction of the voice. Orochimaru looked up to see more sky ninja approaching from the sky in the distance, their metal wings glinting as they formed a dense swarm, almost like a dark cloud. The Konoha ninjas scrambled for cover, readying themselves for another assault. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Nawaki, find somewhere to hide. But, sensei, I want to fight too. Fight? Orochimaru shot back, all your enemies are airborne. Without the right tools, what exactly are you planning to do? Just do as I say and get to cover. Understood. Nawaki responded, albeit reluctantly. Shadow imitation technique. A black shadow extended out, quickly latching onto an airborne ninja. The sky ninja was caught off guard, completely immobilized, and swiftly taken down. With the sky ninja launching another air raid, the Nara clan's unique abilities shone on the battlefield. Their high intelligence and shadow manipulation skills allowed them to target the sky ninja's shadows mid-flight. No matter how high they flew, they still cast shadows on the ground. This meant the Nara clan could bind them and take them down with ease. Seeing the Nara clan's success, the other Konoha ninjas steadied themselves, coordinating their efforts with the shadow users to eliminate the enemy. Just then, boom! A loud explosion drew everyone's attention. One sky ninja was blasted out of the sky before he could react. Looking over, the Konoha shinobi saw Hisashi Hyuga holding a rocket launcher on his shoulder. The sight of this weapon brought a surge of excitement among the Konoha forces. Many had almost forgotten that Orochimaru was in their ranks. And Orochimaru was well versed in these kinds of advanced tools. Hisashi himself was momentarily stunned. Orochimaru-sama, can this track targets on its own? He could hardly believe it. The enemy had been flying so fast, yet it seemed that the missile's speed didn't matter once aimed, the target was guaranteed to be hit. Of course. I installed a heat-seeking tracker on the front of the launcher. A heat-seeking tracker? At 13 years old, Hisashi didn't quite understand the technical term. Doesn't matter, Orochimaru continued briskly. Just know that we only have 2 launchers and 30 rockets, so don't waste them. Originally, I reserved them for an ambush on the enemy camp, but given the situation, we're using them now. With that, Orochimaru moved quickly to where another downed sky ninja lay, picking up the enemy's weapon. Examining it for a moment, he smirked, casually loading the magazine. A mini machine gun? Haha, interesting. Chapter 174, the second wave of attacks from the sky ninjas wasn't as effective as the first. After all, Konoha, as the largest village in the ninja world, was quick to adapt. The initial surprise had worked in the enemy's favor, but a second attempt? This time, it wasn't going to go so smoothly. Orochimaru took his weapon back and glanced over at Nawaki, who was hiding nearby. Because of his relationship with Tsunade, Orochimaru kept a close eye on Nawaki on the battlefield, keeping him by his side. It might slow Nawaki's growth as a shinobi, but Orochimaru didn't mind. He was genuinely curious to see if he could change Nawaki's fate. After confirming that Nawaki was safe, Orochimaru turned his attention to Hizashi. The 13-year-old Hyuga was carrying his scroll and maneuvering among the rocks, searching for an angle to launch an attack. Without long-range techniques like the 8 trigrams air palm, he relied on the tools Orochimaru had provided, 30 rounds of heat-seeking rockets that could keep him in the fight. The Sky Ninjas quickly took note of Hizashi's movements and decided to target him. So Konoha has tech similar to ours? Interesting. Take out that kid first. But before they could act, there was a sudden whistling sound. A Sky Ninja was shot down instantly, and Konoha ninjas on the ground quickly moved in, finishing him off. Seeing his teammate killed, the Sky Ninja captain narrowed his eyes. That's Konoha's long-range weapon we heard about. Annoying, indeed. Damn it. Look out! Boom! 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 3 more Sky Ninjas dropped out of the sky, their metal wings breaking apart as they crashed to the ground. This was turning into a battle of modern weapons, microburst guns versus sniper rifles, bombs versus heat-seeking missiles. The main difference was simply their numbers. Boom! Another explosion in the sky took out 2 more. Well done! Impressive, Hyuga boy. Even Orochimaru glanced at Hizashi with interest. Taking down 2 at once? This Hyuga kid's got talent. Only his first time using it, and he's already that accurate? Damn it, shouted another Sky Ninja. That kid's got to go. I'm on it! Watch out for Konoha's long-range counterattacks. As the Sky Ninjas adjusted their strategy, Konoha's forces did the same. Fugaku, they're targeting the Hyuga boy. Cover him. You got it. Just then, another figure appeared. Hey, is that Orochimaru-sama's summoned beast? Haha, looks like we're not needed here after all. Who are these guys, Orochimaru? They're targets, Orochimaru replied calmly. Humph, sneered Manda, one of Orochimaru's massive summoned snakes. With a snap of his jaws, Manda devoured a Sky Ninja who failed to dodge in time. In the same movement, he struck out again, taking down 2 more. Seeing this, the Sky Ninjas were shaken. To carry out their attacks, they had to fly low, and Manda's sheer size meant he could strike them at close range. Plus, his scales were so tough that any attempt to harm him was essentially useless. Damn it, this snake hurts. Let's get out of here. The Sky Ninja captain cursed under his breath. He knew that unless they used bombs from a higher altitude, their weapons were outmatched. And with the giant snake and that kid firing rockets from the ground, continuing this fight would only mean more casualties. Fall back, he shouted. As the Sky Ninjas began their retreat, Konoha moved to respond. Hizashi quickly reported the direction of their escape, and the Nara clan used that information to estimate the location of the Sky Ninjas' base. Several Konoha teams were sent to track them, including Orochimaru's. Of course, Orochimaru volunteered for this. He was curious to see if these Sky Ninjas really had something as grand as an air fortress. The Sky Ninja, originally a small but ambitious force during the Second Shinobi War, had always harbored big plans. They dared to challenge the 5 great nations, caring little for their approval. But now, with Orochimaru's strength posing a significant threat, both IWA and Suna had sought out the Sky Ninjas, offering them resources and drawing them into a 3-way alliance against Konoha. It was ironic in a way, Orochimaru's strength had forced these 3 unlikely allies together. Even Orochimaru hadn't anticipated this level of impact. He couldn't have known that his presence would trigger such an unusual alliance. He didn't know much about the Sky Ninjas beyond what was in his memories. Their technology wasn't that impressive, aside from their launchers, nothing really stood out to him. Bombs and submachine guns? He had enough of those at his disposal, and they held little novelty for him now. Even their flying apparatus was only somewhat interesting. A set of metal wings powered by chakra? That had limited use. Orochimaru wasn't particularly eager to rely on props like that for flight. Flying based on tools alone seemed reckless. One wrong move, and they'd come crashing down. Real flight was more reliable when it came from one's own strength. It provided greater control, agility, and freedom in combat. Take Deidara's explosive clay birds, for example. Even if he was thrown off midair, he could quickly create another bird to catch himself. Or consider Inoki, the Tsuchikage. His lightened boulder jutsu allowed him and others to fly freely. Unless you killed him outright, he wouldn't fall from the sky. Anyway, Orochimaru's team now joined the mission to locate the enemy headquarters. The old strategy of cut off the head to kill the snake still applied. If only he could fly. If he had that ability right now, Orochimaru would probably be challenging Inoki directly. A new snake in the shinobi world. Chapter 175, Konoha's ninjas had initially gained the upper hand on the battlefield through their elite skills and powerful secret techniques. But the sudden involvement of the Sky Ninjas had complicated matters, forcing Konoha to dispatch several specialized teams to locate the Sora Ninjas' stronghold. Alongside Orochimaru, these teams included various clan-based forces like the Aburame, Akimichi, and Uchiha. Since the battlefield was split, not all members of these clans could stay on the same line of defense. They had to divide their forces across both fronts. Orochimaru led his team past the known IWA ninja activity zones, quickly moving in the direction the Sora ninjas had retreated. The team pressed forward relentlessly, with little time for talk. After 2 days of travel, they finally spotted their target, a massive fortress floating on the sea to the north of the Land of Haze. This country lay east of the Land of Grass, meaning the Sky Ninjas had flown across multiple countries, covering thousands of miles to strike at Konoha's base. It was no small effort. From a distance, Orochimaru observed the Sky Ninjas moving in and out of the floating fortress. A fortress on the sea with flying units? It was almost like an aircraft carrier. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement at the ingenuity. While most shinobi were limited to traditional techniques and ninja tools, the Sky Ninjas had created something truly unique. An impressive setup. Is that really their headquarters? Building something like that on the sea? Nawaki murmured. Keep your voice down, or they'll spot us, Orochimaru warned quietly as Nawaki quickly fell silent. Teacher, how are we supposed to get up there? Nawaki asked, looking concerned. Orochimaru didn't even turn around as he replied, Hizashi, how many rockets do you have left? Hizashi answered, I used quite a few earlier, but I still have 12 left. 12 should be enough. You and Mita will provide covering fire, and the rest of us will charge forward, Orochimaru directed without hesitation. Though other Konoha teams were also en route, they hadn't arrived yet, and Orochimaru wasn't inclined to wait. Understood! Hizashi nodded without any hesitation. For him, Orochimaru's orders on the battlefield were absolute. After Hizashi and Mita positioned themselves, Orochimaru led Nawaki and 2 other teammates down to the beach. He bit his finger, formed a series of hand seals, and slammed his hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu! With a puff of smoke, the enormous form of Manda, the giant snake, appeared beneath them. Manda, get us across, Orochimaru commanded. Fine, just hold on tight, Manda replied with a hint of grudging respect. Ever since Orochimaru had proven his strength, Manda's usual defiance had lessened. In the world of summons, as with the world of shinobi, the strong held sway. On the floating fortress, the Sky Ninjas were busy inspecting and polishing their metal wings. Their movements were uniform, and they worked with a discipline more akin to a military force than a traditional shinobi unit. To them, these wings were as important as any prized tool or weapon. Splash! The sudden sound of water drew the attention of the Sky Ninjas. They spotted Manda emerging from the sea, carrying Orochimaru's team on his back. It's him again, that Konoha ninja named Orochimaru. This isn't their base, let's show them what we're made of. At their commander's order, the Sky Ninjas took flight, heading towards Orochimaru's team in formation. Manda sneered, annoying little flies. Orochimaru, you better hang on. Orochimaru glanced at Nawaki and his other 2 teammates. Squat down and hold on tightly, he ordered. As soon as they followed his instructions, Manda dove underwater, leaving the Sky Ninjas momentarily confused. With their flying equipment, they had no means of attacking underwater. Whoosh! A rocket fired from Hisashi's position, drawing their attention. That brat with the rocket launcher is still here too? The Sky Ninjas grew visibly tense as Hisashi began firing at the fortress. Rockets slammed into the structure, sending up plumes of smoke and flame. Under the cover of this barrage, Orochimaru and his team re-emerged from the sea, quickly scaling the fortress walls. "Stop them!" the Sky Ninjas yelled as Orochimaru's group stormed their stronghold. The Sky Ninjas tried to engage them in close combat, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Konoha's elite shinobi held a decisive advantage in close quarters, especially with Manda still rampaging, tearing apart the fortress structure with ease. Orochimaru moved with precision, his kunai flashing as he dispatched foes before they could aim their weapons. Against his speed and skill, their guns and tools proved useless. No matter how fast a gun fired, it was still reliant on the person wielding it, and Orochimaru was simply faster. After clearing his immediate area, Orochimaru cut his finger again, forming more hand seals. Summoning Jutsu! With a flash of smoke, two more massive, earth-colored snakes appeared, bulldozing their way through enemy ranks and clearing a path forward. "Let's move!" Orochimaru commanded. "Yes, Sensei." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 176, Is it possible to summon multiple snakes at once? Of course. As long as you have enough chakra, there's no limit to how many summons you can handle. Just like when Naruto fought against Pain, and Fukasaku summoned Naruto back from Mount Maiboku. Back then, 3 giant toads were summoned simultaneously. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru also summoned 2 massive pythons. As for Pain, well, he's in a league of his own. He could summon an endless variety of creatures to overwhelm his opponents. And now, Orochimaru was doing something similar. He had summoned 3 giant pythons in one go. Under the water, Manda was causing havoc, while 2 other pythons circled above the fortress, providing support. With Orochimaru and his 4 subordinates backing them up, there was practically no suspense about the outcome of this battle. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed repeatedly as the sky fortress began to take on water. Watching the massive structure start to sink, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at Manda's efficiency. This beast truly was faster and more powerful than any other snake. "Lord Orochimaru, we're here! Lord Orochimaru!" At the sound of voices, countless Konoha ninja squads appeared on the water, charging towards the fortress. Seeing this, the Sky Ninja, already struggling against Orochimaru's 3 giant pythons, were thrown into even more disarray. Buzz! Buzz! A dense swarm of insects came swarming over the sea, attacking the fortress alongside the Konoha forces. These bugs were gnawing through the fortress faster than Manda could destroy it. There's a price to pay for provoking Konoha. Though Orochimaru didn't feel much loyalty to Konoha, he still resided in the village. And now, with a sudden thought, he decided he wouldn't allow Konoha to face defeat on his watch. On the open sea, against Konoha's counterattack, the Sky Ninja who had lost their aerial advantage were swiftly captured, killed, or forced to flee. The fortress, meanwhile, had been extensively damaged and was gradually sinking to the ocean floor. On the shores of the Land of Haze, a host of snakes lay coiled, watching. 2 of the giant pythons, severely wounded, had already returned to Ryochi Cave. Now and the others had sustained minor injuries, but nothing too serious. As he looked over the dozens of Sky Ninja prisoners before him, a Konoha ninja turned respectfully to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, what should we do with these Sky Ninja?" Orochimaru glanced over and said, "Leave them for Manda to snack on." With that, Orochimaru took his team and walked away. "Heh, Orochimaru, I like your style," Manda growled, a vicious grin on his face as he began devouring the terrified prisoners one by one, not caring about the horrified looks from friend or foe alike. As for those Sky Ninja who managed to escape, who had time to worry about them? And just like that, the Sky Ninja were wiped out. Word of the battle quickly spread to the sand and stone villages. When they heard the news, there was an obvious look of surprise. They had expected the Sky Ninja to buy them more time, but they hadn't anticipated them falling so quickly. Luckily, they had used that time to reclaim several strategic points they had lost. So, whether the Sky Ninja survived or not ultimately meant little to them. Only after Orochimaru returned to the camp did he learn that the Sky Ninja had also launched an attack on Tsunade's defensive line. But since her line was farther away from the Sky Ninja fortress, the assault she faced wasn't as intense as his own. Orochimaru wasn't worried about Tsunade. With her own strength and regenerative abilities, it would be ridiculous if she lost to the Sky Ninja. As for the Sky Ninja's technology, Orochimaru had considered taking it back for study. But after some investigation, he found that aside from their flying machines, the rest was mostly useless. An aircraft carrier? It was too costly and complex. While it could play a role in battle, its actual impact was far less than expected. The return didn't justify the investment. Orochimaru had seen in himself only a single member of the Aburame clan was required to send out a swarm of insects. When those insects arrived, they began consuming the metal of the fortress at an astonishing rate, even faster than Manda's destructive power. Building an aircraft carrier to make a profit? Waste of time and resources, not even enough to keep up with the Aburame clan's bugs. And so, the war with the Sky Ninja ended. Once again, Orochimaru had become a hero for Konoha. Orochimaru had always been popular among Konoha's ninja, and now his 3 elite subordinates were also gaining respect from their peers. However, the one who stood out the most was Hyuga Hisashi. His sharp mind, calm analytical skills, and timely support all demonstrated his talent as a ninja. Though Nawaki had also performed well, he seemed to pale in comparison to Hisashi. Perhaps this was the difference between a regular genius and an extraordinary one. In Konoha village, at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, after learning the full story, couldn't help but frown. Though they had won the battle, it raised some troubling questions. The Sand and Stone Village's 2 countries with deep-seated conflicts not only colluded with each other but also hired ninja from smaller countries? Why? He couldn't quite understand it. Could it be that his leadership was at fault? To get to the bottom of things, he summoned several other high-ranking Konoha officials to a meeting. The group, including the third Hokage, sat together, yet they couldn't come up with any clear answer. They speculated about various theories, but each one seemed less likely than the last. Finally, Danzo, with his typically calculating demeanor, suggested a possibility. They fear Konoha's strength. Perhaps they've decided to join forces to weaken us, maybe even try to destroy us entirely. Fear Konoha's strength? The room fell silent. Indeed, the ninja tools and potions Orochimaru had developed were remarkably effective. Even they had been amazed by them when they were first created. And seeing their effects on the battlefield, it was no wonder the enemy might feel threatened. It seems that this could be the reason. Yes, I think so too. Regardless, we must continue to fight. Our wish has always been for the village to be strong, but when it grows too strong, it's only natural that others will feel threatened. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. With Orochimaru's defeat of the Sky Ninja, the front line has stabilized. Inform the commanders on both defense lines and call for a Jonin meeting. I have some things to say about this war. Are you planning to go to the battlefield yourself, Lord Third? Just to the midpoint between the 2 defense lines. We'll set up a temporary meeting location there to avoid interfering with the situation on the front lines. Chapter 177, the third Hokage was preparing to hold a meeting for the Jonin. To minimize disruption on the battlefield, a temporary meeting spot was set up midway between the 2 defense lines. Not every Jonin was required to attend, only about 100 who were currently available. After all, maintaining the battlefield was the top priority. When Tsunade on the Suna defense line heard about this, she couldn't hide her excitement. The fighting on her front had been relatively light, and thanks to her exceptional medical skills, no new injuries had been reported in 2 days. She was free to attend the meeting. She figured Orochimaru, stationed on the IWA defense line, would definitely be there as well. Given his strategic importance, it wouldn't make sense for him to miss this. In other words, after being separated for so long, she'd finally get to see him again. On the other side, Orochimaru was slightly taken aback when he heard about the Hokage's meeting. His gaze drifted over to Nawaki, who was standing not too far away. He recalled that in the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha had indeed held a Jonin meeting, but only after Nawaki had died. Now, seeing Nawaki alive and well in front of him, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a subtle satisfaction at having altered his student's fate. "Sensei, are you going to the Jonin meeting?" Nawaki asked, noticing Orochimaru's thoughtful look and jogging over with a grin. Orochimaru came back to his senses and gave a slight nod. "Yes, what's on your mind? When you see my sister, put in a good word for me, okay?" Nawaki said, his tone serious. "I know I didn't do anything spectacular this time, but I didn't embarrass her either." Orochimaru smiled faintly, feeling a rare warmth at the young man's earnest expression. "Nawaki, don't sell yourself short. You've done well." "Really, sensei?" Nawaki's eyes lit up. "Of course," Orochimaru replied. "You've performed better than many who are on the battlefield for the first time." "Heh, am I really that good?" Nawaki said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Orochimaru didn't answer directly, just gave him a reassuring smile and ruffled his hair. The temporary meeting place was set up northwest of Konoha village, in an open field with a large tent in the middle. By the time Orochimaru arrived in the afternoon, many Jonin were already gathered around the tent. "Lord Orochimaru! Lord Orochimaru!" The Konoha Jonin greeted him warmly as he passed. Even Akimichi Takafu, an elder from the same generation as the third Hokage, nodded at him with respect in his eyes. But the most eye-catching presence was a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. The moment Orochimaru appeared, she rushed toward him without any regard for those around her. "Orochimaru!" A familiar scent filled his senses as Tsunade threw herself into his arms. At that moment, she looked as excited as a long-lost wife finally reunited with her husband. Orochimaru smiled slightly, feeling a rare sense of calm at her embrace. "Tsunade, it's been a while. Did you miss me? Is that really something you should be asking here?" Orochimaru replied, a trace of humor in his voice. No matter how brutal the war was, just seeing Tsunade's face had a way of easing his mind. Only then did Tsunade realize how many eyes were on them. Noticing the stares from the surrounding Jonin, she blushed slightly in embarrassment. "Let's go somewhere a bit more private to talk." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Orochimaru's arm and led him to a quieter spot. The war may not have been overly long, but it had still been over half a year since they'd last seen each other. Naturally, Tsunade had a lot to talk about. Of course, she didn't bring up the topic of wood release right away. It didn't seem appropriate to discuss such matters as soon as they met. Instead, they caught up on everyday topics, discussing the war and, of course, Nawaki. They were so engrossed in their conversation that neither of them noticed the white-haired figure watching them from a distance. "So, what do you think of my proposal?" After explaining her plan to him, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with hopeful eyes. "Adding a medical ninja to every squad?" Orochimaru replied thoughtfully. "I think it's a good idea, but it probably won't pass." "Why not?" Tsunade asked, visibly disappointed. "Isn't it obvious?" Orochimaru shrugged. "You know why?" "Humph, I believe I can convince them." "Then give it a try," Orochimaru said with a hint of a smile. Just then, the third Hokage entered the tent, flanked by several ANBU and a few other guards. He wasted no time and promptly began the Jonin meeting. The meeting covered various logistical issues that hadn't been resolved in time on the battlefield. Topics included team compositions, Jonin assignments, and casualty reports. Orochimaru recognized many faces in the crowd. Alongside Akimichi Takafu, there were familiar names like Hatake Sakumo and Uchiha Fugaku. His gaze eventually settled on Kato Dan. At the sight of Kato, Orochimaru couldn't help but glance sideways at Tsunade. A strange feeling surfaced within him. According to how events were supposed to unfold, Tsunade and Kato Dan would have eventually become a couple. But now, well, she'd long since cut ties with him in more ways than one. The feeling was hard to put into words, but it left Orochimaru amused. It was like taking something from someone else without them ever realizing it. There was a certain satisfaction in that sense of control. As these thoughts played out in his mind, the meeting was already well underway. Many attendees voiced concerns and reported various issues they'd faced during the conflict. When Orochimaru finally snapped back to attention, Tsunade was just about to bring up her historic proposal. She suggested establishing a system to train medical ninjas and assign one to each squad in the field. However, as soon as she proposed this, several voices spoke out in immediate opposition. Adding medical ninjas to every team? That doesn't seem practical. Agreed. Tsunade-sama, not every medical ninja has your level of combat prowess. Many jonin argued against the idea, dismissing it outright. In a typical squad of 3 to 6 people, only one member was usually a sensory-type ninja. That left only a few actual fighters. Adding a medical ninja would reduce combat strength further, and, in a fight, one person would likely have to protect the medic. In essence, it would mean sacrificing 2 combatants. It seemed absurd to them, so they rejected it without much debate. But amid the chorus of objections, a different voice suddenly spoke up. I think it's a good idea. Kato Dan had stood up in support of Tsunade's proposal, causing Orochimaru to raise his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 178. At the Jonin meeting, Dan supported Tsunade's proposal, which led to their initial introduction. This scene was vividly familiar to Orochimaru. After all, Tsunade was his partner now, so he couldn't help but be more attentive. But that was only in his memory. Now that he was with Tsunade, why would Dan still feel the need to get involved? What's the reasoning here? Was Dan really that idealistic, or was there something else behind his actions? Orochimaru found himself doubting. True, adding medical ninjas to each team could increase survival rates and mission success, but right now, most Konoha shinobi weren't ready to accept such a change. As a jonin, Dan should have the foresight to understand that. Almost every jonin in the room was voicing opposition, and Dan's lone support wouldn't change anything. Why take such a stand? Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, who seemed genuinely surprised by Dan's support. It was clear she hadn't expected anyone to speak up in her favor. Seeing this, the third Hokage let out a slight sigh and shook his head. Tsunade, Dan, please take your seats, he said, gesturing for them to sit. Any new proposal that affects team dynamics must be put to a jonin vote. With so many voices against it, even as Hokage, he couldn't force it through alone. After a bit more discussion, the proposal was set aside for now. The meeting continued, but Orochimaru couldn't help the small smirk that crept onto his face. This Dan, certainly an interesting one. As time passed, the meeting wrapped up quickly. The third Hokage gathered information on the various issues faced in the ongoing war and appeared to make some internal decisions. Before leaving, he pulled Orochimaru and Tsunade aside. You've both worked hard recently. Once the front lines settle down, take some time off and return to Konoha for a well-deserved break. Yes, sensei. Tsunade replied promptly. The Hokage glanced at her, a thoughtful look crossing his face. By the way, Tsunade, your chakra reserves seem different lately. Is this because of something Orochimaru's been working on? At this, Tsunade cast a quick, uncertain look at Orochimaru before straightening up. Could I report on that to you in a few days, sensei? The third Hokage chuckled. Always keeping things to yourself, huh? Alright, do as you like. He turned to go but paused with a final piece of advice. Just don't take too long. Don't take too long? Tsunade echoed, clearly confused by his words. But as the Hokage walked away, she looked over at Orochimaru and suddenly realized what he meant, her cheeks flushing a deep red all the way down to her neck. As an adult with some experience, she quickly understood the third Hokage's subtle hint. Later that night, under the light of the moon on a deserted mountaintop, Orochimaru and Tsunade sat together in a quiet clearing beside a large boulder. As they gazed up at the massive moon, Tsunade finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. Orochimaru, have you been studying my grandfather's cells? This question had been buried inside her for a long time, waiting for the right moment. Now that they were finally alone, she could ask it directly. No, I've actually been studying your genes, Orochimaru replied after a brief pause, deciding to keep his secrets under wraps. While he could potentially reveal his work and mitigate any fallout, doing so might be seen as betraying Danzo's trust. And while he didn't particularly care for Danzo, there were still reasons to keep their alliance intact for the time being. My genes? Tsunade looked surprised. Is there really anything worth studying about them? Yes, Orochimaru replied smoothly. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, you carry the genes of the sage body. I was simply helping you unlock your potential. Is that really possible? Tsunade murmured in amazement. Though she was a medical ninja, her knowledge of genetics didn't match Orochimaru's. And given her relationship with him, she had no reason to doubt his words. Of course. It's not just you either. I've also helped members of the Uchiha clan awaken their Sharingan. Orochimaru briefly explained the method he'd used to assist the Uchiha with awakening their bloodline limit. Tsunade hadn't been involved in that project, so this was news to her. She looked at him in stunned silence as he described how he'd managed to create a serum capable of awakening 60 pairs of Sharingan with only a few blood samples. Oh my, but wait, I don't remember ever giving you a blood sample. Perhaps you've forgotten, Orochimaru said with a slight smile. I kept a strand of your hair from when we were kids. My hair? Tsunade looked a bit embarrassed, but Orochimaru continued before she could dwell on it. And even if you don't remember, we've known each other for so long. It wouldn't be difficult to find something of yours to work with, right? Realizing this was true, Tsunade nodded in agreement. They'd practically grown up together, after all. What about Nawaki? Could he awaken the wood release too? Orochimaru shook his head. No. He decided to be straightforward about this. While he could indeed help Nawaki awaken wood release, it wasn't truly necessary, so he explained that Nawaki simply hadn't inherited the right genes from the first Hokage. It was the truth, after all. Tsunade accepted this answer, though she seemed a little disappointed. As the night wore on, the conversation between them began to drift to more personal topics. Reuniting after so long, and with no one else around, the two naturally found themselves leaning into the intimacy they shared as a couple. Being in the wilderness wasn't an issue, after all, Tsunade was capable of using wood release now. Though she hadn't mastered any advanced techniques, she could certainly manage to construct a small shelter for them to rest in. A bathtub? What are you making that for? Orochimaru asked curiously as he watched Tsunade shape a wooden tub inside the small cabin. I've been on the front lines for so long without a proper bath. Now that I finally have some time off, I want to enjoy it properly. So, care to join me? Together? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't about to refuse such an offer. They gathered firewood, heated the water, and took their time relaxing in the bath. Orochimaru, thank you, Tsunade said softly afterward, lying beside him on a makeshift wooden couch. Her face was flushed as she nestled close to him, her voice warm with gratitude. You're welcome. Orochimaru gave a faint smile, reaching up to gently stroke her hair as they lay together under the moonlight. Chapter 179, Orochimaru's actions were smooth and confident, and Tsunade seemed to understand his intentions. What? You want me to? Not willing? I mean, I can try, but I've never done this before. There's a first time for everything, isn't there? Orochimaru's hand reached out, his fingers lightly brushing her cheek, causing a shiver to run through her. Well, all right. But you can't tell anyone about this. Who would even share something like this? Hearing his response, Tsunade's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She glanced down shyly, tucked her hair behind her ear, and then finally took the leap. Even though it was her first attempt, she picked it up quickly, perhaps thanks to the subtle influence Orochimaru had cultivated over the years. It became yet another pleasant evening spent together. As Orochimaru savored this newfound closeness, a thought began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps it was time to bring some of his more playful ideas to life, maybe ordering some special outfits for Tsunade. A bikini, perhaps, or even a nurse's uniform. The more he thought about it, the more interesting the idea became. Early the next morning, the two of them dressed and prepared to return to their respective posts. Orochimaru wore a faint smile, while Tsunade was rubbing her cheeks, a slight soreness evident in her expression. "Honestly, I feel so sore, maybe I overdid it," Tsunade muttered, half-jokingly. Orochimaru just chuckled, not giving her a chance to dwell on it. "Tsunade, will you be telling Sensei about your situation?" he asked. "Yes, I will." "Then, take care until we meet again." After a reluctant goodbye, they each headed back to their own battlefields. Since Tsunade had a valid explanation for a recent power boost, Orochimaru wasn't worried about what she might reveal. The only thing he kept hidden was his deeper research into the first Hokage's cells. Once Tsunade returned to the Suna defense line, she submitted a confidential report to the third Hokage, briefly explaining her newfound ability. Konoha's upper echelon was once again taken by surprise. Awakening the wood release, is that even possible, was their first reaction. But as they recalled the potions and ninja tools Orochimaru had developed along with his methods for helping the Uchiha awaken their Sharingan, the idea began to feel plausible. If he could help the Uchiha awaken their Sharingan, why couldn't he assist a Senju in awakening wood release? That was their second thought. But, was it really that straightforward? The difference between the Sharingan and wood release was vast. In fact, it was more than just vast, it was a monumental difference. Yet, somehow, Orochimaru's explanation seemed reasonable. According to him, helping the Uchiha unlock the Sharingan was akin to helping Tsunade awaken wood release. It wasn't that far-fetched, was it? And Tsunade's report included Orochimaru's detailed justification. He had explained that many advanced bloodline abilities require awakening, like ice release, wind plus water, boil release, water plus fire, and lava release, fire plus earth. The Senju's wood release was just another form of advanced bloodline limit, deeply buried within certain members of the clan. Why didn't all Senju have wood release? Orochimaru's answer was that the Senju's power was simply harder to access than the Uchiha's, requiring more extensive effort to bring it out. Orochimaru had simply studied the matter more deeply than others. Even Koharu and Hamura, who'd seen all manner of surprises over the years, were momentarily at a loss for words. Incredible. Hiruzen, your student is really something. But the surprises from Orochimaru didn't stop there. Konoha's Research and Development Division had begun to mass-produce Orochimaru's scientific ninja tools, which were now ready to be deployed on the battlefield. The tools allowed users to unleash high-level ninjutsu without needing hand seals or chakra, a game-changer for those lacking chakra reserves. However, Konoha's leadership decided that these tools would be limited to wartime usage to avoid hindering the ninja's own training. Each tool was carefully tracked and recorded, and after use, it had to be returned. Thus, the nightmare for the sand and stone villages resumed. Any advantage they gained through the Sky Ninja Alliance was now nullified. With these tools, even a Chunin could wield techniques across multiple elements without seals, and with remarkable power. How could they possibly fight against this? Faced with Konoha's endless innovations, both sand and stone ninja forces were forced to halt their attacks once again. Both sides entered a temporary ceasefire. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was considering new strategies based on his observations from the front lines. It was clear that Konoha couldn't continue to fight against two great nations at once. While they might eventually win, the cost would be devastating. So, he thought of a solution, asking for help. The ally he turned to was the Land of Lightning. Currently, the Land of Lightning still had an active alliance treaty with Konoha. In an effort to prove their loyalty and clarify that they hadn't been involved in the recent attack on the Uzumaki village, they agreed to assist Konoha after some consideration. In the winter of Konoha's 33rd year, for months after the Jonin meeting, the Land of Lightning began military operations against the Land of Earth. With their intervention, Konoha's pressure lessened significantly. Now they only needed a small force on the Iwa defense line, while the rest could rotate between the Suna defense line. As a result, Tsunade and Orochimaru were among the first Jonin allowed to return to Konoha for a brief rest. Upon their arrival, the entire village welcomed them as heroes. From the elderly to the children, everyone recognized them as symbols of Konoha's strength. The third Hokage wasted no time in calling Tsunade and Orochimaru to his office. "Tsunade, did you really awaken with release?" That was the first thing the third Hokage asked after they entered. Despite having read her report, he still found it hard to believe. Of course. I wouldn't submit a false report on something like this. Without further delay, Tsunade placed her hands together and focused her chakra. Bang! With a surge of energy, would release. Vines sprouted from the third Hokage's desk, twisting and growing before their eyes. It's really would release. The third Hokage looked at the green tendrils in awe. Do you want your grandfather's would release scrolls? After a moment, he managed to find his words. Since Tsunade and Nawaki were the last Senju heirs, and Tsunade herself wasn't particularly interested in family artifacts, most of the Senju's belongings including the would release scrolls had been entrusted to the third Hokage. Tsunade hesitated. Even though my grandfather's would release was incredibly powerful, I'm not sure I'd use it in combat. Fighting with her fists was a habit she'd honed over the past 20 years. Plus, medical ninjutsu was her true passion and expertise. Switching her combat style to rely on would release felt strange. The strategic value of would release goes beyond simple combat, the third Hokage explained. How about this? I'll lend you one would release technique to start with. Try it out and see how you feel. After a moment's consideration, Tsunade agreed. All right. Satisfied, the third Hokage walked to the corner of his office and unlocked a sealed box. Chapter 180, inside the box, several scrolls were neatly arranged. They all appeared to be would release techniques. Hiruzen picked up one of the scrolls, turned back, and handed it to Tsunade. Then he glanced at Orochimaru with a thoughtful look. Orochimaru, you've really surprised us all. Is there anything you'd like as a reward from your teacher? A reward? Orochimaru paused thoughtfully. There's nothing in particular that comes to mind. Money, power, and women, these were common ambitions for most people. Money? Orochimaru had plenty. Power? He held no interest in the Hokage title, and even if he did, he doubted Hiruzen would willingly pass it on to him. As for women, currently, Tsunade was the only one in his life, and for now, he had no intention of pursuing others. What he truly sought was something unique to this world, deeper power, knowledge, and secrets. The only thing he could consider valuable was access to the Scroll of Seals, but realistically, that was unlikely. After all, the Scroll of Seals was kept under strict protection and filled with dangerous, forbidden techniques. Orochimaru was well aware that studying such forbidden arts was a serious offense in the village, one that could raise suspicion toward his true ambitions. He wasn't foolish enough to openly request the Scroll of Seals. I see. Well, if you ever think of something, let me know, Hiruzen replied, a little disappointed but still supportive. With that, Orochimaru and Tsunade bid farewell to the third Hokage and left the office. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they found Nawaki waiting there, eager as ever. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk slightly at the sight. He was now certain that he'd altered Nawaki's fate. Not only had the boy's strength been enhanced significantly, almost reaching Jonin level, but he had also managed to live to see his 13th birthday, a milestone he hadn't originally reached. Orochimaru's assistance in awakening Tsunade's would release remained a closely guarded secret. Aside from the 4 Konoha elders, himself, and Tsunade, no one else knew about it. After parting ways with Tsunade for the time being, Orochimaru returned to his own home. The house was empty and covered in a layer of dust. Given the demands of the war, he hadn't been back in a long time, and no one had been around to keep it clean. After a quick glance around, he straightened up his bed and lay down. War was exhausting, and even Orochimaru felt the strain. Though most battles were no real challenge for him, he never underestimated his opponents. He knew well that even the strongest shinobi could fall from a single careless mistake. So, for the first time since returning, Orochimaru allowed himself a long, uninterrupted rest. No tension from the battlefield, no distractions from romantic entanglements with Tsunade, just a peaceful, refreshing sleep that carried him from the afternoon all the way through to dawn. The next morning, Orochimaru lay in bed, pondering his future path before finally getting up. Reflecting on his own abilities, he identified a few gaps in his power. Besides the pursuit of ocular abilities, he felt a distinct lack of knowledge about immortality. Of course, during the chaos of war, there hadn't been much opportunity to focus on such goals. So, for the time being, any major advancements in his strength would have to wait. Perhaps, he mused, he could focus on building up his resources and network instead? Re-establishing his experimental base and creating a clone army were certainly possibilities worth exploring. But, where to find people he could trust to manage such a facility? The thought of staffing his base gave him a headache. With the war ongoing, capable allies were few and far between. Originally, he had considered recruiting Nono for assistance, but she had been sent on a secret mission some time ago and hadn't been back since. Forget it, he muttered to himself, getting out of bed. Might as well enjoy the peace and quiet in Konoha while it lasts. Surveying his dusty mansion, he decided he'd rather not handle the cleaning himself. Shadow clones could do the work, of course, but it was still essentially him doing the labor. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. He posted a D-rank mission, house cleaning, with a reward of 10,000 Ryo, the highest possible payment for a D-rank task. He was confident someone would take it quickly. As expected, it wasn't long before a ninja arrived at his doorstep to accept the mission. However, Orochimaru was mildly surprised when he saw who it was. Uchiha Mikoto? Lord Orochimaru, Mikoto greeted him with a respectful bow, her voice slightly nervous. Please allow me to assist you. Mikoto was a classmate of Nawaki's. Since Orochimaru had managed to change Nawaki's fate, it meant Mikoto was now around 13 as well. Looking at the young Kunoichi before him, with her dark hair and the faint traces of maturity just beginning to show, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect you to take on this mission. I just happened to have some free time, so... Mikoto replied, her voice hesitant and a bit flustered. Although she was a Chunin now, Orochimaru's reputation as one of the legendary Sannin was intimidating. Standing before him, she couldn't quite keep her composure. And, truthfully, she hadn't taken this mission entirely on her own initiative. Orochimaru noticed her nervousness, which reminded him a bit of his encounter with Kushina some time ago. Are you afraid of me? No, Mikoto stammered, visibly more anxious. All right, come inside, Orochimaru interrupted calmly, gesturing for her to enter. He didn't need to hear her explanation. Her awkward demeanor and hesitant tone told him everything he needed to know. For a brief moment, Orochimaru wondered if there was something about his appearance that made others nervous. Was he not approachable enough? Are you here alone? He asked. Yes. Since there weren't any team assignments today, I decided to take on this task myself, Mikoto answered, her tone finally more steady. Orochimaru nodded. Generally, ninjas took missions in teams, but D-rank tasks were often simple enough to be handled solo, so her explanation made sense. Still, he was curious why Mikoto, an Uchiha clan member, would take on such a mundane task. But he dismissed the thought. After all, there was nothing of real importance in his house, and all his critical research materials were safely hidden. After giving her a few instructions, he left the house, allowing Mikoto to start her work. As she watched Orochimaru disappear into the village streets, Mikoto glanced around the dusty room and felt a touch of curiosity. Does Lord Orochimaru always live alone? She wondered aloud. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.